I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in.
Decisions.
The dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid.
As long as you face the fear.
And keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in.
Decisions.
The dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid.
as long as you face the fear.
And keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
If anything, I would give them bonus points. Okay.
Testing. Gosh. All one side.
Really?
Test. Dave, is that better? Now I don't. Okay.
Good morning and welcome to the 83rd annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. I am Megan Calmo and I am joined in the commentary booth by
Casey Baker. We are sitting here watching the couple of single races come down, but we're sitting on the starting line with our men's pair without Cox, our first heat of that, and there are top 3 of that go to the first final, and next 3 go to the second final. So we're waiting for the alignment to begin, and we've got it looks pretty good from our point of view on the camera, and you can see the rowers turning around, looking around, making sure they have a good point, and they obviously haven't been called to the sit ready yet, and here they go, they're sitting ready.
Yeah, some pretty ideal conditions this morning for these small boats that are coming down. We were not able to get the feed up for the singles yet, but we did get to see them go by, and it's really good racing out there for them. But here we have a start in the men's pair.
Looked like a clean start to me, Megan.
Yep, everyone getting away cleanly. Those high strokes can be a little tricky sometimes, but these guys look like they handled it like pros.
So you see a shot back there of the stake boats. That is actually one of the more exciting things if you're a volunteer to be there on the stake boat to watch these scullers and rowers take off out of the blocks there, just like a horse race.
So as Casey already mentioned, we have a 6-boat race, and the top 3 from this race will advance to the A final.
We've got, Megan, the lineup for this race in lane 1, closest to us where the cameras are, is Manhattan. Then we have lane 2, Jacksonville University, lane 3, Grand Valley out of Michigan, lane 4, Fordham University, lane 5, Merchant Marine Academy, and lane 6, George Washington University.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see these pair races. The pair is one of my favorite events as a rower. It's such a unique event, only 2 athletes, 1 oar per athlete, and it can be a challenge, but it's also one of the simplest boats to row, in my opinion. How do you feel about the pair?
It depends on your partner. If you get the right partner, it's got to be one of the most magical boats out there.
Absolutely.
But if you don't have the right partner, it can be a little difficult.
It is sort of a polarizing event in that way. It does kind of depend on the chemistry that you have with your partner in that boat.
I think one of the critical things we see with the pair racing is steering, because you'll see some of these boats will have what they call a toe steer, where one of the athletes has a swivel toe, if you will, and they'll move it left and right to move their rudder to keep them in line with the buoys. Other ones steer by pressure, and so it's a choice.
Sometimes it's a choice. I mean, I learned how to row the pair without a toe, and I felt like it was really helpful in my development to learn the sensitivity to communicate and figure out how to get the boat to go straight without having to rely on the mechanical toe. But here we are with a shot of our athletes coming just around the turn and under the bridge.
Now, for those who aren't familiar with the course, this is not a straight course. It has what they call a dog leg in it, and you're looking at the bridge down there. That is 650 meters into the course, and they make a turn there and then come straight down the remainder of it to the finish line where we're sitting. We're sitting about 100, 150 meters from the finish line. So when they come under that bridge, everything becomes straight down the course.
Yeah, so the dogleg is a fairly unusual component to a 2K race, and especially in a boat like a pair where you don't have a coxswain who is facing in the direction that you're racing. It can be an extra bonus challenge for these athletes to take control of the steering and make sure that they're staying in the center of their lanes as they're coming around this turn.
Well, we could kind of get a view down there as they come around the turn. Well, we're actually looking at the starting line. The next event of the men's pair with Cox, pair without Cox. In the old days, they used to have a pair with Cox where they would actually haul a person steering the boat for them down the course, and usually they were big people that did that.
Thankfully, that's not as common as it used to be.
No.
But yes, we're looking at the next round of our men's pair racing. We have another 6-boat race here.
Mm-hmm. That boat in the foreground, Rollins College, we're not able to see the Rutgers crew in lane 1, but that's Rollins College in the blue and yellow there. Iona in lane Oh, I see the numbers on the stake boats aren't quite the same.
Oops.
So just so those who are watching here know, we are counting from closest to us out. So on the far side, lane 6, that is Pittsburgh. Next to them in lane 5, which is actually marked 4, is Lafayette. So try not to pay attention to the stake boat numbers. That's Rutgers, we're looking right there at the bottom of the screen, then Rollins, and they're off. Iona now in the center of the screen. In lane 4 is Oklahoma City.
Yeah, Oklahoma City guys getting away cleanly there.
Yep.
And it looked like we actually saw the Iona bowman taking a look over on maybe the second or third stroke of the start, which that's a risky move, I would say, taking a look out when you're taking those high strokes like that.
That's something the coaches try to get the rowers not to do, is look out. But as rowers, it's pretty tough to not know where you are when you're in a blind boat. Sometimes you have to look around. So here we have the previous race, which is the first one of the men's pair without Cox, coming down the course. It looks to be out in lane 5, might be Merchant Marine Academy, that is coming down the course first with that lead. They're approaching the island, which they're about 500, 600 meters to go right now. But Merchant Marine looks to have that early lead for the top 3 going into that first final.
Yeah, and we're seeing these guys from George Washington just handling the steering here, getting a little close to that buoy line, but they're correcting that course now, getting back into their lane. It can be a real challenge in these pairs, like we were talking about earlier, to keep the boat running straight down the 2K course. Any steering that you're having to add is always going to add time and distance to your race. So the straighter you can go, the better off you're going to be.
And that's one of the critical things in these pairs. If you go 1 meter off the center line of your course, if you keep going, that adds 1 meter, it adds 2 meters, because you get back to the center, you're adding distance to your course, and that is time off your, that is time you're wasting. So you can see the drone here, well out in front, that is Merchant Marine Academy in lane 5, with a multiple open water lead on the field. And they're rowing 34 strokes a minute.
Yeah, this is a nice handy lead to have in a pair. With that many boat lengths of open water, you can really just focus on your rhythm and kind of watch the rest of the race unfold behind you. And with 3 to go, this is a pretty pretty good margin to have, and you can be pretty comfortable out there.
See, Manhattan is in the hunt for making the finals, but they're having a hard time staying in their lane. They're actually a little bit out of their lane. That means one person's either more efficient or overpowering as they try to get back in their lane to cross that finish line. But they're currently sitting right near the 3rd or 4th position, which is 3 to qualify. So they're trying everything they can to try and get across that line.
Yeah, this is a good race here between Manhattan and our boat over on the far side. It does look like Manhattan is getting the sprint a little bit more tidy and a little more efficient as they move back into their lane. Hopefully they can keep it in between the buoys as they cross the finish line here so that there are no issues with the referees at the end.
That's Fordham University coming in second in this first heat of the men's pair without Cox. They'll move on to the final.
And we just have the referees just reminding our athletes that there is a very large bridge just at the finish line here, which can be tough as an athlete when you've really maxed yourself out and you are tired to have to watch out for a big bridge.
Megan, that bridge is probably less than 100 meters, maybe 50 meters from the finish line. So when you're coming across that finish line flat out as hard as you can go, it's hard to stop your boat if you're aiming for an abutment.
Yes. Going from full speed to a dead stop to avoid a boat crash is a little jarring, but it looks like all of our athletes have avoided the bridge and they are safe. We are back up at the start now with our next race, which is going to be our women's freshman or novice 4 with coxswain. And we will have another 6-boat race here. So again, we're looking for the top 3 in this race to advance to the final.
So the referees, when they have these boats, as you see them backing into what we call the stake boats, up to the beyond the starting line to your right on the screen, they're staged up in that area. The referees are trying to corral them into position, so when they are ready to move into the starting position, they call them to the line and they'll move up. They're supposed to be locked onto that stake boat 2 minutes prior to the start of their race so that everyone can get themselves situated.
All right, well, it looks like we have another nice race shaping up here in this next round of the men's pairs. Again, we're looking for top 3 in this race, and it looks like we have a 5-boat race.
Looks like Rollins. We saw Rollins lined up earlier in there, but I don't know which boat they're in. Oh, I see them right there. They're right in the middle of the course here. They're supposed to be in lane 2. We've got this inside crew. Rutgers is a little bit out of their lane. They're trying to get back in their lane again. They're running right down the buoy line. Actually, not a bad thing to do. It keeps the oars away from the buoys. You don't hit them.
That is a good way. That is a good way to avoid the buoys, is to row on top of them. That is true. The oars can't get them if the boat's on top of them. But Rutgers guys here is just moving back into their lane, just like we saw with the Manhattan boat in the race before this. Oh, that's a buoy catch there.
Yeah.
Be careful, my friend. But just seeing them move back into this lane as we're coming through the red buoys, or up to the red buoys, and moving toward the finish.
So you can see, even in the previous pair races, the steering is critical here. If people are moving around left or right, it's not only the matter of steering moving left or right, port or starboard, but the boat tilts a bit due to centrifugal force. It actually leans one way or the other, makes it even harder to row. So again, as Megan said earlier, it's one of the most fun boats to row, but it's also one of the toughest boats to row. So this is a really good race here, Megan. I'm looking down the course here. We've got, again, 4 boats, or 3 to qualify, and this inside crew, Rutgers, which is right in the buoys all the way down, has the lead. But look at the other crews out here. We've got 4 boats vying for those next 2 spots. Rollins, Iona, Oklahoma City, and can't tell. That looks like Lafayette. It might be Pittsburgh that's trailing the pack here. See
Yeah,
if
it's
we
a little hard to tell on the far side, but this is what these guys came here to do. You really want to come and to a race like the Vails and get your money's worth, and it looks like in this opening heat of the men's pair, these guys are going to get a full rip down the 2K course, full sprint, because every one of these guys is going to have to earn the spot to move on in this event.
So that is Pittsburgh in the lead right now. They're basically level with Rutgers. Pittsburgh in lane 6, Rutgers in lane 1, and they're nose to nose going the line. And right behind them, we got 3 boats vying for the next one single spot, but it is lane 4, Oklahoma City. Looks like they might pull that 3rd spot for going into the final.
Yeah, nice sprint from these guys. It does look like it's going to be nice and tight in this midfield. These last couple boats just trying to eke out those last spots. And some steering again, as we have seen with these pairs coming down the course.
And we got an abutment coming up. They better stop.
Yeah.
It was great racing there with the pairs. I mean, everyone going flat out because it was so close for all those 3 lead boats to get into that grand final. No one was leaving anything out there on that one, Megan. Sometimes in these heats you can save a little bit of energy, but not in that one.
Nope, these guys definitely got the full experience for their first rip down the course today. And great racing for us as spectators.
All right, so on the starting line, we've got a 5-boat race there. It's a women's freshman novice 4 with coxswain, and 3 go on to the semifinals. In other words, they have to row another time before they can get into the grand final. And
we have a start.
We have a start there.
College of New Jersey in this race in lane 1. Lane 2 is going to be Princeton. Lane 3, Georgetown. Lane 4, Franklin and Marshall. And lane 5, Tampa. So this will be an interesting race for us to watch. These women are going to be freshmen and novices, which means this should be their first year of rowing.
A novice can be anybody through their first 4 years of college if they have eligibility. So they could be a senior and still be a novice, never have rowed before. Whereas a freshman is an actual freshman in college in their first year.
Yeah, so these ladies maybe not as experienced or maybe as polished as some of the other rowers that we're going to see on the course today, but getting out here for their first season of rowing and learning about the sport and gaining that experience so that next year they can join the varsity level of their squads. So
in the camera, you're watching in the background some of the 8s head up past the island towards the starting line as they get ready and do their warm-ups. They usually have a 3-mile, 2-mile warm-up to get warmed up before they go up and wait for the start of their race.
And here we have that nice drone shot of beautiful conditions on the Schuylkill River this morning. I don't know that we can see our athletes quite yet on this shot, but it is still a beautiful shot, and we're so lucky to have the drones with us today for the Jefferson Dad Vail.
So if you look to the right of your screen there, you'll see those docks along the shoreline over there. Those are with Temple University has one of the boathouses closest to the bridge, and next to them is St. Joseph's University, and that's right around the 1,000-meter mark, 1,000 meters into it. Those, for you who aren't familiar with metric terminology, 400 meters is equivalent to a quarter mile. So these races are 2,000 meters. They're a mile and a quarter. Takes about, for an 8, I think probably about a minute and 10, 15 seconds to cover a quarter mile.
That'd be pretty fast.
That's pretty quick. They do 500 meters like 123s, 124s.
Sure. All right, so as our ladies are approaching the bridge and taking that turn, it does look like we still have a pretty good race with a lot of contact and overlap between several of the boats, maybe just with Franklin and Marshall possibly falling off the back of the pack a bit. It's a bit hard to tell because of the angle.
You notice the turns are a little bit different. Coxswains do different things at the turns. You saw that one boat there in closer to us, that's Princeton, that took a little bit of an earlier turn. As long as they don't infringe on the other boat's water, the referees, you can see them right behind him, making sure they're not going to infringe on the other boat. So sitting next to them is Georgetown University in lane 3, and now those two boats are moving away from each other a little bit. At the start, you can't see it from our point of view, but the start, and Megan mentioned earlier, is staggered. In other words, for this dog leg, you have to start one boat a little further back than the other. When they get to the bridge, then it all straightens out. So you really don't know who's in what position until you get through that bridge, and then it's just a fight for the finish.
Right, so again, we're going to be looking for the top 3 crews in this race to advance to the semifinals. And right now we are looking at crews from Princeton and Georgetown and the College of New Jersey on the right of your screen in the white boat. And it does look like the 2 New Jersey schools are leading the pack at the moment.
So that Princeton crew stroking a relatively low 29 strokes a minute. The orange and black blades you can see there. Doing a pretty good job for novice women. They're moving together. The blades are relatively clean. You don't see a lot of splashing going on.
Yeah, and rating 29 for a 2K, that's probably a pretty conservative rate, even for a freshman boat.
Look all the way over the other side of the course. That's probably Tampa. I can't see their bow number from here, but over in the white boat on the far side of the course, tracking that Princeton crew, looks to be University of Tampa.
Yeah, you're right, Casey. That is the University of Tampa on the far side. I might have miscalled that earlier. I apologize for that mistake. But it does look like Tampa is giving Princeton a really good race. These 2 crews being spread apart by the entire race course. So the coxswains are going to have to do a really good job communicating with their athletes because these athletes are going to be separated by 5 lanes.
You mentioned the coxswains. They're if you see them, they're not the ones rowing. They're laying down in the front of the boat, or usually they're laying down. You see the Princeton coxswain actually sitting up in there. They can't see behind them, and they rely on that person closest to them, the bow person, to let them know if they need to do anything defensive-wise or offensive-wise.
Yeah, so maybe the Princeton coxswain just sitting up a bit more than usual just to take a look around and make sure that she knows exactly where they are in the field, because in these early races, you don't ever want to be caught by surprise when you think you're in a qualifying position and then suddenly not realize that you hadn't seen someone in an outside lane. Tampa is a great example of that. These boats being so far apart, sometimes it's easy to lose track of where all your competitors might be on the course, given how wide the race course can be.
Well, you've been there before where you're in lane 1 and someone else is pacing you at lane 6, and it's hard to tell where you are, and to look across that far is really difficult. So when you have a coxswain in a boat, if they're adept, they can give you a sense of that, and hopefully they're correct. So this is the second heat, it looks like, of the women's Frost Novice 4 with the coxswain that just took off the line.
Yep.
And running down quickly, St. Thomas, you see in lane 1 closest to us. Then we have Penn State, Princeton, Gordon University, and Pittsburgh. And we're back on to the previous race, which is the first event of the women's Frost Novice 4. Crossing the 400-meter line where the buoy, the wire goes across, signifies 400 meters to go. The rowers can see that, and actually kind of gives them a signal for it's time to think about sprinting.
Yeah, so it does look like these lead 2 crews have broken away from Georgetown and have opened up open water over that 3rd place boat, the Georgetown Hoyas. And it is, I think, Tampa leading Princeton, but not by much at this stage. It's really going to come down to the sprint, I think, to decide who's going to take the win in this first heat of the women's.
Tampa's running that rating up right now. Let's see what they're at. Tampa now at 36 strokes a minute. So, yes, Tampa's on the move right here. And you can see some of the buoys going by. You can't judge exactly from the drone whether we're level or not, but it looks very level from here.
Yeah, and they're actually coming by the commentary booth now, and it does look like Tampa has established a nice lead over Princeton.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting strategy-wise to see what these women decide to do. This is just the first round of racing for them with several more to come. So deciding whether or not you want to do a full race effort in order to advance or advance in a higher position can be a strategic move based on what your team wants to do.
Well, you see Tampa at 36. That's pretty much a full race move for a novice crew. Princeton now at 31, so they've come up a little bit, and they're followed by Georgetown, also rowing a little bit higher here. See if we get a Georgetown rate.
Yeah, Princeton maybe just doing just what they need, maybe seeing that Tampa decided to run away with this, and they seemed maybe pretty happy in that second spot. Just doing what they needed to do to stay in front of Georgetown for this race.
Georgetown running 36 strokes a minute at the end there. They're probably just running a practice to see how it feels to run that sprint up a little bit. Coming up the inside here is the College of New Jersey in current 4th position. And in 5th position would be Franklin Marshall over there in lane 4.
Yep, so these ladies just finishing up their race, and they will be advancing to the 3rd and 4th finals based on their finish in this heat this morning. Oh, a little crab there in the Franklin and Marshall 2-seat. That is something that does sometimes happen in a freshman boat, but that's why we're here and we're running these events, and these ladies are here and entered and racing. It's to get those experiences and get those crabs out now.
So what's a crab?
That's a great opportunity to talk about crabs. A crab is an unfortunate incident that involves not getting your blade out of the water and clear of the water while the boat is continuing to move forward. So a lot of times it'll get stuck. And with the forward movement of the boat, the handle actually comes at you a lot of times and can actually lay you out in the boat flat, or it can eject you from the boat if you're going fast enough.
So for example, like if you were in an 8's with all the people in it, 1,500 pounds, and your oar gets stuck in the water. It's like slamming on your brakes to a dead stop, and yet you can't stop. And so it takes you and either brings that handle on your body, or like you said, it can actually take you out of the boat. And that's one of the reasons we have the referees out here for safety and fairness. If there's anything that happens along the way, like the small boats having issues or whatever, they're there for safety.
Yes. And there's always a chance that we're going to see a few more crabs today. They are just an occupational hazard for rowers, but an ejector crab is a pretty rare occurrence. You need a pretty specific set of circumstances for that to happen. So we'll be keeping our fingers crossed we don't see any of those in the commentary booth today.
Okay, so we're on this second heat of the women's Frost Novice 4 with Cox with 3 to go to the semifinals, and that is St. Thomas closest to us. In the middle, of course, Princeton again. In the lead, you see this V formation. As they seed the crews, if they know the seeds, the seeded crews are usually in the center of the course. So that's Princeton well out in front with open water over Penn State, and trailing behind them on either side, St. Thomas, Gordon, and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, nice job by the Princeton crew here to establish that lead early on in the race. Again, putting themselves in a position where they can just kind of get into their rhythm and flow while they're a little bit more relaxed, not having to fight off crews at this point in the race. Just really kind of rowing down the race course in their lane, in their rhythm, just getting some nice cues from their coxswain to stay relaxed and just keep the boat moving. And we're looking at...
That's St. Thomas there, I believe.
Yeah, and the nice shot from the drone that we had of the Princeton boat actually showed us that this 4 is going to be running what we call a bucket rig. Casey, why would you rig your boat as a bucket? And tell us what a bucket is.
Well, it used to be called a German rig, might still be, but a bucket rig is where you actually, rather than have alternate oars down the left side and right side of the boat, you would actually put 2 right next to each other. And why would you even consider doing that? Well, one, you might have an overpowering of one side of the boat to the other where you can't keep it straight. So you either crowd them together or you spread them further apart in order to help straighten the boat out a little bit. And sometimes it's just a matter of a coach's vision. If you've got two people that are really well matched, it's they can row close to each other like that, kind of like a sculling boat.
Yeah. There are a lot of merits to a bucket, and you see them really a lot more frequently in these 4s than you would in, say, an 8. Though it's not unheard of in an 8, it is a very common and very popular option for a rig in a 4.
So I was noticing this Princeton boat, they're rowing almost the identical stroke rate as the previous Princeton boat, about 31 strokes a minute. So you can imagine if they're out there side by side, they're matching each other in practice all the time.
Yeah, that was probably a squad-wide decision going into this race to kind of figure out if they were going to put themselves in a good position against their competition, that they could probably find that nice kind of lopey 31 strokes a minute where they could still get a good effort in and get some burn in the legs, but not have to push it too hard at this point.
Penn State is tracking them pretty close. They've actually looked like they closed the gap here in the second half of the race. That Princeton boat looked like they had a larger opening there. Penn State coming up on them now.
Yeah, but I think probably, Casey, what we're seeing is a move by Penn State, what we would say maybe with permission in the Princeton boat. The Princeton boat having established that lead early on and just happy to kind of sit out there in front and kind of watch Penn State maybe come back to them, knowing that they are still in control of this race.
Well, I'll tell you what, Penn State's come back a lot, but they're also spending a lot of energy doing so, and I don't think they have enough room to catch the Princeton boat at this point.
No, probably not at this point, and I think Princeton, having kind of understroked them and kind of underexpended energy up until this point in the race, knows that they still have a little bit more in their back pocket if Penn State decides that they get a little bit too feisty. I think Princeton is probably secure in that first qualification position, but good effort here from the Penn State ladies.
Absolutely.
To push it in this last little bit of the race. But we are looking for a third boat to qualify in this race, and we're looking at these athletes.
That's St. Thomas there in that third position, the gray boat here closest to us with the crosses on
the camera
the
director
oars.
is still looking at the crews that are across the finish line now, but we're watching these athletes vying for these third and fourth positions now. It is, as Casey was saying, it is St. Thomas and Gordon, but it does look like St. Thomas is currently just getting the best of Gordon as we come right down to the line. It is close, but I do think the St. Thomas ladies have come away with that third qualifying spot.
Yeah, just so you know, when we're looking at this and then going to the finish line, we are not on the line, so we are guessing, and nothing we say is going to be official.
Yes.
At least there, anyway.
And we do have our last boat from that last race just crossing the line now.
And that was Pittsburgh.
Yes, our women from Pittsburgh.
So the next race on the course is not our final, it's our second event of the Women's Frost Novice 4 with the Coxswain. Again, actually there's 4 heats of this.
Oh, there's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot. So again, 3 will go on. So the previous 2 heats, the top 3 went on to the finals. Here we have Colorado closest to us, Wisconsin in lane 2, Lafayette in 3, Grand Valley 4, Jefferson in 5, and we don't have anyone in 6.
And as Casey mentioned, all of our observations here in the commentary booth are going to be unofficial. But if you would like to get official results, you can download the Dad Vail app, where you will have access to, of course, our live stream, which you are already watching. But the live stream and results and any other pertinent information to the regatta will all be on the app, or you can always log on to dadvail.org for all of the official results from today's racing.
And those results are posted basically immediately. So if you want to see how they're doing, you can see it pop right up on the screen almost as soon as they cross the line. They do have to make things official before they put it up there, but it's as good as you're going to get and as close as you're going to get to the actual results each time.
So we have another nice race in these 4s coming down, and it does look like we have a pretty similar pattern, that chevron pattern from the center lanes out, taking shape. It does look like we have race leaders, probably Wisconsin.
It does. We saw Wisconsin a couple of weeks ago. Might not be the same people in the boat, but Wisconsin was down our Southern Intercollegiate Championships and scored quite well down there. So we're just watching Wisconsin now getting flagged. That means the referee behind them is not happy with their direction, and they could be infringing upon the water of the crew next to them, which is Colorado, trying to get Wisconsin back in their lanes. I saw a little bobble of the blades with Wisconsin, which kind of turned them a little bit, and they got it right back again.
Yeah, so nice race here in this women's freshman 4 as they are coming by the commentary booth here. You do see those Wisconsin Badgers out in front, and they are leading the crews from Colorado and Lafayette.
That's dead even, basically, between Lafayette and Colorado. But again, those 3 go on. So.
Yep. But between these two, Colorado and Lafayette, they may want to race it all the way to the line to see who gets the better qualifying position in the priority lane for the next round of racing.
And that's an important point, Megan. When you qualify for these races, your positioning in these heats can put you against a very high-ranked, fast crew or not. And so it's important to make sure you're racing right down to the wire.
Yep. But it is Wisconsin, I think, that is going to take the win in this heat of the women's freshman 4. And we'll wait for the official results for the outcome between Colorado and Lafayette. We do have Grand Valley across the line. And bringing up the back of this race is going to be our crew from Jefferson. Well, exciting racing. I'm so glad that these women's freshman 4s are so well subscribed today. It really says a lot about the depth of the teams that are able to bring all these freshman 4s.
Well, not only well subscribed, but they're racing very well with each other. I mean, sometimes you'll see, at least earlier in the racing season, there'll be larger gaps between a lead boat and a trailing boat. Here we're getting some pretty close racing considering, you know, the time these rowers have been out there training. Some have been only this semester, since January. So learning how to do this and match with other people in that shorter period of time is not easy.
All right, and it looks like we are looking at our next race, our next heat of the women's freshman 4. They have made it through the bridge, and they are coming down at us. It does look like we have a 4-boat race.
That's correct. Rollins on the inside. Rollins from the Orlando area down in Florida, and Iona next to them. Iona's from New York, and Georgia Tech in the yellow boat there with the black and yellow blades. And Michigan State College of Engineering. I can't recall what the O is.
Oh, it's Milwaukee, I think.
Milwaukee.
Is it? Uh-oh, we should probably look that up.
We need to look that up.
I'm sorry. But anyways.
Milwaukee School of Engineering. How's that?
Excellent. Thank you, my Wisconsin people. I see you and I hear you. But as we're looking at this race, it does look like we have some good overlap between these boats as they're coming through the middle of the course.
Again, another good race coming down. So Rollins now in the inside lane. Looks like they have that early lead. Again, the first half of the race, you can do really well if you put out a lot of energy in the first half, but the second half of the race, where it really comes home to roost, as you get tired, mistakes start happening, and a lot of things can cause you to slip back if someone else is continuing to row well in the second half.
Yeah, so this will be interesting as a 4-boat race, and these 3 boats pretty clearly out in front of Milwaukee. What these 3 crews are going to decide to do, if people are going to decide again to put the gas pedal all the way down for the entire 2K in order to get the best possible qualifying spot, or if their coaches maybe advise them, hey, let's save some stuff and keep it in the tank for later in the regatta.
Well, Rollins rowing 36. So out in the lead, 36, 3 to qualify. There's really little to no chance they would ever not qualify here. So they're spending a lot of strokes per minute. They may not have to, especially if they have to race again either later today. In some regattas, you got to race again later in the afternoon or tomorrow. Saving energy is always a big thing.
It is. I know for me personally, getting a good burn in the first race of the regatta was always really important and actually helped me to feel more recovered and better later in the day rather than more tired. So it could be that just getting out there, getting the nerves out, kind of flushing out all of that anxiety before the beginning of the regatta and just letting it all go in the heat is going to be a good thing for these athletes to kind of just get it out and burn it up before the more important rounds of racing later on.
So look at this. This is 3 boats overlapping here as we come into the last 150 meters. This is great racing. I mean, the excitement of those ladies out there, if their coxswain lets them know where they are, it's just got to be everything they've got. They're putting everything they have into each of those strokes.
Yeah, these Rollins ladies looking really feisty and punchy and holding on to that lead. It does look like they do want to fight for that top qualifying spot, but there are charges coming from the other 2 boats in this race, Iona and Georgia Tech. A little steering there from the coxswains. That's going to be a little close at the finish there between the blades, but it does look like they are going to get across the line safely. And it did look like Rollins was able to hold on to that first place finish in this heat of the women's freshman 4, but chased very hard by their competitors in the Iona and Georgia Tech boats. Great racing from those ladies. And here we're just looking at the crew from Milwaukee, just coming up to the finish line now.
You know, in Milwaukee, rowing low like they are doing here, they could be just in a position where, okay, we're not going to race them all the way down the course. They're only rowing 29 strokes a minute. So they're doing just opposite what you were saying, where I agree with you, where you get out there, your first race of the day, you get your butterflies out, you get your capillaries opened up, you get everything done. But some people just want to make sure they're saving as much energy as possible, and that could have been Milwaukee's strategy.
Yeah, it definitely could have. If they knew that maybe they weren't in a position to be competitive in advance in this first round of racing, saving it to get their best possible result in one of the lower levels of racing is absolutely a strategy.
Well, the other great thing about having multiple races, heats, semifinals, repechages, whatever you want to call them, is the fact if you make a mistake or several mistakes in your heat
happens.
Or whatever, bad stroke, we saw one crew out here catch what we call a crab. And if that takes you out of position, you can correct those things in your next round, and your hopes are that you can put a better one together if you do have those mistakes your next time out.
Yep, definitely. So it looks like we are now looking at our first round of our men's freshman 4s. Again, we're looking at the top 3 out of this race to qualify for the semis. In lane 1, we have Stockton. It's going to be closest to us. In lane 2, we have Case Western. Lane 3, Drexel. Lane 4, Buffalo. And lane 5, Washington College.
So our early look on these down here, it looks like Case Western and Drexel are your two contenders for your top 2 spots right now.
Yeah, Drexel, a local crew. They were able to bring a very large contingent. One of the largest teams entered here at the Dad Vails this year.
Yeah, those 2 boats clearly with open water out in front of the trailing 3 crews at Stockton State, Buffalo, and Washington College.
Yeah, the Drexel guys looking pretty comfortable in there. I would say there's a fair amount of side-to-side action happening in that boat, but they are making it work.
When you say side-to-side action, what do you mean by that?
Well, we have, as you can see, every athlete has only one oar in these boats. We're sweep rowing, so you're either a port or a starboard, and that means that when you are taking a rowing stroke, you're going to have to lean to your side, either to your left or to your right if you're a starboard or a port. And sometimes if you get a little bit off balance or you're not moving quite with the rhythm of the boat, you can cause the boat to get a little bit too tippy. And the boat will lean more to one side or more to the other instead of trying to run a little bit more even between the 2 sides.
So if you're looking at the screen here, you can see the heads of the rowers. You see the gaps open and close. If you look at the heads there, some are moving to the right, some are moving to the left, kind of signifying what you're talking about. And in many respects, coaches coach that way. They'll call it scissoring, and where you're actually leaning in slightly towards your oar. Other coaches like to have the heads absolutely directly in line and don't like to have scissoring. So it's a matter of coach's discretion, how he teaches his crews, how he coaches his crews the best way to row in his eyes or her eyes.
Yeah, but this is going to turn out to be a nice tight race between these two lead crews. It does look like they are just about dead level as they are coming up to us in the commentary booth.
Yeah. Case Western does have that advantage, though. We'll see what they're rating here. We'll see how they look like they're rating in the low 30s. Probably a little bit more than low 30s. They're rowing about 35 strokes a minute. Drexel now, their home course, Drexel now throwing some shots out there, trying to get their nose out in front before they get that last 150 meters.
Yeah, we're well into the red buoys here, so these guys are going to be just about as high as they're going to get for the rest of the race course. It does look like Drexel is using that sprint to try and move up on the Case Western boat, but they might not get there.
38 strokes a minute for Drexel. So yes, they're trying to do. I see the Case Western rowers looking out of the boat, seeing if they got them to the line.
Yeah, we love to see that competitive spirit between these boats. It does look like Case Western was able to come away with the win there over Drexel. And the rest of the field just coming by us now.
And this is the third position, Stockton State here with a little bit of an open water lead over Buffalo. And that would give Stockton State the chance to move on to that semifinal, whereas the other ones go to the third and fourth level finals.
Yeah, and Stockton looking like they're putting in a good effort here to make sure that they're staying well and safely in that third qualifying spot, just holding off that Buffalo crew here in these closing strokes.
Yeah, the thing is you cannot let your concentration go. I've seen so many times within a couple of strokes at the end, someone takes their concentration off and boom, they have a mistake and they don't make it.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing with rowing is that the more tired you get down the race course, it actually requires more and more concentration as the stroke rate wants to come back up again, and you need to be more and more technically precise in these last few strokes. But here we are back at the start line again with our next race, which is going to be the second heat of our men's freshman 4. And they are off the line now. In lane 1, we'll have New York University, lane 2, Lafayette, lane 3, LaSalle, lane 4, Catholic, and lane 5, Merchant Marine. Looked like a good start from those guys.
Well, you get a beautiful shot of Fairmount Park here on the Schuylkill River in Philadelphia. All the trees, the island in the middle, that's the 400 meter to go. You get the tip of that island, 450 meters. But that's a shot of our 2,000 meter course as you go up above the bridge to the starting area. If the drone ever gets up that far, you might see how these crews stage up above the starting line before the next bridge. But just a beautiful natural course, been around since the mid-1800s. The boathouses that are further up behind us on Boathouse Row, I think some of the first ones were started in the 1850s, if I'm not mistaken. But if you're ever in Philadelphia, that is one of the spots you need to go, is walk down Kelly Drive here and check out the boathouses on Boathouse Row.
Yeah, so much history and such a great legacy of the sport of rowing in Philadelphia here on the Schuylkill. One of the most iconic and storied settings for American rowing. Oh, we can just barely see our crews as they're taking that turn and approaching the bridge. It's going to be too early for us to call the margins, but here we have the results from our last race.
Yeah. Only 2 seconds separating Case Western and Drexel. That was a very tight race for them.
Yeah, good effort from those guys to make it nice and tight. Should make the semifinals for these guys quite interesting.
Yeah. And, you know, that said, these crews will be looking, the coaches will be, first thing to do is look at the times for one semifinal and next. It's like, where was I? Was I first on all of them? And how far ahead was I? Or was I fourth? Where am I going to be? So
yeah.
We all play the game.
Yeah, looking at times can be kind of a mind game because, as we know, rowing is an outdoor sport and conditions can change quite drastically between heats. So you're not always comparing the exact same things when you're looking at times between different races,
yeah.
But everyone does do it.
So conditions here are about as good as you can get. I mean, we have just a very, very slight tailwind breeze. It makes the races just a tiny bit faster, but there's no bump on the water. There's no wind chop or anything. And, you know, being an outdoor sport, this can be anything from glass to waves.
Yeah,
today
these-
we're perfect.
These rowers are going to be loving these conditions. And maybe as a coxswain, you might actually like some of this cloud cover too, so you're not looking at glare or any reflection off the water. It should make it easier to see these buoys as you're coming down the course. And also the rain is holding off for now, which I probably should stop bringing it up so that I don't jinx it. But we're very grateful to have these really perfect, cool rowing conditions for our racing today. And looking at the camera shot of these athletes just coming past the bridge now, it does look like our crews in the center lanes again are out in front.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So that looks to be LaSalle and Catholic University in the middle of the course. I think the only one really trailing the group there is back in lane 1, New York University. The other ones are the third and fourth place crews, Lafayette and Merchant Marine, are going to be fighting it out. Looks like for the third position to get in those semifinals. But in the middle of the course, it is LaSalle that is leading at the moment.
Yeah, that's a nice lead that LaSalle has set themselves up with. Again, that open water lead in a boat like the Four is really nice to have, especially at this stage in the race where you still have a fair amount of race course to cover. You can just kind of get into your rhythm and focus on each other as a crew without having to worry too much about a lot of pressure from these other crews bringing up the next two positions behind you.
So on your split screen there, you can see the next race is already taken off for the next event, the Men's Frosh Novice 4. But we want to focus as best we can on this finish.
Yeah,
what we don't see there is on the far side of the course, unfortunately, is the Merchant Marine School to see how they're doing, if they're going to be in a potential qualifying position.
Yeah, but it does still look like LaSalle are your race leaders out the clear open water margin over the rest of the field. It does look like they will be taking that first qualification spot in this men's freshman novice 4.
So now we're seeing a better look at the LaSalle and Lafayette, the LaSalle and Catholic crews. And it is currently the Lafayette crew that has that third position, and they have it fairly easily at this point with several lengths of open water over fourth place Merchant Marine, and trailing the field, unfortunately, New York University in lane 1 closest to us.
And wouldn't you know it, just as soon as I said that, it started to rain. So these athletes are going to be finishing up their race with just a nice cooling rain this last couple minutes of racing for them. And unfortunately, I think that does mean we will also be losing our drone coverage for the duration of this little bit of rain that we're going to have. So we'll be relying on our static cameras. But here you have a nice shot of your race leaders, the LaSalle freshman 4. But it does look like we're having a nice spirited move from the guys in the Lafayette boat. That looks like they're going to be practicing their step up in their sprint. They're bringing their rate up, see if they can take a couple seats back on this LaSalle crew.
And they're rowing very well together, very matched with the bodies, very matched with the heads.
Yep, so there we have the LaSalle guys coming across the line. There's a shot of our Lafayette guys, again, racing that bucket rig. And they'll take that second qualifying spot.
We've got to shut the...
And then here's Catholic, who will be taking that third qualifying spot in the men's freshman 4. And here we're looking at the guys from Merchant Marine just finishing up their race. They'll be advancing to the third level final.
Control, this is start. Control, go ahead.
And then here's the boat from NYU. And those very distinctive purple uniforms. These guys just not quite up with the pace today, but we are very glad to have them here at the Dad Vail.
Finish, this is start.
And here we go. Just them. That's a finish for NYU.
Finish, go ahead. Race 15, West Point, lane 6, no foul number, over.
Okay, again, so your qualifiers in that race were LaSalle, Lafayette, and Catholic in that order. We'll wait for times, but we are looking at the next race coming down. It's going to be another heat of our men's freshman novice 4. In lane 1, closest to us, we'll have Pittsburgh. Lane 2, Milwaukee. Lane 3, Georgia Tech. Lane 4, Fairfield. And lane 5, Penn State.
Finish, this is start. In addition, lane 5, Manhattan will not be starting, over.
So one of the things I was thinking about, Megan, was how do these kids get involved in rowing? It's not like your the type of sport you think of, like people think of football, basketball, those kind of things. Rowing's a little bit odd, and you don't get out there just because I think I'm going to be a rower. Probably someone invites you to come with them because they want to see what it's like. You go with an invitation out there. What was it for you when you first started?
Well, rowers are just typically a very social creature. So I think it can oftentimes be the people that attract new athletes and new recruits to the sport. That's the case for me. I was able to see and experience kind of the rowing culture on campus and found out that I could walk on. So it was actually meeting other rowers on campus. They let me know that there was an opportunity for people like me to walk on. I know a lot of colleges early on in the school year will have people out on campus that are looking for tall students who might not already have a full social calendar and are maybe looking for other activities, and rowing sometimes is a good fit for those people.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much exactly how it happens. Is if you've never seen rowing before, if you rowed in high school, again, it's the same kind of thing. You're attracted to something like that. Let's go back to the races here. As we have for this men's Frosh Novice 4, this is the third event of this. We have 4 total for this. And in the middle of the course here, we've got well out in front. Who do we have out in front here?
Looks
That
like lane
is
4.
Lane 4 looks
The
like
Fairfield guys?
Yeah, Fairfield doing a great job here. And we have a real struggle for the next three positions here, right across the board here from far side of the course at Penn State and Georgia Tech and Michigan State. And
It's
man,
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Yeah, but great racing from these guys. It is going to be the Fairfield boat easily out in front, but a 3-boat race for these remaining 2 spots. These guys are really putting the hammer down to see who can get out in front and stay in front. It does look like it's going to be probably Milwaukee. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not even going to call it. I think the sprint really ended up working out well for these guys, and it's going to be super close across the line for between these 3 boats, Milwaukee, Georgia Tech, and Penn State. We're going to have to wait for the official results for those 3.
I know from racing on this course that if you're a rower and you're looking across to the finish line, it's a little bit different. You need to sense that you're out in front on the farther lanes than the near lanes. The ones out in the far lanes tend to think you're a little bit behind if you're level with someone. You always want to be you want to be in front all the time anyway.
And now the camera director is just focusing on this crew from Pittsburgh in the yellow boat with the yellow blades. Bow seat with that nice bucket I had appropriate for the rain today. These guys just finishing up their race.
At one time, all these boats, of course, were wood. And now you have it basically any color you want. Some people put some exotic things on there. A lot of these boats, what are they made out of? Carbon fiber mostly. Some very few now have fiberglass in them, but for the most part, they're all carbon fiber. The oars, same thing, carbon fiber. You've probably heard or seen about things with that. There's parts for airplane parts, military parts. So these boats are not cheap. They're up there.
They are
Carbon's not cheap.
They are not cheap.
And what do they weigh? Like
Oh. I should probably know that. I don't.
Well, an 8 in international rowing is a 211 pound, I think, weight standard.
Oh, that's too heavy.
For women in NCAA's is 205.
Okay.
Okay. The 4s, I think, are something like 112 pounds.
Okay.
So the boat completely rigged with riggers and seats and everything that goes in them in those weights there. So give you an example. A single. What's a single weigh?
Oh, man. When was the last time I weighed in a single?
30 pounds.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
30
probably
pounds.
right. Something like 14 kilos.
27 feet long, weighs 30 pounds.
Yep.
And that's international weight standard. So if you go under that, you could be excluded from a race that actually weighs the boats. They don't weigh them here, which is a good thing.
But looking at this next race, we do have, it looks like our final round, our final heat of the men's freshman novice 4. We'll have,
It's like 5 boats. Manhattan looks like they have scratched in here.
it looks like there was an exclusion for Manhattan, but we do have Villanova in lane 1, West Point in lane 2, George Washington in lane 3, Carnegie Mellon in lane 4, and West Point in lane 5.
And look at the times on that previous event. The 6, we're talking 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds between second and 4. So very, very close as they all went to the line there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Penn State just missing out on that third
Yeah.
qualifying spot, but really great racing from those guys in the freshman 4.
So again, with the way they seed these crews, if they get their seedings correct, typically you're looking at the middle of the course for getting your dovetail pattern or your chevron pattern established as the fastest crew. Normally in the center lanes 3 and 4.
Yeah, so it does look like we're having a really nice boat race shaping up between West Point and George Washington. Looks like Villanova is falling off the back of the pace. They are not on your screen at the moment. And then the other 2 boats in this race, Carnegie Mellon and West Point, also not quite up with the pace. So it will be interesting with the 3 boats at the back of the field who is going to come away with that 3rd spot. But your race leaders are... Am I getting this?
Here we go. Yeah, West Point GW.
Yeah, beautiful shot from the drone there, just showing how close these 2 crews are. A nice race, and it's always nice when the lane right next to you is giving you a good push so you can feel that energy right next to you on the race course.
Oh, look at this West Point crew come by. It just looks controlled. They just look like they're working hard. I mean, when people are working really hard like that, it looks like they're really not doing anything. Those guys are working really hard, but they look fairly controlled.
They do. I think they know probably they're in that qualifying position, and they are not under threat from these 3 boats in the back of the field. So it looks like maybe they're going to be happy to let that George Washington boat just take the W on this one, live to see another day, race another round. But it does look like as we're bringing up the next 3 boats, it is going to be the second West Point boat that is going to be able to take that 3rd qualifying position. They are well in front of the boats from Villanova.
Yeah, they're missing that bow number over there. They're over in lane 6, but the officials caught that early on. So see the Villanova, when the guys are looking over at the other crew over there, trying to see if they're staying in front of that the Carnegie Mellon crew.
Yeah, it does look like Villanova is mounting a pretty furious sprint against the Carnegie Mellon boat in order to advance to that 3rd level final.
Yeah. And referee signifying a fair race. They raise a white flag at the end of the event to make sure everything looked good and there's no protest going on. I mentioned protests. There are possibilities, there are times where there's an impingement or infringement on another boat, and a protest by one crew can happen, and they would signify to the official at the end of the race if they felt they were unfairly disadvantaged, and they would lodge a protest there, and then the referees would decide on that. Unfortunately, we haven't seen anything like that yet. and hopefully we won't for the rest of the regatta.
Hopefully not. We did see that we had a few close calls with some of the steering and some of the straight boats, the coxless boats,
Yeah.
earlier today, but luckily they were able to get that under control and were not harming any of their fellow competitors or their races. So
When we say interfering, there are times where we've seen the steering where the blades actually touch each other, and that can interfere with your rhythm. If it doesn't do anything to positioning, a lot of times there's no sense in doing any kind of protest there.
Yep. And typically we'll only see protests from crews who are in contention to advance.
Correct.
So if you're in a boat that's bringing up a non-advancing position, maybe in the 5th or 6th position, usually a protest is not going to be a thing for you. It would be for the crews who maybe had their chances to advance to the next round of racing or to win a medal.
So we're waiting for this next event to come down. If you're just tuning in, we're at the 83rd running of the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on the Schuylkill River. There are 75 universities and rowing programs attending here today, something on the order of 300 different classifications of boats on the water, from one-person single sculls up to the big eights. But we go all day long here with our heats and semifinals, and then tomorrow, Saturday, we also go on to the grand finals, the petite finals, and for the trophies tomorrow for the medals.
So while we have a second here, Casey, tell me a little bit about the crews that come to the Dad Vail. Well, we're looking at a start now. Guess we don't have time to talk about that. We can talk about it later. We're looking at the women of the freshman eights coming off the line here. So our first eights on the course for the day. And it looks like we are going to have a 4-boat race here, looking at West Point in lane 2, Drexel in lane 3, Bryant in lane 4, and Pitt in lane 5.
So as we go through the day, we've seen singles, we've seen pairs with 2 oars, we've seen 4s with 4s. Now we're in the 8s. The 8s are the fastest boats on the water, men or women, depends on the category. But the times will get faster and faster as they come down the course.
Yeah, so in these bigger boats, obviously we're going to have more players, and we start to see a little bit more specificity in terms of who you're going to be putting in which seats in these 8s. So a lot of times we're talking about different seats having different personality traits or different skills, different ability levels. Should we talk a little bit about that?
That's really a good point, because a coach, that's probably one of the things that gives you gray hair, is how do you put an 8 together? How do you find the people that work well together mentally, physically? Do they match up blade work? I mean, you talked about bucket rigs earlier, and sometimes that's a factor in how do you get people to match up. Does a boat go straight? Do you have strong people on one side or the other? I mean, there's so many things that go on. It takes coaches many times an entire year or longer to find their combinations. And you can't just, oh, here's a team, we just throw them out there and go. Not at all. It's miles and miles and hours of work.
Yeah, in these bigger boats, it can be a very complex formula to find the correct seat order and the correct personalities and the correct kind of teamwork that you really need to make a boat be fast. It's not always just putting your top or your strongest athletes just in the boat. They often need a specific seat in a specific order to really capitalize on all of your teams.
So look at that Drexel crew coming to the bridge now, just inside that, just inside the abutment. Actually, for me, when I was racing, it was better to be in the middle of the middle between the 2 abutments, because you can cut the corner. Whereas when you're right next to the abutment, sometimes you can only go so close, otherwise the oars will hit. But Drexel handling that beautifully there in lane 3. And look at what we call the swing of the boat. These ladies are moving, just rocking back and forth, kind of like in a way like a rocking chair, but just coming up and entering the water and then propelling the boat by those puddles you're seeing they're making with the blades.
Yeah, and a beautiful shot of this West Point crew that is currently holding down that 2nd position in this women's freshman 8 event. chasing the Drexel boat, and we just lost that beautiful drone shot, and so now we're going to look at these tiny boats. Oh, there's the drone again. The West Point crew really doing a good job just to hold on to that boat contact with race leaders Drexel.
One of the things that early on when you're first looking at rowing, you think that the oars are moving the puddles past the boat. That's not the case. You're actually propelling the boat past the puddles. The blades themselves, the oars lock themselves in the water, and you lever the boat by. So you push with the legs, and you basically pry the body open, and you're hanging on the oars and trying to accelerate the boat by those puddles.
And
So-
Casey explains it beautifully, but believe me, it can take a lifetime to figure that out, because I know it took me a very long time to master that concept and that idea of prying the boat past the oar as opposed to pulling the oar through the water. But looking at the race and the margins there, it does look like Drexel has moved out to maybe just a little bit of open water over our West Point crew. Both of those crews doing a really good job to have a nice solid race here through the middle of the race course.
So with 4 boats out here, Megan, and you got 3 to go on, and say you're in one of the 3rd boats or 4th boats, what are you thinking? What is a coxswain thinking?
Oh, it's such a challenging position to be in when you know that there's no prize given for being the last boat in this 4-boat race. Fourth boat in this race is going to be going directly to the B final. That's a brutal progression for these ladies, but rowers are known for being some of the most stubborn athletes out there. I'm going to guess that looking at these margins, though they are what they are, that none of these athletes have given up, that all of them are going to fight all the way to the line. Because as we've been talking about, there are things that can happen in a matter of moments in a rowing race that can really change the trajectory of the entire progression. If any of these athletes were to catch a crab or have any kind of equipment failure, one of these 2 lead boats who are in this really nice position could suddenly be out of the race.
Absolutely. And again, that's the discipline that the coach tries to inspire to each of the rowers is you don't want to look out of the boat. You don't want to be turning your head left or right because you can make mistakes. And what makes a boat go faster than another? Well, it's probably more what makes a boat go slower than another is because of mistakes you make. And the mistakes can be so many things in this. It looks like everyone's doing the same thing. They are. But it's the rotation of the blades to square it up or turn it flat again. It's the movement of the hands away. It's all these body movements that have to be coordinated, much like an orchestra. You know, if you're doing the bowstrings of the violin section, they all have to be going at the same speed, the same angle, change, identical.
Yeah, I used to think about myself just trying to become a piece of the equipment in the boat and how seamless I could integrate my body into the actual rowing equipment. Seamlessly, I should say, because that's really what we're trying to do when you're trying to move the boat with your body, is just become one with the equipment and cause as little disturbance to the equipment and to the boat as possible.
And so speaking of that Drexel crew is doing just what we're talking about, is making as little disturbance as possible to the boat and just matching every nuance of the movement. And the whole body's involved, from your ankles, your feet, all the way to your head. So all these movements have to be coordinated.
Yeah, these guys looking really polished for a novice crew, I've got to say, and I can actually hear the coxswain from here. She's calling them up so that they can practice walking up through their sprint rates, taking those rates up in these last few strokes of the race. Not leaving anything to the imagination. They're just going to run all the way through their race plan here.
Yeah.
West Point maybe not stepping all the way up the way that we saw with the Drexel crew as they've gone by, but West Point securely in that 2nd qualifying position.
And Megan, dependent upon the depth of these teams, and I don't mean in the 8 here, but some of these teams, they might have, 6 or 8 different levels of boats, from 8s to 4s to pairs to on down. So you have more than one coach, because one coach can't coach all these people. It's just too much. So you'll have, some of these teams will have one coach and one volunteer. Some will have 5 coaches. It really depends on how big your team is and what you can safely handle out there.
Yep. And it does look like we have a finish in this race, and it was Pittsburgh who took that 3rd qualifying spot, and it will be Bryant that will advance to the B final. Yeah, as you were saying, it is so important for these teams to have lots of options on their coaching staff. I know lots of different coaches actually have different preferences for which types of boats they prefer to work with. And that can create a lot of good options and harmony in the boathouse, knowing that you have people who prefer to work with the 4s or the small boats versus working with the 8s. And we're looking at our next race on the course now. This is another heat of our women's freshman novice 8s. We'll have 4 more boats coming down in this race. We're looking at Grand Valley in lane 2, Temple in lane 3, Bowdoin in lane 4, and Yukon in lane 5. And we have a bit of a wide shot here, so it's a little bit hard to tell where we're at with the margins. But again, we're going to be looking for the top 3 from this race, and our 4th place finisher in this race will go directly to the B final.
Well, your lane 4 is definitely the one that's out in front. That lane 4 is our Bowdoin team. It's been a fairly close run for that 2nd, 3rd, 4th position here. Looks like maybe our trailer, and I don't want to say that. That's just too much for me to call at this point. We'll see when they get a little bit closer down here. But the Bowdoin boat in lane 4 is definitely the one that is going to show them the way to the finish line, it looks like, unless, like you said before, if there's any mistakes that could stop them long enough to do that, that'd be a hard thing to do, though. Even if they make a mistake this far out.
Oh, what a great shot of that Bowdoin boat as they're just kind of loping down the course here. Those checkered blades look really nice, just dropping really nice and lightly into the water there as they're just moving along out in front.
That what you would consider to be is a relaxed mode.
It looks very nice and relaxed to me. The polar bear is just doing a great job out in front to just take a look at what's happening with the race behind them. But that open water margin is a nice comfy spot to be in an 8, especially as they're coming past the island here now. Not much rowing left for them to do in this round of racing. So just practicing getting into that flow, feeling each other in the boat and listening to the cues from the coxswain, just maybe walking through their race plan for their final.
So I'm watching this 8 here, Bowdoin, and I'm watching the stroke oar. She's the one closest to the coxswain, steering the boat in the end. And where she puts that oar in the water, you actually could see her get past the swirls of the puddles. And that's really, really good, because that means she's getting what they call positive run. The boat runs out between strokes, and she gets a good solid bite on the water there. And she's not in the other person's puddle, which is a little bit less strong.
Yeah, so it is that Bowdoin boat out in front, but really what a race we're going to have between position 2, 3, and 4.
Well, that's Connecticut there in the far lane over there in lane 5 that's pushing as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping the camera director will make sure that we get a good shot of our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th boats fighting for those last qualifying spots. This is another nice, really cool shot of our race leaders Bowdoin in this heat of the women's freshman 8. Looking very, very classy there out in front.
Kind of even space there between Connecticut, Temple, and Grand Valley here, about the even spacing between their bows and sterns and each other there.
Yeah, it does look like Connecticut has gotten themselves pretty securely into that 2nd place position, and Temple into that 3rd place position. Here we can see the Temple crew just bringing up that 3rd spot ahead of Grand Valley. But great racing from these freshman ladies. Should be a very fun final for us tomorrow.
I just noticed that Connecticut boat, they didn't stop when they crossed what would appear to be the line. They rowed to the bridge.
Well, that's the better error to make, isn't it? To keep rowing past the bridge as opposed to stopping in front of it.
How many times have you seen crews stop a stroke ahead of or 2 ahead of the line?
I won't name any names. Never me.
No, because
definitely never me.
I never did that. I never looked around for the line.
Oh no, we would never see that in racing. Bow seats never look for the line. So we do have our first round of the men's freshman eights on the course. We did see them in the split screen just a moment ago. We'll have 5 boats coming down in this race. We'll have lane 1, Minnesota, lane 2, Penn State, lane 3, Temple, lane 4, Delaware, and lane 5, Pitt. So it looks like the guys are just coming through the bridge now and finishing up their work on the turn in order to get straight on the race course.
Just a reminder, if you want to see what the time, sometimes we have the times for each of the races come up on the screen here. But if you go to the Dad Vail app, you'll be able to see the finish times on all the events pretty much as they happen once they're official.
Between the stake boats rather than sideways like this, it'll be helpful.
Yep, and if you have missed any of the racing, we are going to be uploading and archiving all of the races individually on YouTube. You can find the link for that on dadvail.org. And looking at the times here, that's a nice classy win from Bowdoin.
Yeah,
Sub
6:57. That's that's pretty darn good.
That's a
And
nice
that's a-
time to have in a freshman.
Freshman 8, absolutely.
Let's get these boats out onto the middle of the course when they go through the stake boats. Over.
So here come our men's freshman 8s. It does look like our lane 1 crew has maybe fallen off the back of the pace.
We
a
only have
bit.
2 to the final here. This is the first time in our heats where we haven't had 3 going to the final or the semifinals. It's only 2, so this makes it a little bit tougher for these crews.
Yes, and of the 3 heats in this event, this one is the one that is going to have 5 boats. The other 2 will have
Yeah.
4. So this is going to be a tougher progression for the crews that drew this heat.
Well, you've got a lot of these are your well, I would say your Northeast crews: Penn State, Temple, Delaware, Pittsburgh, Minnesota. The only one out of the region here. They might be the. I wonder if they're the ones that. Yeah, they're back from the pack there. So
Yeah.
your Philadelphia crews here in the middle, Temple in the middle of the course, doing what Temple is famous for here at the Dad Vails.
Yeah, it does look like Temple has taken the lead of this race and that they might be leading Rollins 1 lane over.
So the Owls are definitely flying down the course.
Thank you for that, Casey.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think they have their claws out too.
Oh, boy. I hope none of these other schools have rodents as their mascots. But the Temple guy's looking pretty good. Blade work handling it okay.
Yeah. And the Delaware Blue Hens, they are currently in second. So your top 2, Penn State and Delaware.
Yeah, this is a very flattering shot of the Temple crew. Makes them look like they are completely alone on the race course, but they have established a really nice lead for themselves over the rest of the field. And again, it does look like they are going to be working this sprint step process here in the last couple strokes of the race. The coxswain has called them up, and they are just sharpening up and tuning things up for later on in the regatta. See them charging by. The commentary booth here is a nice shot of them from the side, just working on those sprint strokes. And looking pretty snazzy there.
Delaware right behind them. Just a little bit of difference. We talked about run earlier. There's a little bit of difference in those boats as far as how far they're going between strokes. And you add those up over the 240 strokes or so of the 2,000-meter race course, that can be sometimes only a bow ball, an inch. Sometimes it could be boat lengths.
Yeah, so it's going to be Temple and Delaware that take those 2 qualifying spots in this heat of the men's freshman 8.
And Pittsburgh in third position here. Top the next 2 to the second final. But we've got a third boat here. I don't see what our progression is for that third boat.
But it is going to be Minnesota and Penn State just duking it out for these last 2 positions. It does look like Minnesota still has their bow out in front, but not by much at this stage, maybe just a couple of seats. But they are going to hold on to that last spot over Penn State. We will have to check on the progression for you and where Penn State is going to go from here.
Yeah, I don't know. Without seeing the progression here, it could be they are eliminated.
It could be. That would be quite brutal. But as we know, rowing is a very tough sport, and these are some of the life lessons that we get to learn participating in our wonderful sport. Well, we just got to see our start there from our next round of the men's freshman 8. We'll have a 4-boat race for 2 qualifying spots. We're looking at West Point in lane 2, Rutgers in lane 3, Rollins in lane 4, and Stockton in lane 5.
So these freshman novice boats, we've seen the 4s in the 8s now. We also have the second-tier boats, sometimes called 2V8s or JV8s, and then you have the first variety. It shows the depth of how many people are out with these programs, how many people are trying out for these boats. And if you're in the freshman novice 8, what's your goal? I want to get in that next boat. I want to get in that varsity 8 somehow. Is coach noticing me? Am I pulling hard enough? All those things go through these rowers' minds when they're learning how to do this, and in one boat want to advance on to the next one, the premier boat in their team.
Yeah, and that's such an important feature and such a valuable thing to have on a team, is to have lots of athletes who are creating a nice bottom pressure system. So those athletes who are maybe just getting started with their careers or maybe still working on their technique and their fitness, always kind of hungry and chasing after those athletes who are in the middle of the group or even the top of the group in order to earn those top seats.
I know I used to make my my varsity rowers a little bit upset because I would spend a fair amount of time trying to bring up the lesser experienced rowers, and they'd always come to me like, how come you're not coaching me? I said, because I'm trying to bring these people to push you guys a little bit more.
Yeah, there's always something to be said about kind of the peer pressure element of other athletes coming after you versus just being told by your coach that you need to be better.
So in that previous race of the men's freshman novice heavyweight 8, we saw Bowdoin at about 5:56. Here, Temple 5:52. So you know those coaches and rowers are going to be looking at those times like, oh, that's a boat length. We got them by a boat length. We didn't have to row hard. But
the time game, game is just such a dangerous trap, and all of us know that you cannot read that much into times.
No,
there's so many different things that go into creating the circumstances for the times in a given race, but we can't help ourselves, can we?
It's a race for time. What do you do?
So here's a nice shot of our freshman men coming down the course here. It does look like we have one of our boats in the outside lanes that is doing quite well.
That's Rollins there. We'll take a look at Stockton out in lane 6. I don't see Stockton in a moment, although I see Wash out there, so there could be Stockton with them.
Yeah, but Rutgers there in the red uniforms, being followed by West Point.
No, that was Wash from something else. So that is Rollins out in front. Rollins has actually done a very good job in the races down south. They're from Orlando, Florida. They've performed quite well at the Southern Intercollegiate Championships down there in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. So they are glad to see them doing well here as well. So, these crews travel to a lot of different places for these races, and they start their racing season down south. I know they start as early as February, late February. Up north, it's a little bit different. I think their opening days are usually around, they're in spring break in March, and they'll travel south for spring break to get that extra water time in. That's usually the first time most of the northern crews can get on the water is in March.
Yeah, so looking at this field now, it does look like we have a better picture of kind of how things are falling into place here. It does look like Rollins is out in front being chased by Rutgers and West Point, and it is Stockton who has fallen off the back of the field over in lane 5. So Rollins doing a really nice job here just to establish that kind of dominant position early on in the race.
36 strokes a minute for Rollins, and looking down the course here, it's actually a pretty good fight for that second place position, and those other two boats aren't that far behind Rollins. I mean, there's still 650 meters to go. A lot can happen here.
Yeah, usually in an 8, if you don't have that open water margin by about this point in the race, I would say that you are still within striking distance. So
yeah,
Rollins is going to be looking for that open water margin. If they don't have it already, it does look like they probably do have that established at this point. But it does look like it is going to be a race here between Rutgers and West Point for that second qualifying position, with someone just going to be narrowly missing out on advancing here in the men's freshman 8.
So West Point rowing a low 32 comparatively. Rollins about 34.5, 35. Liking that open water lead. Good for them that they've got that rating where it seems to be their groove. But look at the race here for second here between Rutgers and West Point.
Yeah, and so these Rollins guys are not going to want to take the foot off the gas at this point. With a race this close coming up behind them, these two crews are going to be pushing each other basically to the limit and going to be pushing back into that lead that Rollins has. It does look like it's significant enough that even a huge sprint from West Point and Rutgers is not going to close the gap. But wow, it is going to come down to the line for these guys.
Rutgers 38 strokes a minute. Let's see if West Point's going to come up here at all in the last 10 strokes.
Oh man, this is going to be a great race for this qualifying. Everything is on the line in order to get into the final between these two boats.
33 for West Point. They have not gone up.
Yeah, it's going to be too close to call from here, but West Point versus Rutgers for the second qualifying position in the men's freshman 8. Only one of these two crews will advance to the final.
That was probably one of the closest finishes we've seen all day here. Let's see what the
man,
times are when they come up.
I can't wait. Yeah, nice shot of our guys here at the finish. Having done a really nice job and hope they had their coffee this morning, because that was a good way to start the regatta. Nice, close, competitive racing here in the men's freshman 8.
Well, if you want to see how close it is, go to that Dad Vail app and get the times as soon as possible, although you'll probably see it on the screen here very
nice
shortly.
Nice sportsmanship there from the gentleman giving a thumbs up to their competitors. Nice racing across there. And our last boat in this race, Stockton, now just coming across the line.
So in races that are that close, too, a lot of times they have a timed camera on the finish line, because sometimes these things are within hundredths of a second. And you think, gosh, it's a mile and a quarter, 240 strokes, and you're that close. Oh.
That's one of the most special things about our sport, is that you can find competitors who are just so evenly matched that they have almost identical output over the course of 6 or 7 minutes of racing, and it really just is incredible that it can come down to a margin of inches.
Some people ask, what does it take to be a rower? Well, you have to be strong. You have to have a lot of power and punch. You also have to have endurance. So it's a strange mix of how to train for something like this. You're not, running a 40-yard dash. You got to be like an endurance athlete, but you also have to have all the power and the punch.
Yeah, it is really a unique blend of power and endurance, as you're saying, Casey. And I know at the national team level, a lot of times our coaches were looking for more anaerobic or power-based athletes that they could train into aerobic athletes, because the anaerobic gifts are usually more genetic. Either you're born with them or you're not. They're harder to train in. So a lot of times doing that long period of time where you have to just grind away to get that aerobic badge and kind of training against your natural genetics is a very long process, but usually that's where you find, and look at that margin. It is going to be Rutgers that just missed out on qualifying for our final in the freshman men's 8 by
4/10.
Yeah.
Wow.
Great race from them, and from West Point, great effort in those two boats.
So 0.4 of a second is probably no more than 6 feet, something like that.
It's a painfully small margin for the guys in the Rutgers boat, who are probably going to be thinking about that for a while to come.
Well, that comes down to, if we made a mistake or were mistakes made along the way, how do we fix that? Because you got another round to come here, and everyone's going to be looking at, all right, I hit a buoy back then, or whatever it was. Got to fix those mistakes if you make them.
Yep, and that's what's so great about these freshman events at regattas like these, is creating those opportunities for learning and athletic growth for these young athletes who are just getting started in their careers. these are things that they can look back on for years and years as they continue their journeys as athletes.
So earlier on, you had mentioned something about the fact some of these are varsity programs, some are club programs. This was always considered to be the small college national championships of the United States. In other words, these weren't your Ivy Leagues, your Division I, Division IIs, women's programs, Division IIIs, and on down the line, but the small college national championships. And that's how this was all founded way back 83 years ago.
Yeah, and such a cool opportunity for programs that are either just getting started or maybe just don't have the same kind of budget or resources or whatever other kinds of things that prevent them from being large programs like we see at NCAAs or at the IRA. Great place for them to come together and just really enjoy our sport and have really, really high caliber racing.
What is a great overhead shot here. You know, it's so nice to have drones because you never had views like this in the past. You could looking at binoculars down the course and you had to guess, but here you got Grand Valley just cruising here, just cruising. We were talking about the spacing between the puddles. Look how much spacing these freshman men are getting past what I call the bow puddle. The one man sending his puddle back and the 8-man getting, I don't know how many feet. It's what we call even spacing there, and that's difficult to do. Depends on the rating. We'll see what these guys are doing.
Yeah, we just saw the coxswain do a full turnaround there in the seat just to check on the margins that they've established over the rest of the field, and it is significant at this point. Grand Valley, your leaders over Minnesota, Fordham, and St. Mary's in this last heat of the men's freshman 8.
And Grand Valley rowing a comfortable 30.5 strokes a minute.
Yeah, that's looking long and smooth, and that 30 is just a really nice cadence, I've always thought, to just kind of take a run down the course. It's not too high, but it's also feels sharp.
Yeah. Well, you have time to make sure your movements are correct. Nothing's frantic there. You have time to think about each of your strokes. Now here, look at this two groups.
Yes, we've gone from this very calm and soothing shot of this race leader to this now very dramatic and almost frenzied rowing from these last two crews who are going to be competing for the last remaining qualifying spot. It's going to be Minnesota and Fordham. And they are just about dead level, aren't they, Casey?
Yeah, they are. And Fordham rowing 37 strokes a minute. So there you go. You got a difference between 30, 31 strokes a minute and your leader with Grand Valley, and they're getting this lot of spacing between strokes. And now we're looking at Fordham a little bit higher. They're getting a little bit less spacing. And so there's a difference. It's an efficiency between strokes. It's a rest period. When the blades are out of the water, you're actually resting in that period of time, believe it or not.
Yeah. It did look like, as we were just looking at that last shot, that Minnesota was maybe just getting the advantage over Fordham as we are moving onto the island here now. Minnesota up to maybe just like 3 or 4 seats, maybe up to a half a length even on Fordham, and moving well into that qualifying spot. Fordham is going to need to come up with a response here if they're going to want to move through Minnesota.
They've got to do that right now, too. They don't have enough space left to move that boat length or more, what they need to get past Minnesota if they're going to get into the final.
Yeah, with the spot in the final on the line, it is going to come down to these two crews for that last spot. Grand Valley clearly out in front, and again, just cruising. But it is really still all on between Minnesota and Fordham. Minnesota doing a really good job just to move through Fordham. It looks like they might be up to almost a full boat length at this stage, and that is a nice execution of the sprint here by the Gophers.
Yep.
Yeah. Fordham maybe not quite finding the purchase on the water that they're going to need in order to get the boat to match that Minnesota speed. Minnesota, I think, has probably closed the door on Fordham at this point.
Oh, yeah. It looked to me like Minnesota probably got this lead early on and just was able to hang on to it all the way down the course.
Yeah, so it is Grand Valley in that first qualifying position, and Minnesota taking a really nice sprint finish victory over Fordham for that second qualifying spot. And we will have our fourth crew, St. Mary's, finishing up their race here. There's your shot of St. Mary's.
There you go.
And our St. Mary's bowman maybe just taking a look for that last buoy. So great racing in the men's freshman eights. That was a really fun event. A lot of close finishes in that race. A lot of close qualifying. So that should be fun for the next round of racing.
Yeah, so now we go back to the scullers, the women's double sculls, and 4 of these ones will go to the semifinals. Remainder will go to the third final, I guess. So this will be a 5-boat race. But you've got 3 heats of 15 crews total in here.
Yeah, I am loving the subscription in this event. Of course, the women's double is not an event that is contested at the NCAA level, so to see it so well subscribed here at the Dad Vail is extremely exciting for me. I have a lot of background in sculling, and I've always loved the double, and so I'm just so happy to see it here and so many young women racing it, and in particular, these ladies from Boston University out in front, making pretty easy work of this first round of racing for them. And what a beautiful shot of the rowing here.
Yeah. Well, in years past, sculling wasn't typically involved in collegiate rowing. And only in, I don't know, the last 8 years, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, did sculling be allowed, if you will, into collegiate, the collegiate ranks. And I'm so glad they are, because I'm a sculler as well. And to see that happen, it takes such a discipline to row a scull well. And if you can get into a sweep boat, one with one oar, and you're a sculler, typically you have a sense of the movement of the boat.
Yep.
But
if you've mastered being able to control 2 blades at once, like you see with these ladies here in the Boston University crew, hopping back into a sweep boat where you have just 2 hands on one oar is a piece of cake.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these ladies really just rowing away with the field now. Again, probably down at that lower, more relaxed cadence. They have a very substantial margin over the rest of these boats, so they really can just have their race of choice at this point. They can relax, or if they really want to run through their race plan in the last 500 meters or so just to get some practice at those higher rates, it's really up to them. But here's a shot of the Wisconsin crew going by. They are in that second place position.
Watch that cable.
Just coming under the lane markers there. Here's a nice shot of the island, up close and personal with the island. It is very close to the race course. If you're over in lane 6, you are really having a nature experience over there.
We've actually told our crew sometimes when they're in lane 6 is don't let the trees going by distract you, because they're right there. You're very close to it.
Yeah, again, so these athletes from Boston University doing a really nice job here, having a nice, easy scull at this point.
32.5 strokes a minute. I mean, they're in a nice, solid stroke rating here, and rowing obviously very well together.
Yeah, so we will definitely see these guys later on in the semifinals of this women's collegiate double. They're being followed next by the ladies from Wisconsin.
With top 4 to the semis, and here we go again. The next qualifying 2 are going to be Pittsburgh on the outside, and close to us Tampa on the inside, and in the middle, of course, Dominican as well. But 2 of those will get on, but over on the far side of the course, it's Pittsburgh now that has that 3rd position, but there's 4 boats that go on to the semifinals. And Tampa looks like they could be the one, although Dominican's right with them.
This is going to come down to it again for that final spot to move on to this next round of racing. It does look like right now Tampa is the one that is going to be missing out unless they come up with something very special in this last 100 meters of racing. Can see the Tampa bow seat taking a look, and she is not seeing that crew from Pitt at this point.
All right, we're going to go to the next race. Next race.
Yeah, it does look
So
like
inside lane in lane 1, it's the Tampa crew that's going to be the top 4 here, the 4th crew.
All right, good. Next one's down.
And on our screens now, we're looking at the next heat of the women's collegiate doubles.
We've got New York University in lane 1, Buffalo in 2, Princeton in 3, Gordon in 4, and a second Gordon boat, a Gordon B boat in lane 5, assuming that's our B boat.
Well, it could be A or B.
It could be.
It's not labeled on our sheet, so we're looking at the Princeton crew right now. And it does look like they have lengthened out and taken their rate all the way down. They are rowing really long and relaxed here out in front. Looking like they are definitely looking to conserve their energy for the next rounds of racing, given the margin that they have over the rest of the field. Maybe not quite as lengthened out yet in this Gordon boat that we're looking at now. Looking like their rate is still up a little bit higher than what we were seeing in the Princeton boat. Just taking a few more strokes per minute, but it is Princeton way out in front. And your second place position boat is going to be one of our Gordon boats. Our Gordon boat from lane 4.
So the Princeton boat rowing low. Very low. At 24 strokes a minute.
Yeah, these ladies have definitely shut it down.
Yeah.
They are not looking to expend any extra energy. It seems like they are pretty comfortable with the race prep that they've done coming into this regatta and don't need to use this trip down the course to do any more preparation or fine-tuning for their next round of racing. They're just happy to cruise and conserve as much energy as they can here in this opening heat.
And they're trying to maximize their precision as well. I mean, their efficiency. When you're rowing at that kind of a stroke rate, even at full pressure, you're trying to concentrate on everything, driving the legs down at the same drive speed, both the bow and stroke person, and trying to make sure your efficiency is identical.
Yep, so it's going to be Princeton across the line, followed by the first Gordon boat.
Mm-hmm.
Gordon definitely looking like they're doing a full sprint. And also coming past the commentary booth right now, we do have the boat from
New York.
NYU chasing the second Gordon boat. It does look like these two are quite close. We're not
Yes.
going to be able to call the margin there.
Nope. That is very good.
But given the amount that these bow seats are looking at each other, they also think it's pretty close.
Well, looking around for the line, I mean, both these crews are looking across at each other like, are they going to... Well, they're both going to make it through because it's 4 boats to go on, but it's a matter of, did we win that? Did we beat those guys or not?
Yes, absolutely it is. And so we're going to have to wait for the official results to see the outcome between that Gordon and NYU showdown.
Mm-hmm.
Our last boat in this race, Buffalo, is just going to be coming across the line now.
So we've got 6 boats out here for our next event, which is our... I see 6 boats on the water anyway.
Oh, well, we have 5 on our sheet, so
I
that's
see that.
fun. We always love having bonus boats coming down the course, so let's see what we can find out once they get a little bit closer.
Yeah. Well, we always like when more people are racing.
Sure. So it does look like this field is again spread out in this next heat of the women's double. We are going to be looking at Drexel in lane 1, MIT in lane 2, MIT in lane 3, American in lane 4, and Case Western in lane 5.
So one of the things that we'll notice here is when we're looking at some of the sweep boats, they're a lot closer together. And there's really no way to judge one type of boat to another, whether it's a double or an 8 or a 4 or whatever, whether they're going to be close or not. It's all a matter of the skill of the rowers themselves. So these scullers and the double sculls, they could have been rowing together for a year or 2, or and the same 2 people, whereas you get in a 4 or an 8, the lineups are changing every week. So there's a big difference there in how things go. You get down to the end of the season, if the Dad Vail's the Jefferson Dad Vail is the final race of the season for these people, they've hopefully have their lineups dialed in.
Hopefully they do. That
Yeah.
would be a great thing to have coming into a regatta like this. But I think what we're looking at right now is the 2 MIT boats racing each other in a way out in front. It is one of the MIT boats significantly ahead of the other. But again, this field very spread out between the MIT boats 1 and 2. And then it does look like we have our Drexel boat in lane 1. Occupying either the 3rd or 4th spot. It looks like it might be pretty close between Drexel in lane 1 and Case Western in lane 5.
So the previous race where Princeton was rowing 24 strokes a minute, we now have the MIT boat rowing 36 strokes a minute. Big difference here as they come past the announcing stand.
Yeah, it looks like the coaches at MIT told these ladies to like
Throw it out
really,
there.
really
Yeah.
let it rip and get
Yep.
a full race under their belt so that they're really primed and ready to go for the next round of racing. Not having any surprises when they get
Yeah.
into the semis, and racing is nice and tight and they have to race really hard. Getting that lactate going and running through all of your gears is good practice for that, so you know
Yeah.
exactly where you're at when it comes time to really go.
So wouldn't that be something if two boats like that, two MIT boats or two Princeton boats, come in first and second in the medals?
So we're going to finish over here, and we're going to start over there. Start doing that regular.
So
All right, so you're watching your split screen here. If you're online here to watch the racing, we're just finishing up one of the events. That was the third event of the women's collegiate double. We're going to move to the men's collegiate double next, which would be Grand Valley on the right-hand side of your screen in lane 1. Lane 2, Franklin Marshall. Lane 3, Drexel. Lane 4, Gordon. And lane 5, Pittsburgh. And here we go back to four of these crews going to the semis. I mean, one will be left out going to the third level final later on. So far side of the course looks like Gordon in the lane 5. Excuse me, that is, yes, lane 4. That's Gordon in lane 4. That has that early lead.
yep, and it looks like they are just holding off. Crew on their left is going to be Pitt, and then the crew on their right is going to be Drexel. But it is Gordon there, featured in the center of your screen. It looks like our race leaders at this stage. But certainly Pittsburgh not out of it yet.
No,
it does
not at
look
all.
like they have good overlap here with the Gordon crew. So Gordon is still having to work at basically at full speed in order to maintain that lead and that distance on Pitt. But at this stage, Gordon is going to want to be looking to get to that full boat length lead.
Yeah, they got that. Looks like they got that open water now.
Yeah, because in these smaller boats, it can be much easier to kind of turn the boat speed around and overturn a margin like a boat length. Obviously, a boat length in a double is less distance to cover than a boat length in an 8.
Yeah.
But given how small and how light the boats are, it can be a lot easier to create that big turn of speed in the closing sprint stages of a race and really kind of overturn margins like this that are set early on.
That's actually an important factor, is the big boats don't change speed as much. They're heavier, they're longer. Yes, there's more power there, but to change the speed of an 8 as opposed to the speed of a small boat is a big difference. You can do it, but it takes a lot of difference there for a big boat to jump a dramatic amount in speed.
Yeah,
Whereas
it's
a small boat, you
exponential
can,
difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Gordon guys looking like they're handling the pressure from Pitt just fine as we're coming up to the island here. It does look like they have established that boat length lead that you're going to like to have in a small boat like this. Gives you a clear view of the field behind you. And it is Gordon continuing to lead here. Pitt.
Gordon not holding anything back. They're 34 strokes a minute there. That's going to be pretty much flat out. But looking right behind them at the Drexel crew, at this crew on the far side, Pitt over there in lane 6, and even here closer in Franklin Marshall. I mean, there's some battling going on for the top 4 spots. Of course, they're all in there, but then you're battling for lanes, and you're battling for maybe an easier semifinal later on if you can score high in these heats.
Yes, absolutely. The better that you can do in these early rounds of racing, the better off you're going to be setting yourself up for in these secondary rounds.
Yeah, look at that Gordon boat. They're just throwing some shots in there now.
Yeah, they are. Again, probably just wanting to run through the gears in order to make sure that they're all on the same page and really ready to go for the semis, because the semis are where really decisions get made about who's going to be in contention for the medals at the end of the regatta.
So they're rowing 37 strokes a minute at the end. They just knocked it up a good bit, just to wind the gears a bit.
Yep, so it is Gordon clearly across the line here. Your first place qualifiers being followed by Pitt and Drexel. and Franklin and Marshall. It does look like our gentlemen from Grand Valley are going to be the boat that are not going to move on. It does look like we're having a little bit of a steering issue in the Grand Valley boat as they come by the commentary booth. But looking at the split screen, it does look like we have more doubles coming at us down the course.
This is a 6-boat race, and 6 boats with Penn State in lane 1, Grand Valley in 2, Carnegie Mellon in 3, Georgia Tech 4, Gordon in 5, and the College of New Jersey in lane 6.
Yeah, so I love to see a 6-boat double race. This is going to be really exciting for me. And we don't have a good shot of these gentlemen right now. But it looks like we have got the camera.
Well, that one crew would appear to be well out in front of the other ones, but we don't have a full shot of the whole field just yet. But looking down the course towards the bridge down there, it would appear to be one of the crews. It looks like the crew in lane 5 might be, what's it, Oklahoma? No,
Lane 5 is going to be Gordon again. That would be nice for them to take 2 wins in these
wouldn't it be?
Collegiate heats. That's, as a Gordon coach, they like to see that. That sounds pretty good.
That coach on the shoreline going, oh, yeah.
Well, Gordon is such a small program. They are a tiny little college with not too many athletes, so the doubles are a good option for them to get lots of good racing for their athletes that they do have.
Well, you know, in the last couple of years with the COVID thing, the big boats a lot of times were put aside and people were taught how to scull. So I think you're seeing an uptick in the sculling in this country. As soon as that happened, man, people are jumping in the small boat right and left. Singles
got so much more popular.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So let's see if we can figure out what's happening with these margins right now. I think you're right. It does look like it's going to be the Gordon boat out in lane 5 that seems to be doing the best with this race at the moment.
And they're rowing 34, 35 strokes a minute, similar to the other boat.
And then do we want to say maybe it's this Grand Valley boat here?
Wow, that's a tough call.
Yeah, it is tough to call right now.
I would say you're right. I think it's that Grand Valley boat in lane 2.
Yeah, we're missing those drone shots that we've been having all morning, those wonderful drone shots of our beautiful sport, giving us those like very, very telling aerial views of the margins and the steering on
even
this
lane
course.
1, Stockton State, is also in this hunt. Again, this is a top 4 of the semifinals. So it is Gordon well out in front, rowing extremely well. And in second place, Grand Valley. And gosh, I got my lines wrong here. It's Penn State.
It's hard to see any distinguishing features at this point.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so looking here, we can see that Gordon lead. These guys are well out in front, making easy work of this field. Does look like Grand Valley in lane 2 is going to be taking that second position over Penn State in lane 1. And then again, we might have a battle on our hands for that 4th position.
Yeah.
And who do we think that's going to be between? Oop, a little issue there in lane 1. The Penn State guys had some crabs. Looks like the stroke seat maybe had an issue, might have caught a buoy.
Yeah, they're right in the buoys there.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a little course correction because now they're on the opposite side of the buoy line. They're going to have to just bring that around.
That is so disconcerting when their blades hit something like that. You know you're close. You're like, oh, come on, don't hit, don't hit. And it can knock that oar right out of your hands.
Yeah, luckily these guys are in a position where a mistake like that is not going to cost them a qualification spot or a preferred lane. They are pretty securely in that 3rd spot, and it looks like that's where they're going to stay. As you can see on the picture here, it does look that maybe the launch wake from the official who's following this race could have contributed to that issue that they were having there.
Yep.
Because they are really riding pretty heavily in that official's launch wake. I'm not sure why the official is choosing to wake them so brutally at this stage in their race.
I think that
maybe the bowman will offer some feedback.
This Penn State crew is trying to get away from that wake. Well, that was unfortunate, but, you know, it is an outdoor sport.
It
and
is an
these
outdoor
referees-
sport. Yes. So anyways, looking across, it does look like our fourth qualifier from this race is going to be the Georgia Tech boat. They do have a lead over the Carnegie Mellon boat that I think they will be able to maintain. Just coming up to the last few strokes up to the line.
I think we're getting caught up here with our next set of racing coming up,
Yes,
too.
we have some extremely aggressive race centers that are happening here at the Jefferson Dad Vail because we just had a race finish and now we have another race just about inside 500 meters to go.
Yeah.
So we're picking them up now and we're looking at our last heat of the men's collegiate double. Lane 1, we have Stockton. Lane 2, we have SUNY.
State University in New York and Geneseo.
Thank you. Lane 3, Case Western. Lane 4, Dominican. Lane 5, Oklahoma City. And Lane 6, St. Thomas.
So it's Oklahoma City that that has that lead. Again, we're in each of these races, we're seeing a fairly strong representative in the leader of these heats. So we go to these semifinals. These crews shouldn't see each other in the semifinals. They'll be seated in different ones, but that's going to be telling for the grand final.
Yeah, but look at Stockton over there on the far side. Oh, I apologize. Sorry, wrong side. St. Thomas on the far side. They're really putting in some effort there to really get the boat to kind of glide along there. You can see the bowman is really putting some swing in to try and get some extra speed here in the last couple strokes of the race. But St. Thomas is certainly in that second qualifying position behind our crew from Oklahoma City.
I'm sure that's making those guys happy too, like us. We're going to be in there. And here you have the fight going for the next two spots in lane 3. It is Case Western that is currently third. Look like they're going to hold off lane 1, which is Stockton State. And lane 1's being challenged by over there St. Thomas.
Dominican. The guys in the red jerseys are
the Dominican. Okay. It looked like I saw lane 6 on their bow, but I'm wrong.
Yeah, but some nice tight racing here in the midfield for these guys. All of these last 3 crews putting in a good effort to try and get their best possible qualifying spots.
Yeah. So drones heading back up the course.
And we will be looking to pick up our next race, which is the Women's Collegiate JV 4. And we are going to have a 5-boat race. Here they come now. We're looking at Manhattan in lane 1, Iona in lane 2, Wisconsin in lane 3, Georgia Tech in lane 4, and Colorado in lane 5. And we're looking at a nice shot of the Badgers here with the solid red blades.
They're already past the bridge. They're crossing the 1,000 meters to go. They're already halfway through the race for them. And again, a good position to be in. If you're a typical coach, you're making moves either 900 meters into it, somewhere around the 1,000, where a lot of coaches like to do things. Here at the Dad Vail with a bridge, they like to change those moves into the bridge and out of the bridge because you're hidden from the other crews for a short period of time. So we'll see what happens here. But if you're in the top 3 positions, chances are you're going to make it through your heats, unless you have an error in the second half of the race, although we've seen that change many, many times.
Yep, so we're looking for top 2 here in this race. And your race leaders here are Wisconsin. Nice shot of them.
Oh,
You can see the woman in the 2 seat there is wearing some kinesio tape on her right shoulder. The kinesio tape looks a little bit like a Spider-Man design there, but common physical therapy or orthopedic tool that a lot of trainers will use with athletes that are having just some chronic injury issues. It can just help relieve some pain, swelling, improve circulation. It's a common friend and tool in the boathouse is kinesio tape.
And that's that you'd mentioned the trainers. Now, some of these programs are club programs. They would not have access to a trainer. And you have to deal with whatever's going on with your muscles. But if you've got access to a trainer and they can help you through some of those issues, it's a huge, huge deal.
Yeah, I mean, rowing is a sport where athletes are just prone to overuse injuries because it is just one repetitive movement. So a lot of classic rowing injuries would be shoulders, like we see here with this young lady, hips, lower backs. But Wisconsin out with that healthy lead in
yeah.
that heat of the women's collegiate JV Cox 4. Yep, just with a nice view of the field there. The Badgers just taking their time and rowing their race here.
So 5-boat race here. We've got out in the farther lanes is Colorado. Colorado in there being chased by, looks like Iona,
Yeah,
at least for the top 3, but 2 to go on. So it's going to be a nice race here between Iona and Colorado going for that second qualifying position.
yeah, possibly having some blade work issues in the Georgia Tech boat. Got a shot there of a little bit of crazy blades happening that could be contributing to their pace being a little bit back off the pack. The camera director is really just loving these Badger ladies. Really a nice shot of their blades just coming out and sending those puddles away. Not really getting hung up on the wash at all. Just nice and clean.
So, Megan, would you think that the Badger women that are here at the Dad Vails are their lightweight teams? Because I know they were down at the Southern Intercollegiates 2 weeks ago. Would their open weight be elsewhere?
Their open weight team hopefully will be elsewhere. They do have their Big Ten Conference Championships that are going to be happening in Indianapolis on Sunday.
Okay.
So if they haven't already left, they're leaving today or maybe tomorrow. But yeah, I think we're going to be looking at a lot of women from the lightweight program, or if there were athletes who didn't make the Big Ten team, they could come here and race as part of the Wisconsin squad.
Well, they seem to be performing a stellar job here at the Dad Vail 83rd Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, as they did 2 weeks ago at the Southern Intercollegiate.
Yeah, so that's going to be Wisconsin taking your first position here.
Colorado.
Yes, the Colorado Buffaloes, having traveled the furthest of any team at the regatta. We're very glad that they made the trip, just about 1,800 miles out to Boulder to make it here to the Dad Vail. So big trip for them, but they are doing well here in this collegiate JV4 for the women, taking that second qualifying spot behind Wisconsin.
So going to the second level, the second final would be here, lane 2, Iona. Iona pulling third out of this collegiate women's JV4 heat.
And go ahead, Casey.
The spacing out of these teams makes it fairly clear that we can call this next one, unless they have an issue before the finish line with 100 meters to go. Manhattan College closer to us here, as they're going to come in the 4th position. So it's the next 2 would have been Iona and Manhattan going to the second final. It looks to be Georgia Tech is the one that's going to be left out of this, the next 2 races.
So on your screen right now, we do have the next heat of the women's collegiate JV4 coming down. This will be a 4-boat race. We'll be looking at Cabrini in lane 2, Bowdoin in lane 3, Lafayette in lane 4, and Milwaukee in lane 5. And this does look like we're getting a nice shot of the Lafayette crew, who I would imagine are your race leaders at this point.
Yeah, they just crossed the 1,000-meter mark. I don't know if you saw on the screen, there was 2 striped poles on the far sides. When those 2 poles cross, that's the measured line for 1,000 meters, at least in that part of the course. So in each of these 500-meter segments, they have poles on the other side of the course to designate when you're crossing that line. And these things have to be absolutely parallel to make sure we're not looking at odd angles on finishes, or if people are taking times in each of the segments here.
Yeah, so from this shot, you can see that it is the Lafayette crew that is out in front, with maybe 1 or 2 boat lengths of open water over your second place, Bowdoin. Lafayette doing a nice job to get that early lead, get themselves into a nice, comfortable position. But it does look like they are racing at full race cadence here.
I would say it's got to be at least about a 34, wouldn't you?
I think that's a good guess.
That's
And
right
here's
there.
our split screen showing us the start, these high strokes off the stake boats for our next round of racing. So we do have 2 races on the course right now.
So now that we have a split screen, you can see we talk about these high strokes off the start. So
Beautiful shot.
you'll typically see about 5, 6, 7 strokes or thereabouts to get the boats moving, and they'll be rowing a little bit shorter, a little bit sitting a little more tall, and once they get into their full-length stroke, they'll be rowing 38, 39. Sometimes you'll see the bigger boats 42, 44 strokes a minute. So they're rowing much higher at the start of the race than they are in the body of the race. They have to settle down so they can manage the effort. If you go too high too long, you're going to burn up and you won't be able to finish the race properly.
Yeah, and especially in a racing scenario like this where a crew like Lafayette is out by a margin like this, there's not really a need to keep the rate up as high as you would have it in the first 250 or maybe the last 250. So these guys are really kind of in their base pace, nice sustainable rhythm where they're still working really hard, but it's very sustainable for those 5 minutes or so in the middle of the race.
You mentioned earlier today a pace like they're at 32 strokes a minute. It's just a good, solid, comfortable, hard-working pace. You're not putting so much out there, but on the other hand, you're still moving the boat very, very well.
Yeah, doing a piece at a 30 or a 32 makes it feel very repeatable. So if these guys have multiple rounds of racing either today or today and tomorrow, it becomes very manageable when you're keeping that cadence a little bit lower to do this race more than once. But nice shot again of race leaders Lafayette. Well out in front of our second qualifier, Bowdoin. And then quite a spread back to the rest of the boats in this field.
Yeah, Milwaukee State. I think I need to have that written out here rather than the initials.
Milwaukee
here.
School of Engineering.
Yes.
My Wisconsin people, I see you. So they are in this race. They are not up in the top 2 qualifying spots at the moment. It is Lafayette and Bowdoin in those 2 spots. We're looking at the Cabrini boat right here. And here's your race leader, Lafayette, now coming up to the finish line. Nice race by these ladies. Oh, that stroke seat means business.
Yeah.
Ooh. She was really in the zone there. I love to see that. Yeah, and again, here's the Cabrini boat. They're going to be coming up. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the Milwaukee boat. Oh, my Wisconsin people, I see you. I'm sorry. This is the Milwaukee boat over in lane 5. I'm still getting this lane pattern down. I apologize. Milwaukee School of Engineering ladies over in lane 5 in this heat of the women's collegiate JV4. Not in contention for a qualifying spot today. So they will be moving on to the B final in this event. On your screen now, we are going to be looking at the last heat in this event, the Women's Collegiate JV4. We have another 4-boat race coming down. We're looking at Manhattan in lane 2, Jacksonville in lane 3, MIT in lane 4, and Yukon in lane 5.
So on your screen now, MIT out of Boston. Looks like they're throwing, again, going past that 1,000-meter mark. They're past the bridge. What they're doing is they're seeing the docks of the canoe club go by, and those are markers for you in your peripheral vision to know about where you are on the course. Otherwise, all you see are if you're looking peripheral, you're seeing trees, which don't tell you anything. other than if you're fortunate enough to count strokes and I'm 100 strokes into it. But good close racing here between MIT Jacksonville and Manhattan and Connecticut, just a little bit off the pace.
Yeah, but again, we're going to be looking for just the top 2. So right now we do have a pretty clear 1-2 between MIT and Jacksonville, but certainly these other 2 boats are not out of it yet.
35 strokes a minute for Jacksonville. They're not comfortable in their position, and if they're rowing 35, they're a little bit worried about Manhattan being, a boat length down to them with this much to go in the race. But look at Jacksonville. Looks like they're actually bowed astern on MIT there and may even be coming up on them a little bit.
Yeah, it will be really interesting to see how this goes here in this third 500 between these kind of 2 sections of the race, whether or not Jacksonville is going to be able to work to overtake MIT and whether or not these trailing 2 crews are going to be able to close the gap and fight for that second position against Jacksonville.
MIT rowing 31 strokes a minute versus JU's 35. I wonder what's going to happen here in the second half of the race with them.
Yeah, I mean, Jacksonville just looking a little bit more sharp and aggressive here, looking like maybe they're chasing a little bit more. MIT, not sure if they are on offense or defense at this point. Rowing 31 is a little bit low if you have someone chasing you this closely.
But only 2 to go, so what would the coaches have said? You know, if you're going to qualify, qualify.
Yeah, there's no way for us to know what the team strategy or the approach is going to be, if people are looking to burn it out or if they're looking to just do as little work as possible in order to advance to the next round.
And Manhattan staying relatively close. There's still, 2 boat lengths open water down on JU.
Yeah, and here we have this battle again between MIT and Jacksonville. It does look like MIT is still getting the better of Jacksonville.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But these two absolutely still going toe-to-toe here as we're coming up to the last 500 of this race. It is still MIT in control, but Jacksonville is not out of it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit open water there with MIT. MIT looked like they might be trying to throw a little bit more on just to hold that lead there at 33 strokes a minute. They brought it up 1 beat here. MIT putting some muscle to it, putting some power to it. You can see the body just accelerating back, trying to hold Jacksonville down. JU not giving up at all. I mean, they're throwing there. Here goes JU. They just took their rating up.
Yeah.
See if they can get past them here with 150, 200 meters to go.
Oh, man, they're going to have a job because
at 38 and a half strokes a minute.
It is open water between these two, so that's a big margin to make up in 20 strokes.
And MIT answering. You can see the coxswain giving them signals. Coxswain just letting it rip out there for MIT. Like, come on.
Swinging a fist in the air there on the screen. And she's still going.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Coxswain just gets on it,
Yeah. But I think her encouragement has inspired her athletes to get her across the line first, so it will be MIT over Jacksonville in those 2 qualifying positions.
And when you're tired and you're almost like, and this Coxswain's like, do not give up. I'm going to get all over you.
And it looks like it's going to be nice and close here between these last 2 boats in this race for, unfortunately, not for qualifying positions, but Manhattan and Connecticut pushing each other all the way to the line.
Yeah.
So nice job for these 4 boats.
All right. Well, on to our next one. Here we are. This is the, where are we? Men's Collegiate JV4, top 4 of the semis.
Yep, so in lane 1, we'll have Pitt, lane 2, Fairfield, lane 3, Drexel, lane 4, Stetson, and lane 5, Washington College.
So out of those 4, 1 will go to the 3rd level final, which would be positions number 13 on out to the remainder of whoever be in that 3rd level final.
So we're looking at the boat from Stetson right now. So without a full shot of the field, we can't know for sure, but I'm supposing this might be our race leader, given that the camera director is focusing on them.
The Stetson University out of DeLand, Florida, has had some good success early on in the season down in the south, so I would expect them to be rowing well here.
Mm-hmm. And now we're looking at the Fairfield crew come into your picture in the red boat. And that looks like the Drexel boat.
Yeah.
Just trailing behind them and the official / wake launch. So as you can see on your split screen, we are running extremely tight centers here at the Jefferson Dad Vail in order to get all of our racing in today. We are offering 30 events over the course of 2 days, and a lot of these events are pretty highly subscribed, so we have multiple rounds in each event. I believe we're running 89 races today.
Something like that, yes.
Well, we're -2 because we lost our women's singles racing this morning, so 87 races instead of 89. But that does mean that our time commitment for each race is quite tight.
And it is very tight for these crews launching as well. These coaches up the launch area have to build in the time to get up the starting line, have their crews warm up in time. So it's a dance, if you will, to get everything coordinated for something this large.
Yep, and look at the bend on that oar there here in the Vespoli closest to us. That's a great shot of the way that this equipment is meant to flex and create force and torque and power in these boats. Wow, that was cool.
So that was the start of our second heat of the men's collegiate JV4 with Villanova, Minnesota, LaSalle, Georgia Tech, and Bowdoin. But we'll go back to the current race, which is Stetson was out in the lead, still out in the lead.
Yep.
Stetson in lane 4, and they come in through the island now. Stetson with an open water lead on the field, and on the far side of the course, near the trees, is Washington College.
Yeah, looking like a good race being put down by these Stetson guys to get out and stay in front of this field. They are coming by the commentary booth right now, and they do have a significant open water lead over the next boat, which is going to be that boat from Washington College.
Now, Washington College out of Chestertown, Maryland. Their mascot, do you recall what their mascot is?
Oh,
I should know that one.
Washington College, no. Is it the Colonials? Do they have a George Washington man as their mascot?
No,
Someone hit me on Twitter and let me know if I'm getting that wrong.
Yeah.
But it looks like we do. We have Stetson and Washington College, and then our third place is going to be our Fairfield gentlemen here in the red boat. They are well in qualifying position, along with
Hometown team Drexel.
Drexel, that's right. So
Pittsburgh, unfortunately, is bringing up the rear. Might have had an issue with their equipment.
it does seem like with a margin like this, that breakage was absolutely possible. But we're looking at them maybe 250 meters back from the from the rest of the group at this point.
One of the things that has to happen here when you're following these races from a fairness standpoint in the officials is you do have to stay close enough to the leaders. I mean, the boats are spread out this far. Unfortunately, the trailing boats sometimes have to get stuck in the wakes of the coach launch, and that can make it a little bit harder. So here, coming in front of us now, is Pittsburgh finishing up that race of the second or the first of the men's collegiate JV4.
And for anyone from Washington College who was appalled at our lack of mascot knowledge, I apologize. We got that completely wrong. I was thinking of George Washington.
Okay.
And that makes a lot more sense, the Colonials.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at my wonderful Google results here. Washington College, Gus the Goose?
Yeah.
Gus the Goose is the mascot?
I want to say that it is a bird, but I don't know what they call it. One of my friends, Mike Davenport, who coached there for years, is going to kill me on this one.
Yes. He's a direct descendant of a goose who befriended George Washington.
There you go.
Great.
All right. See, we learn a little bit every time we turn around here.
I love college mascots. Yeah. And hopefully we'll never forget that one again because... All right,
so we should
here
be
we
in the second event of the men's collegiate JV4. Villanova, Minnesota, LaSalle, Georgia Tech, and Bowdoin. And we ran through those before. Let's see what we got here as we go past that 1,000-meter mark. We've got that camera on LaSalle right now, in that white boat in the middle of the course in lane 3. And LaSalle, well, looks like they're leading, but I tell you what, they're being chased from the outside by Bowdoin again. Bowdoin showing a number of boats out here that are competitive in these heats.
Yeah, and again, this split screen is really showing you how close these races are going off to one another, so that we're almost always running at least 2 races on the course at a time in order to get all of the racing in today for all of these athletes and all of these different events.
Well, the schedule, we have 6-minute centers. These are probably going down to 5s, and that's why you see sometimes we're halfway through a race or a little bit more when one finishes. So what are we seeing here?
I do think that it is the LaSalle crew
That's
that we
what I
saw
think.
earlier that was out in front.
That Bowdoin crew on
But
the
it's
far side.
hard to say where we are without being able to see everyone in picture.
I think LaSalle's got that multiple length open water lead over Bowdoin on the far side. I guess the next nearest crew is back on the inside of us is Villanova.
Yep. Let's see if we can try and get a better shot of everyone on screen, but I think that is going to be our 1, 2, 3. It is going to be LaSalle and Bowdoin and Villanova. We are looking for top 4. So again, just one of these crews is going to be missing out, and right now it might be between Minnesota and Georgia Tech on who that might be. It looks like we're looking at Villanova here on the left of your picture, currently in the 3rd place position, just behind Bowdoin. That's going to be the boat on the far side, on the right of your picture, just next to the island. And LaSalle cruising out in front alone. But a beautiful shot of them just approaching the Columbia Bridge here.
Again, just watching the movement of these crews, you know, you see the accuracy of these 4s, of the 8s, even the novice crews coming down the course, and just the discipline that they have put in themselves over the year.
Yeah, and this 4 can be such a challenging boat technically, with the coxswain not being able to see the athletes and give them visual feedback on what is happening with the oars or with the bodies. The coxswain, he or she, is just going to really have to rely on feel and also from verbal feedback from the athletes in order to get things tuned up. But here's a nice shot of our race leaders, LaSalle, just rowing through the last 250 here. Nice and comfortable lead over Bowdoin on the far side.
Yeah. But with 4 to go on,
yeah,
you can hear the shoreline cheering people on, trying to urge their kids on. 4th place finish here. It's a battle here between that's a Georgia Tech crew
and Minnesota. Yeah, it's going to come down to the line for these last 2 crews. Just one of them missing out on advancing.
Minnesota coming up fast on them.
Yep, so it is Minnesota currently in that last place position right now. They are going to have to mount something very serious in these last few strokes. It does look like Georgia Tech is just going absolutely crazy in the last few strokes in order to try and stay ahead.
Yeah. I saw the stroke man just like totally go out of sync trying to get him to go,
yep,
you know, and they caught up to him.
Yep.
So Georgia Tech pulls it through.
Yep. So we're looking at the next race on our screen here. It's going to be another heat of our men's collegiate JV4s. We're looking at Pitt in lane 1, Milwaukee School of Engineering, Wisconsin people, I see you, in lane 2, Bowdoin in lane 3, Temple in lane 4, and Loyola, Maryland in lane 5.
So Bowdoin again, hitting it hard out there with Milwaukee right with them.
Yep. Bowdoin, of course, having one of the best mascots in the game, the polar bears.
Yeah.
I didn't get that one wrong. I'm so sorry, Washington College. I'm going to feel terrible about that all day.
Well, I was the one that kind of dropped that one because I couldn't remember what they were.
We should have just pretended that we knew and just moved on.
I knew it was the goose, but with the Maryland flag colors, it threw me. I wasn't quite sure.
Well, why did you let me say George Washington then?
Probably the same reason I catch Milwaukee.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so what do we think here? It looks like probably our center lanes are going to be our race leaders here.
Yeah, it's Milwaukee out in front of Bowdoin.
Oh, I don't know. It looks like Bowdoin here is going to be in the white boat with the checkered blades, and it does look like they have the advantage over the Milwaukee boat right now. But Milwaukee doing a great job to stay up there with race leaders Bowdoin.
Are we missing somebody out here? I've got 4 boats. We're supposed to have 5 boats out here, so we might have this wrong.
Uh-oh. Are we?
Are
we missing the Temple boat, maybe?
No, Temple's there. Matter of fact, Temple's is in second right now.
Did I call the wrong lane again? Yes, I did.
Yep. Yeah, here we are looking at the number of boats on the screen, and we're missing a crew that we didn't realize. So we were calling Milwaukee there. Milwaukee's not the one that's up here in the 2 qualifying positions, the 2 of the top 4. It is Bowdoin and Temple. Bowdoin with the lead. We were calling Bowdoin second. We had it wrong because we thought the lanes were a little bit different.
Yep, that was my mistake.
Both of ours.
Yep, so Bowdoin and Temple.
Yep.
But Milwaukee, we still see you. They are in this race. They're just in a different lane.
Yeah, but they're in third. They're qualifying.
They are. It seems like if we are missing that 5th boat, it will be all 4 of these boats to qualify. But look at this race that's shaping up here as they come in front of the grandstands, the Bowdoin versus Temple.
That's a deck length lead, Bowdoin over Temple right now. I see the coxswain at Temple looking over. Temple, their home course, they know exactly what it takes to get to that finish line. The Bowden coxswain not looking over at all. She's looking straight ahead.
Yeah, really nice job by these two crews. Just do a good job to get themselves separated from the rest of the field. They're going to be your 1-2. It does look like Bowden was able to hang on to that lead. And we do have Milwaukee coming across now. You can hear the coxswain screaming pretty ferociously, I've got to say, as they are leading our other boat from
Loyal on the outside.
Yes, with the green blades.
That's close to that referee launch.
Yeah, so two really close races between these four boats.
So we move on to the eights. These are the men's junior varsity heavyweight eights. Top three go to the first final. All the remainders go to the second final. So there's 5 boats in this race. They're sitting on the line down there. They have not yet started. This is Minnesota in lane 1, Jacksonville University in 2, Drexel 3, Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 4, and Delaware in 5.
Are we missing another boat?
Well, nobody in lane 6. 5 boat.
No, right here.
Ah, you're right. Looking at the camera.
Yeah, so it looks like we might be missing
Well,
our MIT boat.
that's what it looks like, yes. Oh, there they are, backing in.
Oh, don't count them out.
So just so those on the watching this on the screens now, if your boats are in here, you're supposed to be locked on to the stake boat 2 minutes prior to the start of your race. Well, since we're running behind, they still try to get in there as fast as possible. They don't want to have to hold these boats up any more than possible and have the regatta run late. So you see that the stake boat person reaches out, grabs the stern of the 8, and then you see, look at the bow of that MIT boat or the 3-man. He's actually sculling the boat around. He's laying the blade along the side of the boat and pushing the bow over to get it lined up.
Yep, and it looks like our Jacksonville boat might have actually broken free of their stake boat holder, but they are locked on now.
So you see this throughout all these boats now, how they're giving the oar to another person and they're trying to push it sideways to get it lined up. So the wind must be coming across them a little bit from the far side of the course to the near side of the course. And okay, you look at the Jacksonville boat, he gives that oar over the 3-man and they're tapping it sideways, trying to keep the boats pointed right down the center of their lanes.
Yeah, so this can be tricky to do because the 8s are so heavy. You do need to apply some force to get the point to change, but you also don't want to move the boat too far forward because that will pull you free from your stake boat holder.
And they're off.
There we go. Yeah, nice quick start from the boats in the center lane there. MIT maybe rating the highest out of the blocks, but Drexel going right with them.
Give you an idea of the 8s in the far side of the course, which is Delaware, rowing 43 strokes a minute. We've been calling rates down the middle of the course, 32s, 34, something like that. So now if that start, the high, quick strokes, 40, 42, 44, that's really a lot. You'll see some crews I've seen get in the upper 40s, but you start spinning your wheels a little too much. You get too high there and spend too much energy.
Yeah, but you might see some of the higher ratings that we're going to see at the regatta possibly in some of these men's 8s events because of the horsepower that they're able to generate and how quickly they're able to get their legs up and down. But good racing across the field here in this men's collegiate JV 8. You can see the rates are still nice and high. It is difficult for us to call the margins at this point because of the turn that does happen right at the bridge. So these crews are just working through that stagger start that we've talked about off the stake boats. And those margins can be a little deceptive because of that stagger start before the bridge.
Well, I tell you, when they come onto the bridge here, those coxswains will be aiming their turn, and they're also again, they're shadowed from their competitors, especially by the abutments, and it's so crucial to make your move at just the right spot and turn. The boat can turn at 2-3 strokes. Some people take 6 or 8 strokes, which is way too long, and their turn's too slow. So you got to turn this boat hard and quick and get it right on that straight line and hit that course and not run it wide as you come out of there.
Yeah, well, we're going to see a lot of different approaches to the turn in this course because because we have the coxswains and the 8s are obviously facing forward, but they do have 8 bodies between themselves and what they're trying to steer at. And in the events that we just watched, the cox 4s, a lot of those coxswains, all the coxswains, I hope, are all bow loaded at this point. So they're actually at the front of the boat and don't have any obstructions, but they're lying down as opposed to sitting up. Versus some of the straight boats that have no coxswains and they can't see the turn at all. So there's really a lot of things that need to happen in order to make sure that everyone is staying on the course and executing this turn correctly between all of the different kinds of boats that are here.
So as they came through the bridge here, I'm looking at this boat here. It looks to be, I can't tell. I thought it was...
That should be the Drexel boat.
Okay.
Yep. And there they are. Looking at Drexel now, your race leaders. And that looks pretty good to me. I'm liking the splash that we're seeing here on these port blades off the back of the oars as they're just dropping into the water.
And you mentioned that, Megan, the splash on the back of the blades. Some of these crews, you'll see the splash might be head high. It might be overhead in some cases, unfortunately. But in this case here, watching this Drexel boat, it's more about their, probably midway up their bodies. That means they're not wasting a lot of energy throwing water around that they don't have to. And every time that water splashes up, that's like taking, a bucket of water and throwing it up in the air. It's wasted energy.
Yep. So as we're looking at this field now, we are looking for the top 4 from this race to advance to the semifinals. So again, just one of these crews is going to be missing out on advancing. And it is too close to tell at this moment who that might be.
Well, Drexel for sure in there. MIT's in there. Jacksonville, you see the bow on the screen just in the right side of the bow right now. JU in the middle. And as they cross by the camera angle there, those are 3 that are in the running here.
Yep, it's definitely Drexel out in front. MIT pretty clearly in that second position. And then with the remaining crews in this race, Delaware,
yeah, you can't call that from here.
Delaware, Minnesota, and Jacksonville, I think, are all going to have some work between the 3 of them to figure out who's going to be missing out.
Minnesota is actually not very far off Jacksonville's stern. They might be a little bit open water, but it's going to be a battle for that 4th position, certainly between Minnesota and the far side of the course.
It is.
Delaware.
Sometimes it can be tough with these crews on the close side being not quite in the frame of the shot during some of these important moments of the race. But this is going to be kind of the story of this race is going to be between these 5th and 4th place crews deciding who's going to be advancing.
Well, look at that Drexel crew come down here. Very, very sharp. Again, this is a junior varsity crew, men's JV heavyweight 8.
Yeah, so this is probably not their top 9, but it's maybe their next 9 after their varsity.
And you can imagine at least 2 of those people think they should be in that varsity 8. So they're showing their
probably more than that. You rode in the JV, come on.
They're showing their coach right now, Coach, you better be watching me because I'm the one,
Yep, that's exactly what you want in a good JV is that bottom pressure, that hunger, and that urgency to get out of that JV and into the varsity. But nice race we have here, nice vocal, aggressive sounds coming from all these coxswains.
The crowd at the finish line too.
We got this Jacksonville boat that is chasing the MIT boat. It does look like MIT is solidly in that 2nd position. Jacksonville pretty comfy in 3rd, and it is going to be Delaware over Minnesota in 4th. I do not think that Minnesota is going to be able to find the turn of speed that they're going to need to catch Delaware at this stage. So it is Minnesota that is going to be missing out on advancing in this men's JV 8. But good race. That was some good energy from these 8s coming down.
Well, it's exciting. You get almost, it's 5 boats there, but the 8s coming down. The crowd just going nuts down there at the finish line.
Yeah, and for those of you who cannot see us, actually, both Casey and I got up on our feet for that race because we couldn't stay seated.
Yeah.
So we are definitely feeling the energy here at the Jefferson Dad Vail. We are excited by the racing, and we hope that you guys are enjoying this broadcast as we continue to bring more great racing.
And this is a 4-boat race, the 2nd heat of the men's junior varsity 8. Top 3 of the finals for Marietta in lane 2, Temple University in 3, George Washington in 4, and St. Joe's in lane 5. Let's see who we've got here.
Oh, we might have been calling that wrong. I thought we were talking about top 4, and we were top 3. Yep. That was our mistake.
So nice shot of the drones here, lane 3. This is Temple University in the yellow boat right in the middle of the course. Red blades, T on the end of it. Looks like they are doing what is necessary, as Temple usually does on their home course. And I would say Temple is passing their boathouse or just past their boathouse. I'm sure all their other boatmates there are hollering at them loud and clear down there. But the other 3 boats that are a little bit behind are fairly level across the course. This ought to be quite a race also for the top 3, even though there's 4 boats in here. You got Marietta in lane 2, Temple 3, George Washington again in 4, and St. Joe's in 5. So next door neighbors, St. Joe's and Temple. Let's see. I'm sure they know what happens on this river practice every day.
Yeah, and I'm sure this won't be the first time that they've had an opportunity to throw a few punches at one another this season. But again, these progressions can be just so brutal in some of these races where you're dropping just one boat from a field. The race to really not get last can be such a different psychological approach than if you're not in that #1 qualifying spot.
Temple rowing 35 strokes a minute as they come into 650 meters to go.
Yeah, Temple looking like they are not taking their foot off the gas, looking like they are on top of it and staying sharp here.
I'm not going to be able to tell you who's in second here. It's St. Joe's and George Washington neck and neck here. And maybe just a slight bit off, that's Marietta. So good racing going on here between these, the second heat of the men's junior varsity heavyweight 8.
Yeah,
And
Temple continuing to lead. But you're right, I do think the race that's shaping up on the far side of the course between St. Joe's and George Washington could get very interesting.
38 strokes a minute with St. Joe's, trying to hold themselves ahead of GW.
But Temple not having it all their own way either.
No, they're not. GW also 38. Temple now with maybe a 1-length lead over St. Joe's out there. Temple at 35.5 strokes a minute, so enough of a lead it looks like by Temple, but these other 2 crews both running 38 strokes a minute, trying to get to that line.
Yeah, St. Joe's doing a nice job with their sprint here, both to move up on Temple and move away.
Marietta not leaving anything out here either, even though they're coming in 4th. They're rowing 39, throwing the sprint out there.
Ooh, yes, and we're having a close call on the bridge abutment here in this 8. Again, coming at this bridge abutment at full speed and then having to divert your attention to steering or dragging down or whatever it is you need to do to avoid a collision is not the easiest thing. All right, so we're going back to some 4s racing here. We're going to be looking at the women's varsity 4s. This is going to be Division 2 and 3.
Those are NCAA designations out there. NCAA has 3 divisions in women's rowing, Divisions 1, 2, and 3. And they separate these out because there's a lot of clubs here that aren't in NCAA varsity sports status by their universities. And these are also being ranked as far as finish is concerned for the NCAA, which comes up Memorial Day weekend down in Sarasota.
So we're going to be looking at a 5-boat race here for this first heat of the women's varsity 4. In lane 1, we'll see Merchant Marine. Lane 2, Bryn Mawr. Lane 3, Mercyhurst. Lane 4, Lafayette. And lane 5, Milwaukee School of Engineering. And we have a start here.
Water looks very calm down there at the starting line. The 8s, we saw the men a little bit earlier. They were having to tap it around because of a breeze. It looks like the breeze has slowed down again. Good for the starters and the liners to make sure that they don't have to spend too much time getting these boats straightened out.
Yeah, so it looked like a clean start for all these crews coming off the line.
Oh, it's a great shot through the bridge there. Look at, you can see the,
all the regatta action is what I would call that. You can see all the officials' launches and all the crews that are racing, crews that are
warm-up
going
boats
up to
heading
warm
down,
up.
Yeah, warm-up boats heading down the left side towards the starting line. So you can see the crews rowing basically kind of diagonally across your screen. Those are ones getting ready to go into the stake boats for the next race. The ones aimed right at your screen with the referee launch right there, they're the ones that are in the lanes racing towards us. So boats in the background, getting ready for the next race.
So we'll have 3 heats in this event, the Women's Varsity 4, Division 2 and 3. We're going to be looking for top 4 in this race because these ladies will be racing semifinals. So top 4 out of these 5 to advance. And our fifth place boat in this race will go on to the C final. So the Cox 4 is an interesting event. It is one of the NCAA events. It is not an event that we see contested usually at the Olympics or at the world level. Elite women will race a straight 4 versus a Cox 4. Makes the boat a lot faster, and in my opinion, a little bit trickier to row because without that extra weight in there, it gets a lot tippier and becomes more technical as a straight 4. But these ladies at the college level are still racing Cox 4s, so they do have that extra athlete in there in the bow of the boat to steer for them. And as we mentioned earlier, in the Cox 4s, typically we're seeing coxswains riding in the bows of the boat or in the front of the boat, and they're lying down, versus in the 8 where they're sitting up in the stern of the boat.
Years ago, they used to have the coxswain in the 4s in the stern of the boat. And for novices, that's actually not a bad thing because the coxswain can really help out the rowers. That said, the boats were slower, a little higher center of gravity. The boats are a little bit, I won't say tippier, but they definitely proved themselves faster having the coxswains in the bow of the boats. And we're getting flagged here. You see the official flagging this one boat over. These boats are getting too close to each other under the bridge. He's flagging them hard.
So one of these coxswains having some issues with.
Did you see that coxswain get out of the boat and was yelling at the other boat to move over, move over?
Yep. So one of the coxswains having an issue with this turn in the course, which, as we've already mentioned, is not a typical feature of a 2K course. Having a turn is a bonus challenge for these athletes and these coxswains to add to their race plan.
So, Megan, you can imagine if you're one of the rowers in there and you're putting everything you have into this, and the coxswain, you're getting flagged. You think you're being distracted a little bit, and you're starting to question, what do? Do you ease up on one side to help the coxswain out? Is it a coxswain thing? Is it a pressure thing?
That is something that is completely the coxswain's responsibility. Her job is to manage all of that stuff and reduce the number of distractions for the rowers 100%.
Yep.
Unfortunately, in this case, she's not able to see the flag, so she's going to have to get that feedback from her athletes. So that's where you're going to need someone with a good head on their shoulders in that stroke seat probably to communicate that back to the rest of the people in the crew. But we're looking at the boats here from Lafayette
and Milwaukee.
Yep. These are the 2 that we did see on the picture that were getting the flag from the referee, possibly for getting too close or maybe almost colliding with the turn under the bridge. But it looks like we're clear and in our lanes now. And it does look like Lafayette probably with the advantage over Milwaukee at the moment.
So looking down the course outside the drones, I see 4 boats out here. And we have a 5-boat race, so I'm wondering who we're missing. Looks like someone in the middle of the course, which would be unusual for one in the middle of the course if they were seated to be in the middle of the course to not be out there. But I don't see a 4th crew on the water here. I mean, a 5th crew, excuse me.
Yeah, it does look like there is a gap in the middle of the course, so I'm not sure if there was a scratch or an exclusion or some sort of equipment issue early on in the race that we weren't able to see on picture. We will do our best to get that information for you if you're watching this race and wondering where your athletes are. We are also wondering, so we will try to find out as soon as possible.
Let's hope those athletes got up there, or if did they get there? Did they scratch? We don't know. We'll find out soon enough for y'all. But those 2 boats that were having their issue of course turns under the bridge there are very close to each other still. I think as they came out of that turn, it would be Milwaukee on the outside that looked like they had come a little bit on advantage, but they were late on the turn. But now it looks like if we have our numbers correct here, it is Lafayette that it has that lead over Milwaukee. And again, we're guessing at the lanes here because we're missing what appears to be Mercyhurst. And it's difficult for us, as well as the drones and the cameras, to know for sure, because hopefully these people have stayed in their lanes, and that's one of the issues we deal with here, is did someone get out of their lane? An official wouldn't necessarily correct them if they're not interfering with another boat. So you never know if we have a steering issue somewhere along the way.
We do never know, but these are women racing in the varsity four, so we would expect that with the experience level and the ability of these athletes and these coxswains that they should be staying in their lanes. So as commentators, we're going to hope for the best, and we're going to make the call that it is Mercyhurst that we are missing in this race.
So on the lane nearest to us here, looks like it's lane 2. It could be Bryn Mawr. We'll double check the lane numbers as they come by here. Bryn Mawr may be in the hunt here for one of the top 3 positions, but it looks like it's still going to be those 2 crews on the far side of the course there. Lane 4, which is Lafayette, lane 5, which is Milwaukee, which is Milwaukee. 1 boat length separating those 2.
Oh, I'd say less than a boat length, yeah? It's pretty close. You're right, it's a boat length. Boat length to Lafayette.
Again, if you're in the outside lane, lane 6, you definitely want to have what you think to be a slight advantage out there, because the angle looking at the shoreline is not perfectly aligned with the square of the shore. So this is lane 1, Merchant Marine here on the inside, and lane 2, Bryn Mawr. So we are missing Mercyhurst in the middle of the course in this event.
So that does mean that all 4 of these boats are going to be advancing from this race. Without that 5th competitor, it does seem like Mercyhurst will be the one excluded from progression.
Well, let's hope they didn't have an issue getting up there in time, because that sometimes can affect things if they don't get up to the starting line in time. But anyway, let's go on to the next event, which is on the water, which is the women's varsity heavyweight 4. Again, the second heat of the Division 2 and 3 4 coxswain. Stockton State in lane 1, Cabrini in lane 2, Barry University out of Miami in 3, Jefferson in 4, and Franklin and Marshall in lane 5. And they're through the bridge right now, or coming through the bridge.
And again, we are just going to wait for another moment before we try to call a margin for you guys. But it does look like we are focusing on these crews on the far side of the course.
Yeah, Jefferson and Franklin Marshall looks like this is shot from our camera, I think, of this static camera on the shoreline down at the 1,000-meter mark. So there's our other crew, Barry University. Just got in the right side of the screen there, but it looks like Jefferson, at least from the angle we're seeing. Again, we're looking at a really steep angle here, so it's really hard to tell who's got a lead until we get more straight across from the course. But definitely Jefferson has the advantage over Franklin Marshall for sure. We'll see if we can catch the bow of Barry University here. And there's the bow of Barry University. As the angle gets a little straighter across, it looks like the bow of Barry is coming up fast on the crew, and that is just the angle we're looking at. But here you got Barry here in the middle on the left side of your screen, and now they are looking like they're in second, potentially even vying for that first place position as you get more straight across line there. So it's Barry and Jefferson that have those top 2 positions at the moment. And Franklin Marshall, from what we can see, Stockton and Cabrini, we didn't have them on our screen just yet.
But we did catch just a glimpse there of the official flagging one of our crews again for some steering before they just went off picture.
So there's a picture of Cabrini. It's our first shot of Cabrini out there rowing well also. Currently in 4th, and again is 4 to qualify for the semifinal. So if Cabrini can do that, looks like they can stay ahead of Stockton State. They might get on through into this next round of the semifinals. And there we have Stockton State. We just saw them hit the screen at the bottom there if you're watching. So the 4 crews that are leading, Barry and Jefferson in the middle of the course, the 2 black boats there. far side of the course, Franklin Marshall, and then back over to nearer to us, Cabrini. Not in your screen right now, but it looks pretty level there, doesn't it?
And it looks like Barry is coming into something right now, possibly taking a move against Jefferson, seeing if they can take the lead in the second heat of the women's varsity fours.
Now, Barry has won the NCAA Division II championships previously. That was obviously prior to, I think, COVID years. I don't know which year they won, but they are always a formidable program here at the Vails and elsewhere.
Yeah, and with a program with a history and a legacy like that, you're going to see very high calibers, even caliber athletes, even down in this 4 event, which is typically like the 3rd level priority boat for a program in the NCAA.
Yeah, so in particular, Division II NCAA, you only qualify an 8 and a 4 for NCAAs, whereas your Division I programs, you have 2 8s and a 4 to go on. So in your Division II programs, this would be one of the qualifying boats to go to the NCAA along with their varsity 8s. So this is it. These boats are Barry's out here in these heats. They are going to put everything they have out here because the heats can also be a qualifier, a checkpoint for a qualifying position. Depends on who you're racing.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to have a nice solid race against the rest of this field. It does look like Jefferson is putting up a good fight against this Barry charge in the second half of the race, but we are well inside the last 500, and these crews are coming up to the last 250 here. The rates are starting to come up, and you can hear the cheers on shore as Barry and Jefferson are leading this field toward the conclusion of this race.
Barry at 33 strokes a minute. I mean, this is level for these top 2 here between Barry and Jefferson. And again, if these 2 meet in the final, great. They'll get to the final will be the deciding thing when they vote on for the Division II championship. Jefferson throwing the shots out here now.
Yeah, Jefferson looking like they're just able to maintain that body position a little bit more in these closing strokes. You can see them just sitting up a little bit taller and being able to lever the blades a little bit more effectively.
Yep.
Barry's still charging, but you can see the bodies are just down a little bit more, and they're maybe not getting quite as much of a lever on the blade as they're trying to sprint up on Jefferson.
So Franklin and Marshall down on those 2 crews by a boat length of open water, but coming in 3rd. And in 4th position here, Cabrini in lane 2. This is Stockton State now that is a little bit out of their lane. They might have had some steering issues early on that will come in the final finishing position in this second heat of the women's varsity heavyweight 4. We're going to go to the next one, which is already at the 1,000-meter mark. The 3rd heat of the Division II and III women's varsity heavyweight 4 with Nazareth in lane 1, Washington College in 2, Florida Institute of Technology, Florida Tech in 3, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in 4, and Catholic University in lane 5. But past the 1,000-meter marks, halfway to go for this next and final round of the women's varsity heavyweight 4. So this is 4 to go on. I see potentially 3 crews that are vying for it. We've got lane 1 very close to the, I don't know if that's lane 1 or not. They might be going into the docks down there, but that's an odd place for lane 1 to be. If that's,
I think that's a crew that's either warming up or cooling down. But lane 1 does not look to be up with the pace in this race. Right now, it's going to be a stretch, I think, for Connecticut to get back into this. I'm sorry, that's the wrong race. Nazareth to get back into this. If we can get the drone turned around, we can give you a better idea of what the margins are going to be. And now we've gone up to the start again for our next race. So we're looking at the next round of these women's varsity 4s, the open division. Looking at West Point, Lafayette, Boston University in lane 3. We have a scratch from Georgia Tech that should have been in lane 4. You see that empty lane there. And then Manhattan in lane 5 and Pitt in lane 6.
So we are, this next race here, we're coming up to the wire here. It looks to me like we've got FIT in the lead here in the middle of the course in lane 3.
Yes, unfortunately, we're not able to see the action that's on the course at the moment as the camera is still on this race that is at the start. There we go.
There we go. All right, at the wire now as we're coming down. We'll try and get this back on the announcing here. FIT, Florida Institute of Technology, in the lead at the moment in the middle of the course. Open water on, looks like Embry-Riddle and just to the outside of them. Again, qualifying if FIT has raced, I should call them Florida Tech, but I grew up with a different name, so I'm gonna have to tell you, it's hard for alumni to come up with the new names, but I'm both ways on that. So Florida Tech, Embry-Riddle, and bringing up the inside Washington College on the lane 2. Washington College lane 3, not a lane 3, Division 3 program over there in Chestertown, Maryland. So FIT doing a good job here coming to the finish line.
And we'll be looking for top 4.
Top 4, that's right. And there is another, if they're a warm-up boat, I don't understand what's going on down there. That'd be the wrong place for a warm-up boat on the inside of the course. That could be your Nazareth. That is Nazareth because the referee launch is following up the course. So FIT winning their heat. Embry-Riddle in second with a good open water lead over Washington College in third. And Catholic University in lane 5 coming in the 4th position. Nazareth will bring it up the rear here.
Yeah, so more great racing from these women's 4s.
There's something at 500 meters.
So this next event, we were talking about the women's varsity heavyweight 4, Division 2 and 3. This next series of events is a women's varsity heavyweight 4 with Coxston to open, and top 4 go to the semi. So these are not your Division 2 and 3 programs. These are open programs. They could be clubs. They could be Division 1s, anything but a 2 and 3.
Yeah, so I guess we won't know exactly what we've got on our hands until we get these racers down here, but it does look like they are on the course and moving along well here as they're approaching the bridge.
So we have West Point in lane 1, Lafayette in 2, Boston University in 3, and we do have a scratch in lane 4, which would have been Georgia Tech, Manhattan University in 5, or Manhattan College, and Pittsburgh in lane 6. So out of those 5, 4 go on to the semifinals. The remaining 1 out of this heat will go to the 3rd level final.
So it looks like we're looking at crews from Manhattan in the center of your screen with the green kit, and then we're looking at Pitt on the left of your screen.
Boston University in the middle, just coming through on the right.
Yes, and then the crew from Lafayette now entering your picture on the right side. So good racing from these 4 boats. This angle does not give us much of an idea of a margin right now, but it does look like everyone is up around the same stroke rating, except maybe not the pit crew, maybe just a beat or 2 lower.
That looks like BU and Lafayette. That looks like they are definitely handling the field at this point.
Yeah, BU doing a nice job. They look like they're moving really well together in that 4.
Lafayette running at 32 strokes a minute. BU just behind them in spacing and rating.
Yeah, and so now that we have this aerial shot, we can see that it is.
Yeah, so it is Lafayette.
Lafayette over Boston University.
Boston University over Manhattan.
And it did look like the West Point crew over in lane 1 was probably going to be a little bit off the pace.
So with 4 to go on, it's going to end up being, at this point, early in the race, the first 1,000 meters, West Point and Pittsburgh bringing up that 4th position.
Yeah, and it does look like they are actually quite close to one another margin-wise, but those coxswains are going to want to keep an eye on one another given that they are separated by the entire length of the course. Sometimes having multiple lanes like that across from one another, it can be easy to lose track of where people are. and not always have the best idea of margin. But given how important this qualifying is going to be between Pitt and West Point, they're going to want to make sure that they have eyeballs on one another.
Absolutely. And that's a long, like you said, it's a long way. Your coxswain has to turn sometimes completely around to see the other ones unless your rowers are giving you some indication of where you are.
Yeah, but it does look like Lafayette is still continuing to lead this field ahead of Boston University over Manhattan.
So we just saw the previous race, Nazareth, come by. It looks like they might have had broken equipment. They just made it down the course. I mean, they had to come off the course and come down on their own. Unfortunate when something breaks in a boat like that.
We are hearing that we lost an oarlock in the Nazareth boat, which luckily in a 4, that's not going to cause a capsize, but does make rowing all 4 pretty difficult.
So as we approach the quarter mile to go, the overhead wires at the tip of the island, it is in the middle of the course, Boston University and Lafayette going for these top 2 spots. Lafayette being the leader at this point, a little bit open water. And these crews are fairly spread out between Lafayette, Boston University, and the far side of the course, Manhattan. And nearer to us over here, West Point. Those are the top 4 qualifiers. And the way on the other side, Pittsburgh, looks like they're going to be the ones that are going to not make it through this round to the semifinals.
So one of the cool things about racing the 4s here at the Dad Vails is with some of these smaller programs that don't have some of the same depth as some of the other programs that you might see at other regattas or even at this regatta, is that some programs will put their top 4 people into these varsity 4s.
Oh, yeah.
So we might be seeing, you know, the best of the best from some of these respective programs in these events.
Well, that's true. You know, if your 8 isn't getting what you want during the course of the season, you break it down, your best people are out here. So these 4s can be extremely competitive and also heavily, lots of entries.
Yes, very heavily subscribed in the 4s here at the Dad Vail, which is really cool to see. And a lot of other events and other regattas, it's typically the varsity 8s that you see the top athletes. But here we have the opportunity to see some of these top athletes showcased in these smaller boats, which is really cool. Okay, so we do have a finish from Lafayette and from Boston University, Manhattan, and West Point. Looks like they are just finishing up their race now. They're on your screen.
Switching back down to the other end, we're going to the second round of the women's varsity heavyweight 4 with coxswain, the open division. This 6-boat race. And you've got Connecticut, the Yukon there in lane 1, Carnegie Mellon in 2, Princeton 3, Boston University in 4, Case Western in 5, and all the way from Boulder, Colorado, the Colorado crew. Again, furthest one out. And they're here pretty much every year. They make this run, and good for them.
So again, we're going to be looking for top 4 out of this 6-boat race to advance to the semifinals in this event. And we are looking at the boats on the far side of the course right now, just as they're making their way toward the bridge. So looking at the crews from Colorado, Case Western, and Boston U on your screen right now. Yeah, we were talking about rowing in the 4s versus rowing in the 8s at some of these programs. What do you think the difference is when you hop into a 4 versus hopping into an 8?
Well, an 8 is one of those kind of boats where your individual person can't offset the boat as quickly as a 4. So usually a 4 requires a little more finesse to make it go well. The 8 being a faster boat, a lot more exciting. I won't say it's more exciting, but it's definitely exciting to have all these other people pushing hard like they do. But a 4, the smaller the boat, the finesse levels get higher and higher. And so like you had mentioned, where some of these, if you had a small program that an 8 wasn't quite going well and you take your best 4 people, put them in a 4, it can be really exciting to have a boat that just feels the way it's supposed to feel.
Yeah. I always felt with the Cox 4, because of that kind of different weight ratio, given that it's only 4 people plus a coxswain like you would have in an 8, just half the number of rowers, that it was a little bit different dynamic and stroke pickup in this boat, because it is moving slower and can feel a little bit heavier. It can be a little bit more power driven as opposed to that kind of explosive, quick, light, dynamic pickup that you can have in an 8.
And you allude to something there where the slower the boat, we'll call it the power curve, but an 8, you said it's explosive. So in an 8, you can explode right off as soon as the blades hit the water, you can just jump on it, where some of the boats that don't go quite as fast, you can tear the blades through the water and not propel the boat, where your power application tends to be a little more towards the middle of the stroke, like a single scull is more towards the middle of a stroke as opposed to the front end. So that's Boston University with the red and white blades out there in front in lane 4, and with a nice lead over the field, although I can't see the inner crews, but I would think the middle of the course, Princeton as well, and the 2 outer crews, Carnegie Mellon and Case Western, would be your next ones. But BU doing a fabulous job there in the middle of the course.
Yeah, so this is one of 2 entries in this event for Boston University. We actually just saw them take the second place in the last heat of this event. But a good performance from both of their boats so far in both of these heats of the Varsity 4. And we're looking at one of their crews right now with a very nice lead in this second heat.
Comfortable at 32 strokes a minute. And that's right in the what I call the power curve, the comfortable power curve. Not too high, not too low. You can put all you want in there at 32, 34 strokes a minute.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just looking back at the race between Princeton and UConn.
The BU women look like they're very well matched, much more so. The bodies are moving much more in synchronicity than the other crews, and that's a big reason why they have the lead that they have.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see in the next rounds of racing if we can get a race matchup between these 2 BU crews and see how they stack up against one another, because I'm wondering if we're looking at a case like we were just discussing of maybe our top athletes from this program being put into these 4s.
Yeah. So when I was coaching here for many years, it was if I had a first 8 and a second 8, or a first 4 and a second 4, if those boats could be within a boat length or 2 of each other in practice during coming into it, my sense was they were both going to be medaling in their respective things. So that was kind of our speed determination.
Okay, so here we can have a little bit better idea of what the margins might be in this heat of the Women's Open Varsity 4. It does look like we have race leaders Boston University well out in front, leading Princeton. And we can still see the Colorado crew there at the top of your picture on the right. But now, just as I said that, we can't see any of the other crews.
So this is coming up the inside here.
And again, we're looking for the top 4 here.
This is lane 1, Connecticut, right? It sure is. Top 4.
Yeah, so again, out in front, here's a picture of, well, there was a picture of your Boston University crew cruising to the first place finish over Princeton, over Colorado, over UConn, but UConn is definitely looking the feistiest.
Oh, they might be overtaking Colorado here.
Yeah, in these last closing strokes, it does look like UConn is mounting a pretty serious sprint against the Buffaloes on the far side.
Well, that could be the difference between a good lane and a good heat as opposed to not later on.
It definitely could be. They may just run out of river here. It may be that the Colorado crew is safe in that 3rd qualifying spot, but UConn definitely throwing it all in here in the last little bit of this race.
That might be a photo finish there too.
Well, Colorado doesn't look too troubled. They're just continuing on in their rhythm past the bridge. And now we have our next race on the course. That's on your split screen on the left. On the right, we just have that overhead shot of the crews that just finished.
This next heat here, again, we're dealing with the top 4 going on. It is Penn State in lane 1, Iona in 2, Bowdoin in 3, Wisconsin 4, State University of New York, Geneseo in 5, and Merrimack in lane 6. So a 6-boat race, 4 to go. Let's look for the middle.
Yep, right away here, we're looking at Bowdoin on the left of your screen. So potentially your race leaders based on the discretion of our camera operator, but Bowdoin looking nice and comfortable in this 4 here.
Well, you've seen an awful lot of Bowdoin's boats row very well here today.
And here we have a shot of the Wisconsin ladies, again with a bucket rig in that Badger 4. And it does look like Wisconsin is leading Bowdoin here.
And you got the overhead shot here, and that is definitely the Wisco boat. The Wisco Badgers out in front, open water lead over Bowdoin. Bowdoin in the middle, of course. Again, these boats are pretty well spread out. You can see open water between pretty much 1 through 6 here. And your top 2 look like they're going to be going through with no problem whatsoever, but the next 2, which are 4 to go on, is up in the air. You got a lot to go here as you go through the second half of the race. They're past that 1,000-meter mark.
Yes, so again, it is going to be Wisconsin leading Bowdoin. Wisconsin just on your picture there.
Strong application. Just, again, we've seen this similar kind of rowing from them each of their events as they come out here today. Clean, just even puddles. You look at the splash or the puddles that are left from the oars that go by, they're all about the same size. You don't see one any bigger or smaller than the other. Actually, it's a nice shot from overhead. You can tell if one rower has the power necessary. Sometimes it's misleading, but those puddles can tell you a lot.
Yeah, so again, the race story here is not going to be between these 2 boats who are well out in front and well into qualifying, but amongst these other boats bringing up the midfield and the back of the pack who are going to be fighting for those spots 3 and 4 to advance in this women's open varsity 4. So Wisconsin and Bowdoin in those qualifying spots, but it does look like the race is going to be on between Iona and SUNY Geneseo, Penn State and Merrimack.
Well, as you look closer to us, Penn State, looks like Iona and Penn State may be your next 2 qualifiers. Far side of the course, it is Merrimack that may be a potential, but they've got a long way to go to catch up to Penn State here on the inside. So your leaders here at Wisconsin, Bowdoin in the top 2 positions, but it is Iona and Penn State that are coming up in the final 2 qualifying spots for this women's varsity heavyweight 4 open event.
Yeah, again, it can be really tricky when these boats are so close margin-wise, but spread out across the entire width of the course. It can be really tricky to tell which bow is out in front, but I think you are right. It is Iona that's taking up that 3rd qualifying spot. And then Merrimack.
I think you're seeing on the far side of the course, it is Merrimack that is now overtaking Penn State. It's hard to tell, but it's much closer than it seemed to be early on.
Yeah.
Penn State seems to be struggling a little bit here from the island on in, and now it looks like Merrimack may have hauled Penn State down right in the middle of the island.
And it does look like we're having a problem.
Oh, that's a crab over there.
With the SUNY Geneseo boat, they have stopped rowing. They are talking to an official, so they are safe and the athletes are well. They have started rowing again, but
oh, man,
that's a race ender for them in lane 5, SUNY Geneseo. But really coming down to the wire here, great racing in the women's varsity 4 between Merrimack and Penn State for that last spot. It is going to be Merrimack in the yellow boat that's going to take.
Merrimack threw on quite a run from the middle of the island down to the finish here.
They did. Great effort from them to earn that last qualifying spot. On your screen now, it looks like we have our next race, which is our men's varsity heavyweight 4. We're looking for top 2 from this race to run semis for this event. The rest of these boats will go to a repechage, which is a second chance race for advancement into the semis. Go ahead.
There's 6 heats of this, so there's a lot of crews in this event of the men's varsity heavyweight cox.
And that's why we're going to see this progression with the repechage as opposed to a direct advancement into a lower final. Yes, very heavily subscribed. In this race, we're going to have 5 boats. We'll have lane 1, Pitt, lane 2, Fordham, lane 3, Drexel, lane 4, Georgia Tech, and lane 5, Colorado.
So this next event is already well past the halfway point of the course. We'll see who we've got in our leading positions here. Right in the middle of the course, looks like it's Drexel.
Yep.
That in lane 3 that is leading.
Yeah, it looks like the Dragons have a pretty handy lead here in this 4s race. And
Georgia Tech just to the outside of them. But Drexel with open water lead on Georgia Tech. Getting a little bit of a tail breeze here, probably up at the start of the course, but the winds are different up the first 650 meters as they are down here. Kind of follows the line of the buoys down at this end, and be a little bit of a crosswind up at the starting area.
And I want to say that this crew from Pitt is still in this race for that second qualifying spot. It is definitely Drexel out in front with a very nice lead over the rest of the field.
Oh, you're right. Pitt's right there.
Yeah, Pitt is definitely still in this. It does look like it is Georgia Tech that might have the advantage, but if Pitt decides that they want that spot and do not want to go to this repechage, I think they might still have time if they make the decision basically right now.
It's open water right now between Georgia Tech and Pitt's going to have to throw something out there if they want to get through.
Yeah, the Colorado guys on the far side really giving it everything to try and get back up into this race, but the blade work is just not quite working out for them in order to keep them up to speed with the rest of these boats. Drexel cruising now. No real pressure from any of these other boats on these guys at the moment, so they are happy just to swing here.
That's just such a good feeling when you have that ability to do that. At 31 strokes a minute, the Dragons are just, like you said, they're just cruising.
Yeah, and here's our Georgia Tech boat now.
Yeah. So
Drexel still on your screen. Coxon giving a wave to the shore there. And some hands in the air.
Yeah.
But it does look like it's going to be Georgia Tech in that second spot if the camera would like to show them. But really good fight here for these next spots as these next boats are going to be advancing into the repechage. Probably not their plan A, but it will still benefit them to finish as high as they can in this race to get the best possible lanes for those reps.
So it looks like we have the next line of boats already off, and that is up near the first couple hundred meters of Merchant Marine in lane 1, Catholic University in 2, Bowdoin in 3, St. Joseph's in 4, and St. Mary's in lane 5. And as they approach the bridge, we'll see what we got as they come through the bridge until we get a good shot from the drone or otherwise. We'll try and estimate best we can here.
Yep. So the crews we're looking at on screen right now on the other side of the bridge are going to be St. Mary's and St. Joe's.
If we're not seeing times up on your screen, you can always go to the Jefferson Dad Vail app and look. They'll be posting through our timers pretty much immediately after they finish and the races are official.
And again, all of these races are going to be recorded and archived and uploaded onto YouTube. You can find the link and access those at dadvail.org. Again, just looking at these two crews coming underneath the bridge, this will be St. Joe's and St. Mary's. St. Joe's on the right of your picture and St. Mary's on the left, followed by an official launch.
Yeah, it looks like St. Joe's already making the turn under the bridge there.
Oh my, a lot of different choices about turn timing here.
Yeah, so Bowdoin's the one that made that turn first. Look how they come through the bridge there.
Oh, that's where they're going. That's the goal, is the bridge down there. Thank you for the drone operator for that shot. But yeah, we saw quite a variety of strategies there for the turn happening on the course. Wow. That was a really great example of
Yeah,
a
it
lot of
was.
different choices. But here we go with this race. It does look like Bowdoin coming onto your screen there on the right, chasing St. Joe's in the middle of these three crews, and St. Mary's, now taking over that middle spot. But it does look like it could be Bowdoin out in front of St. Joe's based on this angle.
Bowdoin at 32 strokes a minute. Let's see what we've got on St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's looking a little bit less relaxed. Bowdoin looking way more relaxed. St. Joe's bobbling around a little bit, a lot of blade tapping and stuff. Midway through the course, they might be getting a little bit tired if they came off a little too hard.
The Bowdoin guys at 32 and a half.
Yep.
That's a nice comfy rate to just do a nice solid bit of work down the course. So I think you're right. They look pretty happy there just to execute this piece and qualify and just get it done.
So what you look for in a boat like that is, do their shoulders or bodies move at the same instant as they make their entry into the water? Are they basically tied together? Like if you had a stick or a pole that went from one shoulder to the next, are they moving exactly at the same time? And it makes a big difference. I mean, this is a sport of body weight movement in a boat. It's not just strength, it's not just everything, but you got to move your bodies from one end of the boat to the other, one end of your cockpit area to the other in unison.
Yeah, that synchronicity that you're talking about is just so much more important in this four. It's important in every boat, except maybe the single, right? But of course, in the four, each person has such a more individual impact on the overall outcome in the boat.
Absolutely.
That it's really important that you work together as a unit and develop that crew flow.
So one of the things we were talking about earlier, Megan, was the difference. These people will be looking at these times from one heat to the next. The winds are changing a little bit out here, so it's still a tailwind, but it looks like it's picked up a little bit. So your heats that are coming in later, they're going to be looking at the heats that went earlier, but if they don't know the wind change, it can be misleading. That's why you say don't put too much into those times you see out
but
there.
it's just so hard to resist because, we're such a data-driven sport, and anytime we have the opportunity to look at data and numbers, we're always going to take it. So
Yep.
You're right. It is so easy for the conditions to change here, especially given that we have a wind on the course, and that, of course, the course is a river. So there's always going to be a number of variables racing here, but we're still going to look at those numbers anyways, aren't we?
Oh, gosh, yes.
So here's that nice shot of that Bowdoin crew coming down in the four here out in front. Still looking nice and comfortable here leading this group.
So you could actually see the St. Joseph crew behind them. A lot more wiggle and wobble of the blades and stuff, where you got the Bowdoin crew pretty well synchronized. I mean, I think you're getting a little bit of bounce of water around here, but not much. But you can see how the bodies move differently in that St. Joseph crew. And the blades are a little bit different. A little bit changes here and there. That can make all the difference in the world between.
And what I would love to see right now is the contrast between these two boats from Bowdoin here, and now off your picture is the crew from Catholic that is really making a charge in the lane closer to us. It's off your picture, to try and get up on some of these crews in the lead, maybe try and close the gap on St. Joe's. But it is Bowdoin cruising to an open water victory here over this field in the men's varsity 4. St. Joe's with another handy lead between themselves and the crew from Catholic moving up the field now. But it is going to be those top two. It's going to be Bowdoin and St. Joe's moving on from this heat, and the rest of these boats to the repechage.
So Merchant Marine, Catholic, and St. Mary's all overlapping here as they go down to the wire in these trailing 3 spots in this heat. So it's still a race for those folks as they get out there and put everything they have, trying to make sure they're getting to that line before the other boat as much as possible.
Yeah, Catholic absolutely trying to get the better of these crews, as they will see them again in these next rounds of racing, moving on to the repechage, but with the best possible outcome they could hope for going into that rep.
All right, so we're going to go into our next heat of the men's heavyweight 4 with the Cox. Our third one. This is a 4-boat race with 2 to go to the semis. Lafayette in lane 2, LaSalle in 3, Case Western in lane 4, and the College of New Jersey in lane 5. So they are through the bridge right now. We've got 3 boats on our screen, and looking in the middle of the race course here, it looks like LaSalle. I don't see our boat on the right-hand side yet, which would be Lafayette. But LaSalle looks like they have open water going through the bridge over Case Western, who at this point we are seeing definitely over College of New Jersey, but we don't know yet where Lafayette is. So we'll try and get a view of Lafayette here relative to the other crews.
Yeah, and hoping for some more really good racing between these Lafayette and LaSalle crews. We've seen at least one really strong performance from a LaSalle boat earlier today. And plenty of good racing from the Lafayette women, so we can see what their men's team has in store for us in this event.
So you're seeing these leaders of these men's heavyweight 4s with comfortable open water leads. They're all rowing well. It just bodes for great racing to be coming to the semifinals later on, because some of these crews will be up against each other. And what we're seeing then is the second place crews coming in fighting for each other, trying to fight into that final, but your leaders of that open water lead is going to be very distinctive as you go into your semifinals later on.
So we just had that crew from Lafayette row across your picture. It does look like they are in a race with the other boats in this race. I think that was our Case Western boat, and this is the College of New Jersey crew that we're seeing on the picture right now.
Yeah.
And it looks like these guys are maybe not up with the pace, but it could be an interesting race between this Lafayette and the Case Western boat, who are trailing the LaSalle crew. Yeah, so here we're back to this beautiful drone shot of our race leaders. This is the LaSalle crew. You can see this is really just showcasing kind of the beautiful relaxation of rowing.
It makes you look like they're not doing any work at all.
And that's the best feeling when you are getting great boat speed, and it looks that way. It might not always feel that way. Sometimes it does, and that's the best of the best, really.
Yeah.
But these guys are really just showing you what this sport looks like at its best. Just very relaxed, letting the boat just run out and glide across the water. You know, what a beautiful shot.
A lay person on the side looking at this just looks like, oh, they're just out there having fun. You know, a little.
Well, these guys are definitely having fun out front. That's a fun place to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, of course, we on the inside know that it is a ton of work to get from point A to point B on a 2K race course in a rowing shell. And while these guys are definitely relaxing and enjoying being in front, they are still absolutely working really hard in order to be ready for the rest of the regatta. But LaSalle continuing to lead this field of the men's varsity 4.
Lafayette's going to be our qualifier unless they have anything going on between now and the finish line. Trailing them, Case Western over there in lane 4 and the College of New Jersey out in lane 5. So LaSalle and Lafayette looks like they're going to be the ones to go through in this heat.
Yep. LaSalle just coming in front of the commentary booth now. Really just kind of on parade at this point. I don't have a rate for them, but that's looking easily into the 20s.
Yeah, they were
so just cruising.
They were 30 early on in the race, and they've looked like they've taken it down.
Yep.
They got a little pause going on there. Yeah,
yep.
They're down to 24.
Yep, so they're pretty happy there. And we have the Lafayette crew now just approaching the commentary booth. They're still up at race cadence and just tapping the boat along. It doesn't look like they're muscling it or putting too much work behind the oar at this time. But they're going to be pretty easily in that second qualifying spot ahead of Case Western over on the far side. And then, of course, our fourth boat in this event, the College of New Jersey, out of Ewing, New Jersey, training on Mercer Lake, which was my home race course for many years while I was on the national team. We used to see the TCNJ crew out there training at terrible hours in the morning, just terrible hours in the morning. But here they are racing at the Dad Vail in this men's varsity 4. They'll be advancing to the reps later on.
You give a good point of terrible hours in the morning. When you got 8 o'clock classes, you got to be, depending on how far you got to go to school, you got to be off the water by 7 or 7:15 or something like that. So when are you down there? 5:30 in the morning.
Oh, maybe earlier than that for these guys, to be honest, because the location of the Mercer Boathouse relative to their campus is not close.
Yeah.
So they would have had to have done a fair amount of commuting. Very dedicated group of athletes who always seem to be really enjoying their time at Mercer Lake. Big shout out to the TCNJ guys and gals.
All right, so this next heat, which is coming down the course now with this is the fourth heat of the men's varsity heavyweight for Grand Valley in lane 2, Florida Tech in 3, Marietta in 4, and West Point in lane 5.
And it does look like we have an early leader and a significant leader.
Yeah, Florida Tech and their red
Stripey unis.
red and white.
The Where's Waldo unis. We love them.
Yeah, they have this jersey that's traditional back in the late 1800s. It's a horizontal stripe.
Ah, yes.
Easy to pick out on the race course.
Well, it is fast, whatever it is, because they are definitely out in front and in control of this race of the men's varsity 4. Florida Tech just cruising out in front now of this 4-boat race.
They come to the island here. Florida Tech rowing 31.5 strokes a minute as they approach the wires with a quarter mile to go.
Yep, there you get a nice shot of those very distinctive uniforms that we were just talking about. Easy to pick out from across the river. I would say these guys maybe don't look quite as relaxed as we just saw in the boat from LaSalle, even though they have a pretty similar margin, pretty similar race scenario that they're dealing with right now. So it could be just that they are looking to get a little bit more kind of AT work in before their next round of racing.
Yeah, that LaSalle was down to, what, 24, 25 strokes a minute coming through here.
Yep.
They look pretty comfortable doing what they're doing.
Yep. And then over on the far side, it looks like we have our second place qualifier, West Point, also rowing a little bit lower and more relaxed, well and good in that second qualifying position. Over this boat from Grand Valley, coming by the commentary booth now, the guys in the blue. Grand Valley not quite up with the pace, so they will be advancing to the rep.
And followed by Marietta over there in lane 4.
Yeah, there's a shot of Grand Valley for you just finishing up their race. Cruising to the bridge on your picture. But now we're here back at the start now.
This is actually the last event on the start line. We have our next to the last one, Loyola out of Maryland, Mercyhurst, Oklahoma City, Washington College, on the course right now at about 700 meters to go. And the one you're looking at here on our screen is Milwaukee in lane 2, Fairfield in lane 3, Embry-Riddle in lane 4, Washington College in lane, below that, Fairfield, Embry-Riddle in Vermont in lane 5. So at the start for this group of Milwaukee, Fairfield, Embry-Riddle, Vermont, they're waiting up there to start. We'll go back to the course here with Loyola, Mercyhurst, Oklahoma City, and Washington College. It is a little closer on this one, not quite as distinct as we've seen in these other 4s where you have a lot of open water, but in the middle of the course, it's Mercyhurst and Oklahoma City with a good race for the top 2. And this might be a good race for all of the top
Casey and I are both going to stand up right now.
Yeah, we're standing
just
up.
so you know.
Because this is going to be a little bit different. This isn't the walk away like we saw in some of the other ones, although we have that Oklahoma City boat in the lead, but it is going to be a good fight here for our second qualifying position of Loyola, Mercyhurst, and Washington College.
Oh, I want to say it's Washington College that's in the second place position right now, and maybe even challenging that Oklahoma boat. But it is, you're right, Oklahoma leading these 4 crews. It is going to be a full race for all 4 of these boats if they want to have a shot at qualifying.
Full race in Washington College. Look at the coxswain of Washington College. He's sitting up, looking over. I think he's just staring over the side, trying to see, can he get there? And he's moving around. He's jumping around. He should not be doing it. Be holding still. Hold still.
Yeah, so these Oklahoma guys still
Washington
in control
College now
of the race.
Overlapping with Oklahoma City as they go towards the last 100 meters. and they're being chased hard by Mercyhurst.
Yeah, a really good sprint here from Mercyhurst. I do think they are going to run out of river to catch up to this Washington College crew, but nice work from these top 3 boats to hold off this charge from Loyola, Maryland, bringing up the 4th place position. Probably less than 2 boat lengths between all 4 of these crews. So really nice, aggressive finish from all 4 of these guys, but I do think it is going to be that Oklahoma boat in the blue over the Washington College guys on the far side, over Mercyhurst, over Loyola, Maryland.
You know, sometimes in these heats you'll get races like that, or they're just really close all the way down. A lot of times it spaces out like you've seen, where we get one leader in the middle of the course. It gets multiple lengths of open water. But that was a great fight for all 4 of those positions there.
Yeah, fun for us as commentators, and we're still on our feet because we don't want to sit back down yet. But let's take a look here at this next race that we saw these gentlemen setting up at the start just a few minutes ago, and they are well into this race now and approaching the bridge. It looks like we are looking at the 2 crews on the far side of the course, which are going to be the Vermont and Embry-Riddle crews. So Vermont on the left of your picture and Embry-Riddle in the blue. Now the middle crew on your screen, as Fairfield is coming onto your screen now on the right in the red boat.
So Embry-Riddle has done very well in the early races down in the south, all the way up through Southern Intercollegiates a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if they're able to do the same thing here in the heats.
Yeah, the Fairfield guys looking really pretty aggressive with this rhythm. And like they are putting a lot into this second 500 of this race. We'll see where that has gotten them.
35 strokes a minute for Fairfield. See if Embry-Riddle's in a similar line. 34 for Embry-Riddle.
If you look at this lineup in this Fairfield boat, you'll see that the 2 gentlemen who are in the stroke and 3 seed look a little bit smaller than that bow pair there, which is not typically what you'd see for a selection for a lineup like this.
So your overhead, now that we get a little bit different look at it, looks like Fairfield may have that edge and be gaining that edge over Embry-Riddle. And you had mentioned Fairfield, their aggressiveness early on there, and I think that's paying off right through the middle of the course here. It's established that lead. If you don't have it going into that 1,000-meter mark, you're trying to establish it coming out of that 1,000-meter mark.
Yeah, but Vermont still holding on the outside, too, with at least a deck of overlap on the Embry-Riddle boat, and maybe also with the Fairfield boat. So great 3-boat race that we can see on our picture right now. Not sure where Milwaukee fits into this picture without them being on the screen. But again, we are just looking for the top 2 out of this race to go on directly to the semis. But really great race here in the red boat. Fairfield racing Embry-Riddle with the blue blades there in the middle of the course. And still in the picture is Vermont up at the top of the screen, although it does look like the men from Vermont are just starting to trail off the back of the sterns of these 2 lead boats.
I'm interested to see what happens here, because it looked like Fairfield took a move right around the 1,000-meter mark and might have gained that advantage over Embry-Riddle, and it almost looks like Embry-Riddle's trying to make a comeback or a pullback. And even with 2 boats to qualify, they can probably look behind and say easily, but when you're looking across at this boat dead even with you, it's like, no, we got to get them somehow.
Yeah.
And it looks like Embry-Riddle's trying to make another move here.
Oh, they definitely are. It looks, even while you've just been talking about it, they've extended their lead from maybe like a bow ball to about 2 seats.
Yeah.
So that's a nice move in the Embry-Riddle boat to try and get one over on the Fairfield boat as they're coming through kind of the second third of this race.
I think Fairfield's still not going to let them go. I mean, I think they're savvy enough to make those counter moves.
Oh yeah, there's still plenty of race course left for some drama to play out between these 2 or maybe 3 crews. Vermont maybe not quite out of it yet. It looks like from this angle that they do still have some overlap with the Fairfield boat. Well,
Fairfield now 37 strokes a minute. It looks like they're attacking that water. Their blades are going in the water. Just what I call an invisible catch. They're not letting them sit up in the air at all. But Embry-Riddle doing the same thing. Embry-Riddle also running their stroke rating up. So
yeah, great
first or
contest
second
now.
Or qualifying or not, these 2 crews are throwing 37, 38 strokes a minute out there to the finish line on the far side of the course. Vermont's not letting it down either. They're probably realizing we'd let them get caught up to us.
Yeah, so it does look like Fairfield has let Embry-Riddle get out to probably 2/3 of a boat length at this point. I do think we're coming up to the closing buoys of the race course, and it is going to be Embry-Riddle over Fairfield. But Vermont has definitely done a great job in this last 500 to stay up with these lead 2 crews and might finish this race with some overlap on Fairfield.
Yeah, that was definitely a good second half for Vermont there.
Yeah, and it's races like these where these guys might have even just surprised themselves a little bit and been like, oh, wow, that was maybe where we wanted to be or better than we thought we were going to do. And why not like take a step on from that in the reps and see who else we can pick off at this regatta.
So we're back up at the starting line for the women's Varsity 8 Division 3 heat. This is top 2 to the first final. The next 2 go to the repechage. And Stockton State in lane 2, Washington College in 3, Marietta in 4, and another Washington College boat in lane 5. So let's see what happens to these 2 Washington College boats. And
it does look like we have an empty lane again in this race.
We've got 4 boats, but they've got a...
Oh, and we had a non-start.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with this start here.
I wonder if they're going to restart this race because we have people who are not even rowing.
Mm-hmm. So what happens in a case like that? If you were watching on the screen there, we had 2 boats leave the starting line, and the other 2 were like, are we leaving or are we not? They weren't quite sure. And my guess is they'll probably call that race back, whether they'll start that one.
Actually, I'm wondering if the Washington College boat maybe didn't do a full start because it looked like their bow pair was sitting out.
Yeah, it looked like they weren't ready. Yeah.
So I wonder if they moved this Washington College boat off of the race course out of lane 5, which is why we were seeing that empty lane, and move them into lane 6, and maybe they'll do a paddle down because of some breakage or something similar. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Once we get a better view of the athletes and what's happening on the race course, whether or not that Washington College boat is maybe going to not be in competition for this heat.
They may, if that was the case, they may switch these 2 heats around. If the other heats are ready to go, the women's varsity 8, the second heat, they may put that one in front while the other boats come around. It does look like the boats are kind of scattered around up above the bridge. The drone just kind of gives us a little bit of a shot up there, and it looks like these boats are turning around. Or are they?
Yeah, I'm wondering if they knew before the race.
Look at that. They're still racing. They're still racing these 2 lead boats.
Yeah.
The other boats didn't go off the line, and I guess the officials were not turning them around, and maybe they just missed the start entirely.
Well, I'm wondering if they knew preemptively that they weren't going to be able to do the race. Like maybe they had some issue going into the blocks that they knew they weren't going to be able to race, and that's why they put them over in that empty lane, and then we saw what looked like an empty lane for us. But you're right; these other 2 boats do look like they are racing down the race course.
The drone showing the other 2 8s behind the group there, but they're not racing. I don't know. We don't understand what went on with that. Interesting string of events right there.
But as we're getting this lovely shot of these 2 boats coming through the bridge and executing that turn, it gives you a sense of kind of what shape the dogleg is and how much of a turn these athletes really have to execute in order to complete this 2K course here on the Schuylkill. Does look like our race leader is going to be
Marietta.
Yeah, with a nice lead coming out of the bridge.
So these boats, these 8s, are 55 feet long around that length, and the rudder they use to turn the boats is no more than a couple 4 square inches, maybe. Something like that. So when you're making a turn like that, it's not just the rudder that does it. The rudder actually acts kind of like a brake, and you don't want to use it unless you have to. But you call the rowers to help bring you around. They'll add power to the one side and along with the rudder to help make those turns.
So this is actually one of the Washington College boats that we can see here. So it's going to be Washington College here in the black boat. That's on your screen currently. Who we saw from the picture before is going to be your race leader in this 2-boat race.
So that is Washington College lane 3. I'm going to have to make sure I can tell who is in the other lane.
It is difficult when we don't have a camera shot showing all of the crews at once. We love these good shots of these athletes who are the race leaders,
Well,
but it does make it
go.
hard to tell the story of what is happening.
It is Washington College and Stockton State. So Marietta and Washington College, the other boat on the outside, were the ones that didn't start. So Stockton State, Washington College, in lanes 2 and 3 are what we have on the course. The two remaining crews of Marietta and Washington College, the B boat or the second boat. My guess is they were either both had issues. They could have been excluded. Who knows?
It's all speculation at this point. We could come up with some probably pretty good stories if we wanted to, but let's just focus on these two boats that are coming down the course now. It seems like they're both going to qualify.
You're right about that. I think they will qualify.
Yeah, so this is an interesting situation to be in as a rower when you line up expecting to have a 4-boat race and you end up in a dual race. What do you think about the psychology of that when you're on the line and something so drastically changes, like losing half of your competitors?
Well, as a rower, you would probably be wondering the first couple of strokes, what's going on here? Are we racing or are we not? And so you might have had a little hiccup in the boats that kept racing, not sure what to do. But on the other hand, if you realize it turns into a dual race, it's a matter of get the advantage. And dual racing is a lot different than 6-boat racing, where you have lots of people out there to go against. When you have one other boat, if you can get out in front, you can play defense the rest of the way down. If you can see them making moves, you can counter those moves. Of course, now they have open water, and it makes it relatively easy to maintain that advantage.
Yeah, so this Washington College boat just cruising around 35 strokes a minute. That's a pretty good 8 race pace. Not too high, not too low. Just cruising in an 8. But as you're saying, the psychology with a race situation like this, when things kind of go out the window and you're not sure what the whole situation is, this is where we as athletes really rely on the coxswain to be kind of our sports psychologist and our leader and our coach on the water, because as we know, once we're out there, the coaches have no access to the athletes. It's really up to the athletes and the coxswains to execute their athletic performance. So really important to have a good leader in the coxswain seat in a situation like that who can get her crew refocused on what they can control, which is executing this race.
Well, you bring up another point. You said the coaches don't have access to the athletes. And someone said, they have electronics. Well, you're not allowed to do that. There can be no communication from the shoreline coach or anyone to that boat. So they are on their own once they're out there. So that coxswain acts as the coach in the boat, along with steering, along with strategy, along with about a zillion other things.
Yeah, and so we're seeing this Washington College boat just executing that full sprint. They're up to 39.5, 40 strokes a minute for the last strokes of this race. So their coxswain did a great job of getting them back into the tunnel and focus on just executing the best race plan that they could have out here, doing that full 2K race with a sprint finish.
So I'm going to look back down the course to the other 2 8s that did not make that, and they are basically zigzagging across the course. That tells me that both of them lost their rudder.
Well, what are the odds of them both losing their steering?
I've never seen that in my life. 2 boats in one heat, if that's what happened. Now, of course, we're speculating.
Unless there was one very large piece of debris that took them both out. Well, we'll have to see what we can figure out about that race and maybe report back to you in the future. But right now it looks like our next heat of the women's 8s are getting locked onto their stake boats. We have no empty lanes, and we do have all 4 boats in attendance, so hopefully we'll have a 4-boat race.
So if we had an issue like that, and again, I don't want to speculate, but if we had an issue like that where 2 boats had equipment damage right before the 100-meter breakage point and they have to come in and repair it, the officials have to decide what to do. Do they let them into the next final? There wouldn't be any other race for them to go into. So the officials will have to discuss, what do they do? Are these boats now excluded? Are they able to repair their boats and get back out there and try again on another event somewhere along the way? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, in this progression in particular, it's lucky that they'll have the repechage that they can hopefully get back into and advance from.
So we have this next race coming down, the women's varsity heavyweight 8, the Division 3 again. Simmons, Bryn Mawr, St. Mary's, and Catholic. The difficulty here is these other two crews have to get off the course before these other ones come down, and they are definitely having trouble steering. They're zigzagging all over the course.
And they have rowers sitting out as well.
Yeah.
So they're rowing by sixes. Oh my goodness. That is some drastic steering. You are right. Wow.
Yeah.
Adventure rowing here at the Jefferson Dad Vail.
Adventure
You never
rowing.
know what you're going to see. The Schuylkill always provides us.
This
with.
is what you call the original extreme sport.
Yes, so we're just observing these two crews as they're coming very slowly by the commentary booth. It does look like all the athletes are okay. Everyone is safe and fine. Parents, in case you're worried about that, that is not the apparent issue. It does look like it is an equipment problem.
We can.
Yeah.
They must complete the race course 2 skegs.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so we're hearing from some of our regatta staff that we are correct in, well, sorry, Casey was correct in assessing some lost skegs on these two boats. So we did lose 2 steering mechanisms on these 8s out of 4 boats in one race. That is crazy.
Never seen that before.
So what he's telling us is that the officials have said that these boats actually need to get their bow balls across the finish line in order for them to legally and fairly advance through the repechage this afternoon. So once they get across the line, hopefully safely, because without the steering, it is quite difficult to move these very long, very heavy boats. They are. It's really quite something to see these guys try to figure this out without the steering. Anyways, these athletes are handling it. Their coxswains are doing the best they can to keep everyone focused on what they need to do. This is not probably how they imagine their 2K going, but again, having that leader in the coxswain seat to just make sure that everyone does what they need to do to get this job done, which is advance to the rep so that they have another shot at the final. That's all you can do at this point.
Well, looks like Washington College has made it to the reps.
Yes,
they made it across the line.
They have. We're still waiting on that finish from
from Marietta.
From Marietta, they are almost there. Last 2 strokes.
All right, let's go on. We have another event coming up here, which is Women's Varsity 8. I guess it's the second heat of Simmons, Bryn Mawr of St. Mary's and Catholic University as they've come under the bridge.
That's right, and it does look like these 8s are already pretty spread out as we're coming through the middle of the race. On the far side, it does look like our boat from Simmons is maybe just falling off the back of the pace a bit.
We cannot yet see the boat. We can't see Simmons' boat at the moment. That is lane 3, Bryn Mawr. So as soon as we get a chance, we're going to see how Simmons is doing with St. Mary's and Catholic University. But Bryn Mawr, definitely the one out in front in that yellow boat.
Yeah, these ladies looking like they are pretty comfortable out in that first place position.
We have not yet seen the crew from Simmons yet, but looking down the course.
This is the Simmons boat actually coming onto our picture right now in lane 2.
And they seem to be actually in a pretty good position now, fighting for the top 2.
Yeah, so now we have a picture of all of our crews and we have an idea of kind of how this race is playing out. So we see Bryn Mawr again leading from lane 3 with Simmons here in lane 2 on the right of your picture. And then across the river from them, we see lane 4 St. Mary's probably also still in the contest. Catholic maybe not quite up with the pace. And that was almost a start from another race, which we'll see again shortly, I'm sure. But Bryn Mawr there just rowing off your picture. St. Mary's there just on the right. But clear leaders Bryn Mawr here as they're just rowing up to the end of the island. Of course, great to see Simmons College here racing at the Dad Vail. Again, another one of the best mascots in the game. The Sharks.
The Sharks.
That is a cool mascot, especially for a water sport.
So Simmons rowing 32 strokes a minute out here. I just caught Bryn Mawr a little bit higher than that, about 34.
Yeah, so it'll be really interesting to see here as we're going these top two, whether Simmons decides that they want to mount some kind of charge to try and close this gap between themselves and the Bryn Mawr crew. It does look like that is a pretty significant margin to try to overturn in a sprint.
Well, if I was coach, I wouldn't do that. Not now. That's multiple boat lengths of open water. What is it? 5 boat lengths of open water is usually considered easily in the Henley Royal Regatta.
But that's Henley, and this is the Dad Vail.
That's true. That's true.
But these two crews definitely in qualifying position in this D3 Women's 8 event, leading the crews from St. Mary's and from Catholic. See that bucket in the 8, which we don't see that often. Talking about buckets in the 4 earlier, but here we see it in 7 and 6 in this 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so here comes the Bryn Mawr crew just in front of the commentary box now. You can hear a nice sound of the oars in the oar log, very unified, very clear across the water. We can hear it all the way over here in the commentary box.
That's actually a very good cue when you're rowing an 8 is trying to get all the sounds of the blades turning up and down together. You can go by that. A lot of times the coaches will have the teams row with their eyes shut during practice so you can hear and not be distracted by what you see.
Just not the coxswains. Coxswains, don't close your eyes during closed eye drill.
Good call.
But yes, Bryn Mawr across the line now. There you're going to be your first qualifier, followed by Simmons, who's being chased by St. Mary's, but St. Mary's just missing out on that qualifying spot, and they will advance to the rep, along with the crew from Catholic over on the far side. But on your split screen, you can see that we have this next race of the women's varsity 8 coming down. This is going to be the open category. And we're going to be seeing crews from Purdue in lane 2, Princeton in lane 3, and Grand Valley in lane 4. So this is a shot of that Grand Valley State boat right here.
That light blue boat.
Coxon just taking a couple of big looks over there, just trying to figure out what the margin is.
So one of the things we didn't talk about was how do you talk to your crews? You have an electronic headset on, which has speakers mounted underneath the boat or down the course of the boat, so you can talk to your, much like we're doing here in the commentators thing, is a microphone where the speakers will get the entire 8 in there. In the old days, they used to have a megaphone that was attached to the coxswain's head, and he would speak down through the ribbing of the boat, so the sound would carry down the boat underneath everyone so they could hear. But you had a lot of hoarse coxswains back at that time. Of course, you do now too.
Yes, it's always going to be a struggle trying to get everyone in an 8 to hear you, especially when the energy is high. And as we were just talking about, all the sounds of the equipment turning in the oarlocks and all the sounds of the water, it can be a challenge.
Yeah, being on shore, I mean, you don't hear all this stuff, but in a boat, it can be pretty noisy.
It can be. The 8s are for sure the loudest events out there. There's just so many bodies, so many pieces of equipment, and so much water that is moving while these athletes are rowing these boats down the course that I think the coxswains are pretty grateful to have electronic speakers.
Oh, yeah.
So race leader right now does look to be Princeton in the center of the course.
Rowing 36.
And they are leading the crews from Grand Valley. That's the boat on the right of your picture at the moment. And from Purdue, who is currently off screen. But I do believe that is your order: 1, 2, 3. Princeton, Grand Valley, and Purdue. In this race, we have 3 boats, but we're looking for top 2. And third place in this race will just go to the repechage for this event.
So Purdue is actually sitting very close to Grand Valley here for that second position, and may have made a move here this last going in the third 500. My guess is they're only at a link down on Grand Valley at this point, and may even be closer than that, because here they come into our view.
Yeah, but it is Princeton out in front. They're still staying on it. They're not letting off here. They're going to try and stay ahead of these 2 crews as both of them sprint each other to try and snag that second qualifying spot. But I think you're right. The margin is still there for Purdue. If they had wanted to mount a charge, they were absolutely still within striking distance. But it does look like the Grand Valley women are going to hang on to that second spot. That 4 seat in the Grand Valley boat. She really wants it and is not going to have any of that from Purdue. She is really swinging behind the handle. And that's what you want from a 4 seat, someone who is just going to pull and never, ever, ever quit. So there she goes, leading her crew from the 4 seat in the Grand Valley boat, just really getting the most out of this race and holding on to that second qualifying spot over Purdue. Purdue, we'll see again in the reps for this Women's Open Varsity 8.
Tell you what, that one girl in the 4 seat of Grand Valley attacking like no tomorrow, like we're going to go. And if no one else is going, I'm going.
Yep. And like I said, that is exactly the kind of personality that you want in the 3 and 4 seat of an 8, someone who is just going to go until they're dead. Well, hopefully they don't die. We don't want anyone to die at the Dad Vail. Thank you so much. But someone who's going to absolutely go all the way to the end, just like that.
So a 4-boat race coming up here for the next heat of the women's varsity heavyweight 8, University of Connecticut and Georgetown, Boston University in Vermont. And they are off. We're already coming up to the bridge here. Drones picking up, or the camera's picking up things as they approach the bridge. You'll see the turns if you're watching on camera.
Yep, so we're looking at the crews from Vermont on the left. And we'll have Boston U again here on the right. You can see the Boston U red and white blades there. Oop, a little bit of blade problems with the Vermont boat.
Vermont just had a crab.
Oh, I think it might have been a steering issue. I think they might have caught some buoys. This is what that looked like to me. So Vermont,
that's tough.
Yeah, Vermont having a pretty big problem. I think that's the end of the race for them. Looked like they were holding water to get back on course. So looking at this Boston U crew, they look like they are...
Should be in command.
Yep, they are not in the buoys.
We haven't seen Georgetown yet, and there's Georgetown.
Yeah, the Boston U boat just being covered up by the graphic now a little bit, but it does look like they are having a good race against this Georgetown crew. And of course, we will wait to see where our Yukon crew is in this race as well, if we can get them on picture.
So Georgetown rowing 36 and a half strokes a minute. We'll see what BU's doing. Same thing, BU also at 36. So these two boats rowing stroke for stroke down the course. And Georgetown and Boston University, it looks to me, the way we come through the angles here, that Georgetown has that edge over BU.
Yeah, this Georgetown crew is just so aggressive. You can see that little bit of shudder or almost kind of rebound in the riggers every time they take the blades out of the water because of all the power and the swing that they're putting behind those blades. Just that little bit of bounce as the blades pop out of the water there. Just very, very aggressive rowing from this Georgetown boat.
So you were talking about the 4 seat in the boat in the last one, how she was stroking from the 4 seat. It's what we call the engine room.
Yes.
You know, the rowers in the middle of the boat, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are basically your boiler room. They're the ones that are typically the more powerful of the group. And you get those people in line and get them pulling those oars, they can do a lot for making that boat go.
Yeah, I think there are some nuances that you could argue for the different seats inside the engine room itself as a unit, but that is a very dominant character trait of those 4 athletes that typically sit in the middle of the boat, is that they are the people that you want in there because they are just going to go and go and go and really be leaders for kind of the drive and the energy and the aggression in your race.
Well, you know, when the stroke seat and the 7 seat, sometimes they need that mental oomph from behind, knowing that those people are going to go for them and with them. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're sitting in the engine room of the boat, your mentality is really that you're there to support those 2 athletes in the front.
Yeah.
And that the majority of the power is going to be coming from the 4 of you. The balance is going to be coming from your bow pair, and the rhythm is going to be coming from your stern pair. Everyone, of course, is always going to be pulling really hard in all 8 seats.
Oh, yeah.
But there are some peripheral duties that you have to take care of in those end pairs that you don't have to worry about in the middle of the boat. Your job is really just to provide the power. And look at this Georgetown boat now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that nice aggressive stroke that they've been relying on through the middle of the race has taken them right through that BU boat, and they are now well into the lead.
Well, they've been rowing 36 all the way down the course, still there.
Yeah, really nice swing and blade exit from these guys. I was talking about that little bit of kind of ricochet or a little bit of bounce that we were getting from the blades in the oarlock as they release the blades from the water. But man, that springiness is really just propelling them down the race course and allowing them to just stay so aggressive and really tap the boat along with that power. And we see them just coming by the booth now, and they're looking really pretty good out in front.
Nice even splashes, blades all squaring up at the same time. Just very little extraneous things going on in that boat.
Yeah, meanwhile, you look across in the Boston boat and you just see a little bit more continuous movement of the handle, not as much time in between the strokes to let the boat run out. But Boston still doing a great job just to slide into that second qualifying position in this heat ahead of these other two boats.
This is Connecticut, Yukon here, and Vermont on the outside. Vermont's the one that had the crab up above the bridge and caused them to turn sideways.
Yes. So these two boats, the Yukon boat and the Vermont boat, will be moving on to the repechage. Your qualifiers, again, were Georgetown and Boston University.
So up at the start, we saw earlier, we were getting lined up for the men's varsity heavyweight 8. The top 3 go to the semifinals. The remainders go to the repechage. And a quick rundown of the lanes is lane 1, Villanova, lane 2, Marietta, Drexel in 3, Delaware in 4, and Minnesota in 5.
So coming into this event, these should be the fastest boats at the regatta, the men's heavyweight 8s. These should be the top athletes from their programs, and they should be moving their biggest, fastest boats faster than anyone else.
Yeah, they should.
And again, with this shot, looking at the bridge, we are looking at crews from Minnesota on the left and Delaware on the right. Does look like Delaware probably has the advantage over Minnesota right now.
So I've been asked many times, how fast do these boats actually go, the men's 8s? And I've heard anything from 15 miles an hour around there. I guess in a real short burst at a high rate, you could do that, but they can pull a skier up out of the water, which they've done on some TV program in the past.
Yeah, world record in the men's 8, 5:18.
Yeah.
High 5:18s.
It's pretty quick.
So one of the benefits of making these varsity 8s is that you don't have to row as long as everyone else. Your race is shorter. You work really hard to get into that top boat, and you have to race for less time. So that's
worth the effort.
That's right. That's your reward. Is your race can be up to a minute shorter. So again, we're still looking at these crews from Delaware and from Minnesota. Delaware just going off the picture on the left here, and this is the boat from
Drexel. 35.5 strokes a minute for Drexel. That would have been Delaware just outside of them. See the coxswain looking over, seeing how he's doing relative. They both checking each other out. Those coxswains know what they do.
Yeah, it looked like the Delaware boat maybe just overstroking the Drexel boat a little bit, but Drexel's still able to do a little bit more with a little bit less, I guess you could say. The Drexel boat out in front now leading this race. This heat of the men's varsity 8.
Nice shot there of the drone.
Yeah, nice shot of that Delaware boat going by. This is a view of the Minnesota boat going off your screen here. And again, from this angle, we do see the Drexel boat just leading this field. In this 5-boat field, we're going to be looking for the top 3 to go to semis. And the other 2 boats in this race will go on to the repechage.
So the way it looks now, it looks like our top 2 boats, Drexel and Delaware, are going to be our top 2. But who's going to be our third here?
Yeah,
it's going to be between Marietta and Minnesota. It looks like our trailing boat, Villanova, in the back of the field. Third qualifier. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, again, these progression races can be so brutal, and it usually does end up coming down to the second and third positions. When these fields get spread out, a lot of times we're seeing these top spots getting taken in a pretty comfortable manner in the lead crews, but then the spots 2 and 3 tend to be where the real action is.
In this case here, it looks like we're going to be fighting it hard between that Marietta crew here in lane 2 and the Minnesota crew in the outside lane. Marietta looks to have that advantage. Sometimes it looks that way to us because they're a little bit closer to us, but Minnesota trying all their best out there in the outside lane. Missing a little bit of water, though. That's one of the things when you get a little bit tired and bring the rating up, if you don't put that blade in just the right spot, it's what we call missing water, and you can actually slow the boat down even though you're going a higher stroke rating.
Yep, so as these guys come by the commentary booth, we can see Drexel has an open water lead over Delaware, maybe 2 seats of open water, 3 seats of open water, but really a tight race now between these guys from Marietta and Minnesota.
Yeah.
Looking across each other. Oh my gosh. For this third spot, there's a couple lanes in between them. So they're going to have to just stay in their own lane and focus in these last few strokes. We're not going to be able to call it from here. We do not have the angle. It's going to be too close between Marietta and Minnesota for that third qualifying spot.
And Marietta running up to 41 at the end. I did not get a rating on Minnesota at the end there, but Marietta trying to ensure they're getting that third spot.
We're going to have to wait for results on that one to see who will advance out of this heat of the men's open varsity 8. But really close racing for that third qualifying spot. Our last crew from Villanova here just crossing in front of the commentary booth now. They will advance to the repechage. And we have our next race on the course. We're looking at a view of the next men's 8 race coming down. It looks like we will have St. Joe's in lane 2, Colgate in lane 3, Jacksonville in lane 4, and West Point in lane 5.
And again, 3 to go on, so only one of those will go to the repechage in the second round, or small final.
So it looks like Jacksonville out in front of these 3 boats that we can see in picture right now.
When we were down at Southern Collegiate, Colgate was quite a formidable crew down there. And as I think as we get the camera angle back up here, we'll see if that's an overlap between JU and Colgate. Although a lot can happen in 2 weeks.
Yep. So West Point just falling off the back there, now off your picture, but this is Jacksonville here on the left of your screen being chased by lane 3, Colgate. Here's a nice shot of the guys just sitting calmly at the start while this other race is happening.
So it looks like JU has a little bit of a lead over Colgate early on the race. We'll see what Colgate can do in the second half of the race.
And it looks like, well, St. Joe's is in the picture at the moment, but whether or not they're actually still in the race, we're not totally sure. The angle doesn't really give us a good idea of what the margin might be, whether or not they still have some overlap there on those 2 lead crews. But it is definitely Jacksonville and Colgate having a good run in this heat of the men's varsity heavyweight 8.
And it looks to me like St. Joseph's is the one that's in that third position at the moment, followed by West Point in the outside lane. Is St. Joseph's close enough to do anything to stay with JU or even Colgate for that matter?
Yeah, nice view of the start here and just how fast and how quick these athletes have to be in order to get the blades in and out of the water and the boat up to speed in this starting sequence. So much power in a men's 8.
Yeah, if you were watching the right side of the screen just then, that was Rutgers, George Washington, Temple, and Stetson in that next event, and we'll go back to that just shortly.
Well, look at this race now. This almost looks like it's going to be really close.
I think it's going to, well, you know, we only saw the first half.
We did. It does still look like it is Jacksonville and Colgate duking it out here for positions 1 and 2, but St. Joe's, I would say, still in the picture, still within striking distance if these guys decide that they want to go for it.
I think Jacksonville probably came out a little bit higher, trying to see if they can grab that lead, but I think Colgate has just stayed right with their...
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. It looks like Colgate has moved into the lead over early race leaders Jacksonville, and it looks like St. Joe's might be giving Jacksonville a challenge now for that second place position.
I think JU might have spun their wheels a little bit too much early on for that, but Colgate running 39-40 strokes a minute from the tip of the island here with 400 meters to go. It is St. Joe's now that's going to throw maybe a monkey wrench into JU's plans.
Yeah, Colgate looking like they are pretty happy with the outcome here.
Yeah.
You can just tell the energy in that boat is that they are moving through and executing their race plan the way they wanted to. St. Joe's definitely chasing here. It does look like Jacksonville is going to hang on to that second spot.
Yep.
But really nice race from the guys in the St. Joe's boat to put on that charge late in this race and see if they can snag a couple more seats.
Wow, what a good sprint by Colgate there. I mean, I caught there before they even got to the wire down here, 400 meters to go at 40 strokes a minute, and they just held it all the way down.
Yeah, you could see they were just really vibing on that positive momentum in that boat, and it worked out great.
Yeah.
So here's our last boat just finishing, getting across the line now, our West Point boat in this men's varsity 8. And here's our next race coming down on your screen. We are looking at another heat of the men's 8, featuring Rutgers in lane 2, George Washington in lane 3, Temple in lane 4, and Stetson in lane 5. So we can see the Stetson guys up at the top of your picture at the moment in the green and white, and they are trailing the Temple boat and the George Washington boat here in the blue. We don't have Rutgers in the picture right now, so we're not totally sure what the margin is on the Scarlet Knights. There we are. It looks like they are also just off the back of the field.
Yeah.
So it does look like race leaders are going to be Temple and George Washington. Again, we're looking for top 3 in this race, so just one of these boats will go to the repechage.
Interesting to see how Stetson's going to do. Again, they've been powerful down in the south all spring, but I think that what I saw them down there, they may have spun a little bit too soon early on in the season, which is, you know, it's big. You got to peak at just the right time here at these big races like this. And if you're not going on beyond this is your season ender for most of these programs. You want to make sure you're peaking at the right time. And if you're going too fast too soon, sometimes you can lose that ability to peak right when you want to. And this is the weekend for most of these people.
It almost sounds like your season is sort of like a metaphor for the 2K race itself. You don't want to go too fast too soon in the race if you want to be in it at the end.
Good point.
Yeah, but we have this 4-boat race here shaping up. It looks like we do have those 2 boats still out in front. That it is the George Washington and the Temple boats leading this race. And it looks like maybe Rutgers to me over Stetson. But again, right now it is a little bit difficult to tell.
So the Owls doing a really nice job there in the middle of the course, watching those blades with the T on them, even off the water, very little splash coming off those blades, and just tapping along. It's like a water spider running across the surface of the water.
Ooh, that's creepy. But here's a really nice shot of the margins of these race leaders.
And we've got them right here coming up and right in front of us.
Yeah, so Temple just holding off this charge from George Washington now. George Washington doing a great job to put some pressure on the race leaders. Hanging on to a good amount of overlap. Oh, Bowman just taking a look over and seeing that coxswain, and he is going to want to move up.
Yeah, GW at 39. Now let's see if Temple's matching that. Oh, Temple's definitely matching that.
Yeah,
Temple,
a lot of water.
Temple at 39 also.
A lot of water flying out of the Temple boat right now as the guys bring the energy and the enthusiasm and the effort up.
It's going to be It's going to be that half length. It looks like Temple looks like they're going to hang on to it.
Yeah, I think Temple does have a handle on this race. George Washington maybe not able to match the speed in the sprint, but also coming up, we're going to have Stetson taking that 3rd qualifying position over Rutgers.
Yeah.
So Rutgers moving on to the repechage.
Wow, that was a great start to our Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta here. Oh my.
Yeah, we've seen some great races already this morning and so many still yet to come. I do think we have crossed the halfway point in our program for today. Of our 87 races, I believe that was what, number 53. So, wow, can you believe we've done 53 races already?
Can you tell?
No. But this is very exciting for me. It does look like we're going into our lunch break, but we'll come back and we will be doing women's pairs.
That's right.
Oh, we're off.
These next
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
I get scared sometimes.
Former athletics director at Florida Tech, and I'm joined with two guests today. We have Brad, who has been directing Brad Nygaard, who's been directing the live stream broadcast, and he never knew that there could be so many problems.
That's right. Coming out of the box, this morning at 7:30, the crew was here at 5 in the morning getting things set up. But I'm going to say that, you can't leave cameras set up during the night. You've got to be ready to go by 7:30. And, wow, it was a learning curve. It was like a rocket ship.
Right. But we're moving along. The day's a overcast day, but great rowing. And we're joined today with Brian Batiste, who has a outstanding for. Brian is the athletics director at LaSalle College, and there's no college that has a greater identity to the Dad Vail Regatta than LaSalle.
No, I've always said there's been something in the water with the LaSalle people because the most dedicated group of board of directors and alums are the LaSalle crews.
No, absolutely, absolutely, and I'm so fortunate to be able to be a part of that family and that community. And one of the things that we talk about at LaSalle is just by association, right? And that means that it's important for us to be able to achieve more together. So it's great to be part of the Dad Vail. It's great to be able to see our young people out there having a fantastic outcome. And when we think about the ability for them to once again, they work so hard. They work so hard for this opportunity, and I just couldn't be more thankful and proud of them.
Thank you very much for your sponsorship of making this program that you're on right now possible. You'll see all day long for both days the sponsors are broadcast all day, and LaSalle is one of them, and we really appreciate that.
Well, we're happy to do it. We're happy to do it, and this is such an incredible event, and happy to be a part of it.
Yeah. Well, Brian is also a member of our Solidarity Committee. And I've been on a lot of committees, Brian, but I just love being on that particular committee. I mean, I've enjoyed working with each person on it. How do you feel about being a member of the Solidarity Committee?
It's fantastic. I mean, the opportunity to be able to do something that's meaningful, the opportunity to be able to have sustained change and to impact a wide variety of individuals. And then just to be surrounded by members of the board that, care deeply about, equity, care deeply about excellence, care deeply about, teamwork and making sure that we can, enhance the experience for, those rowing participants now, but also like the surrounding community. So it's just, it's incredible. And certainly we have a lot of work that we want to be able to continue to do, but it's about having individuals like yourself that have a commitment and want to be able to do something really impactful.
When we first got started with the committee, my good friend Kevin Davis, who chaired it at the time before he moved to California, he said, I've been on a lot of committees like this, but they haven't sustained themselves. And I said, well, we're going to be different. We're going to continue to go. We're going to have organizational change so we cannot slip.
Right.
And I think that we have 4 athletic directors on that committee. I mean, not all active at the time, but 2 of us have retired. And I think that says a lot for that committee. I enjoy it so much because, like you're supporting this regatta. You're not only supporting it, as Brad said, by being involved on the board of directors, but on the Solidarity Committee, but also supporting the live stream. And
that helps get our message out. I mean, that's the whole point of what we're trying to do is create a really great product to share and spread the word.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you think about, like Kevin Davis, right, another LaSalle alum, and when you talk about the composition of the Solidarity Committee, I think it's really unique to be able to talk about the fact that you have multiple athletic directors, right? Some that are still active, some that are retired, but it gives you the ability to have a diversity of experiences and perspectives. And so I think whenever you're trying to make really sustained change, you have to be able to have, outlooks and experiences that can say, hey, listen, have we thought about this, right? Have we thought about that? And so that's what I really enjoyed about our calls and the work that we're trying to get done.
And I think also just the mentality of how to get into the athletics itself. I mean, that is the doorway, is the athletic director, of course. And so what a great way to do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think about the internship, right? And those conversations and being able to pick up the phone, right?
Now that was a challenge that was worthy of our committee.
Yes. Yeah.
Because there's so many reasons why you wouldn't continue our internship program because all the obstacles. But with the athletic directors, it just seemed, and of course Lauren too, Vitas. I mean, she's an attorney. She got us a major sponsor so we could promote the youth. Why don't you explain us a little about what we were looking for as far as an experience of that internship for minority-type students?
Yeah. So it's an incredible opportunity because I think when you give folks the ability, young people the ability to have experiences within the athletic department, And we really wanted to diversify that experience, right? To not say, hey, listen, you can only do work in X department, but to give them, you know, a 3-4 week experiential outcome where they can understand, well, do I like communications? Do I like compliance? Do I like marketing, right? Do I like some of those things? And to have the support from the athletic directors within the city, which is really incredible. I think anytime you have the opportunity to give young people experience, meaningful experience, you have to take advantage of it.
Hands-on clinical experience.
Absolutely.
And you know, we think of athletics a lot of times of the competition and who comes first, but there's a huge business. You know, the athletic department is a huge a combination of budgets and equipment and coaches, and maybe the interns get to see that.
Absolutely. And then they can figure out, is this something that I want to do long term? Is this something that I didn't even realize was a possibility? Because to your point, you see the competition, but you don't see how the sausage is made, right? And so to be able to look at those various experiences. I mean, I remember when, you know, I always wanted to work in athletics, and how I got into college athletics was through compliance. I didn't realize compliance was even an opportunity, right? And so now think about if you're a young person and you have that experience now, when you continue to sort of navigate through your journey, you can say, okay, well, how do I build on those experiences to make sure that I am a, you know, even more attractive candidate?
Isn't it interesting to your own story? Just a moment in time gives you a direction for your whole life. You didn't realize that was going to happen. You walk in a door, and the door leads down a hallway that you never thought would happen. And here you are, athletic director, and you said you started off as just compliant.
Absolutely.
I mean, it was,
don't say compliant. That is the most esoteric field in the whole athletic department. I mean, when I ever found a great compliance officer, she could write her ticket. And since it was a she, I'd say she could write her ticket. She could do no wrong.
Yeah.
Because it's such a, that's a pressure feel to make sure that you're doing everything right, and the coaches are.
And I would say, you know, it's two sides. One, you want to get them on the field or out in practice, but you can't unless you comply. So, you know, you're the bad guy. Yeah. And then yet you're the bad guy if you let them go through.
Right.
So you may have heard this before, but I remember our coaches saying this. This person played, but hadn't cleared everything. And then the coach says, well, you let them play. you signed off on it. You know, I need this person right away. I need him right away.
Right.
You know,
the pressure, and the unique thing about being in compliance is it gives you a lens into a variety of different areas within the department, right? So you're thinking, you know, you're hearing from marketing or development or you know, other areas. You're working with coaches, and I think what's important, and when we go back even to the Solidarity Committee, right? We want to get from A to D, right? And when you think about your conversation with Kevin about making sure that it's sustainable, work really hard. And maybe we can't get to D right away, but we're going to work really hard to get to C. And I think that's a testament.
What's your next goal? What's your next hurdle that you want to accomplish?
Me personally?
Sure.
Just continue to make
in solidarity.
Yeah. So I just think continue to make sure that we're making an impact within the community, right? And how do we broaden the access for individuals that may not have access in the past, right? So when we think about how we're trying to connect with HBCUs, when we think about we're trying to connect with you know, programs within the city, how do we provide access?
We're going to do that.
Yep.
And we continue to reassess where we're at. And we have a reassessment meeting in June, actually. Mm-hmm. You know, and I thought, this is what we need to do. We've had a successful year, but we need to make it more successful. And we need to challenge ourselves. You know, incremental improvement. That's all you ever really want. Incremental improvement. As long as you get that, you will arrive at where you want to be.
Move forward, or otherwise you're going backwards.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we really appreciate having you, Brian. I've been been wanting to talk to you besides virtual.
Right.
And so this is a great opportunity. And I did talk to Kevin, I guess it was yesterday or the day before. And I said, are you coming over, Kevin? We got to have dinner together at the Prime Rib. And he said, no, but I am going to be coming in town later.
Okay.
And I am going out to lunch with Brian.
Yes.
You probably don't even know that yet, but that's what he said. I'm going out to lunch with Brian. So he knows that I do not want to be a part of a committee that just serves on a committee, because then we haven't achieved the strong goals that our president of the Dad Vail organization has set for us. And in fact, he's supposed to be here shortly.
All right.
Jim Hanna. Brian, not Brian, but Brad, when do we have Jim scheduled?
He should be here any moment.
Let
me step away.
Yeah, if you don't mind, because I don't want to end our conversation if he's not here, for sure. So it's exciting. Let me tell you about the Dad Vail. It can be rough as can be. In fact, I would always call it to my crew members when I coach rowing. I would say, there's Dad Vail condition. They would always laugh at me. Dad Vail, what is that? And then when they get up here, there would be rough conditions. They'd say, Dad Vail
I told
condition.
you. You told them. You tried to warn them. You tried to warn them. And,
that's oarsmanship. So if you have wind out of one direction or the other, it may be more favorable. But this regatta does everything it can to promote fairness. In fact, there were 6 crews in one race recently, today, and I said, well, why are you racing them if that's a final? They said, because as they finish, they will be directed to the preferable lanes, 3 and 4 being the most preferable, and then 2 and 5 next. So they get the most favored lane. If there are just 4 boats,
right.
Just 4 boats, then they wouldn't have the race. But if there's 5 or 6, they don't want a crew that may have just been picked out of randomly. They want give you the best chance you can to win. And I think you can't ask.
I mean, fairness is important, and also life lessons that they're learning, right?
Exactly.
From this experience, to the point that you mentioned to your team. You never know what you're going to experience when you get up here.
Right.
That's also part of life. Right, adversity and realizing
is.
how do you navigate through some of these obstacles. So I think that's why sports are so important, and what we're trying to do with the Solidarity Committee is to provide opportunities for more to be able to experience such a great sport, right? And you learn.
That's a big
so
part
much
of what our goal is.
It's huge.
And to make it happen.
Mm-hmm. And we will
remove the obstacles.
We will.
I mean, and as athletic directors, we have obstacles every day, so we just have to,
think creatively, right? Work together, teamwork.
Yeah, teamwork. Boy, that's music to my ears.
Yep.
Well, thank you, Brian, so much for joining us. I think Jim is here.
All right.
And I'm going to ask him whatever gave him the idea to start a solidarity committee.
Well, I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, thank you so much,
thank
Brian.
You.
With different perspectives to ignite new ideas. It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for
as knowing the ins and outs of the regatta and making sure, one thing we learn in life is ambiguity needs to be dealt with in a calm way. and we have a lot of ambiguity. And I noticed that you do very well with it. So I want to compliment you as the president. And I also wanted to, and I said this to Brian a moment ago, I said, it is great that Jim Hanna wanted to have a solidarity committee. So can you tell us now what prompted you to come up with the solidarity committee?
Well, thanks for all the credits, Bill. I know I've heard that occasionally you'll find a judge receives an appointment to the bench, and people say, my gosh, I can't believe that person was appointed to the bench. And then they grow into their robes, they say. The person sees a higher calling, and all of a sudden they rise to that level. But if you said, what prompted this solidarity committee, I asked the board. Our board of directors came back unanimously and said, yes, we need to have a role. And we're ideally constituted. We have people that certainly embrace traditional values. They're patriotic, they're loyal, they're people of integrity. They want to pass along, let's call it a rule of decency and outreach to others. Years ago, we talked about the golden rule. Do unto others as others, you expect others to do unto you. Well, Dad Vail's on the gold standard. You know, we award gold jackets after someone has volunteered for 10 years. I still remember Brad's gold jacket. He had inherited from his dad.
Correct.
And before his dad passed away, he was too ill to come to the regatta, but he sat in his Florida home, and on Dad Vail weekend, he put on his gold jacket.
He did.
Even though he was remote.
He did.
But in terms of gold, kids eat, sleep, and dream about winning a Dad Vail gold medal. But as far as the Solidarity Committee, I'm very proud of how hard our committee worked to develop the acronym RESPECT over the summer, with each letter of the word respect standing for a different value. R for responsible. People are very responsible and dependable. People will drive through a brick wall to complete the task that they've undertaken. That's how dependable they are. As far as equity, we want to be welcoming to everyone. And we realize what advantages we've been bestowed with. We've been endowed with just fantastic advantages to live in this country where we have all of these freedoms. We want everybody to enjoy that. As far as being S for selfless, most everyone at this regatta, every volunteer has rowed. When you're a rower, you know you put the interest of the total boat ahead of your own. So as far as P for perseverance, Bill Juergens, who's sitting here right beside me, has more perseverance than anybody I know. He has had to follow up sometimes 9 times to get the goal achieved. And I'm happy to count him as our chair of our Solidarity Committee. But we're also committed to excellence, pursuit of the best version of yourself you can be. We want to help everybody be the best version of themselves. And rowing, I think, encourages that. We just came up from a ceremony at Women's Rowing Club today. The U.S. Post Office issued a first day stamp regarding women's rowing today. Well, the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta was the first regatta to permit women to compete back in 1976. So as far as excellence, what we heard at that presentation of the U.S. Post Office first day issue stamp was that for women to get into a boat and find out they can depend upon each other, they can work together as a team, it helps them to find their values for life. So rowing is a metaphor for life. You find out the more you put into it, the more you work together as a team, the more you give others your trust, the more successful you can be. The C in the word respect stands for community. We want to make sure that as a group, we're reaching out and extending beyond the community. One of the things we're most proud of, we offered paid internships this year through fundraising done by Bill Juergens and Brad Negard to actually fund scholarships so we could teach kids. If you're in college, you want to learn about how do you run an event, you can run the event. This particular award of a scholarship was offered to people who come from a neighborhood that may be resource starved. They may not have all the advantages we had when we were growing up. And it's a scholarship for a member of a minority. And they're learning today what it takes to run an event regarding weather, regarding scheduling, regarding athlete feeding. So that's what we're all about with community. Finally, teamwork, that probably speaks for itself. So I can't tell you how gratifying it's been for me to work with Bill Juergens and see, boy, if we were rowing again, I'd want him to be the stroke of my boat.
Well, I must admit that I enjoy being a part of a team more than anything, because it's like this morning, you're helping other team members. It's not whether it's my job or not, it's we need to get it done, and we do it together. And, Brad and I have been working on the live stream the same way. And so it is great to be a part of an organization that values team effort, because you can get so much more done if you're not worried about yourself and you're really concerned about your team members.
Well, and I think also, Jim, and you've said it in multiple ways, but I think all of us are sitting here decades after the first time that we went down this race course at the Dad Vail Regatta. And I always try to use the word as passion. We got it. Whatever it is, I call it passion. And here we are 50 years later trying to give the same experience to some of the new students that are coming down the course today. And I think that's just huge because it's life-changing, to your point.
Well, we know we make a difference, life-changing. See, we recognize, as you remember, 25th anniversary cruise, the cruise that won at the Dad Vail 25 years ago. And we recognize 50-year anniversary cruise. Someone came back for a 50-year anniversary from Marietta in front of his children and grandchildren. He gave a testimonial which I'll remember the rest of my life. He said, winning a Dad Vail gold medal was the most important thing that happened in my entire life. Oh. So right in front of his wife, he'd been married to for almost 50 years, and in front of his children and in front of his grandchildren. So we realized what we do was really, really important. Because of tradition, everything here is pretty predictable. One of the things that's predictable is joy. This is a joyful event. Everything about it is good. And if people say, to your point, one and one makes more than two. When you put 8 people in a shell, 1 + 7 equals more than 8. And you put 200 volunteers to work, and you guys can do the mathematics. But we have a great sense of teamwork. Everybody thinks it's fun to find a problem here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, because it means we can team up and solve it. And that's what we're about, solving problems.
In the last couple of years, you've had plenty of those.
It hasn't been, it was tough to stage this regatta. Hurricane Ida had caused such an enormous flow of water. It had taken out the race course, left debris on the river. We had to figure out how are we going to get the tree stumps out of the river. We had great help from Schuylkill Navy, great help from the city of Philadelphia, great help from Philadelphia Department of Parks and Recreation. We got the river cleaned up. We had to get a race course in. Now we've got a race course installed that's very, very fair. Once again, the races are going off at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta like Swiss clockwork, right on time.
Right on time.
And now we just wanted to tell people, enjoy the experience, because before you know it, this regatta will be over. And we'll be striking the canvas, striking the tents until next year. So you have to enjoy it while you're here.
Yeah, and I've heard a lot of student athletes say that they're really glad their team is going back to the Dad Vail Regatta. I mean, not our own Florida Tech, but other teams. I've just, and they really like it here because this environment is an environment for them. I mean, it shows that when I went down to congratulate our team on winning a heat, they said, Is that spaghetti for all of us? Is that spaghetti for us? I said, sure, but you may want to wait till your coach gets back here first. I mean, there's so many nice things here.
Well, we say we're far more than a regatta. As you know, if you want to row in the alumni competition after you graduate, we have alumni competition, corporate competition. If you're not, if you haven't rowed at Dad Vail, join a local Philadelphia corporation and compete against another crew on the water, your competition, instead of talking about them at the water cooler. That's a very old expression. Para rowing, we're the first regatta to introduce para rowing, but we do feed the athletes twice. And there's something about taking a meal with other crews that gives a certain flavor to this Jefferson Dad Vail culture that it just doesn't happen elsewhere. No other regatta that we know of feeds the kids twice at no charge. We feed them Friday and we feed them Saturday. And if they want seconds, they can go back and get seconds. And as far as being something special, I'm very, very proud of the fact we have an art poster contest for high school kids that may not be talented athletically, but they have an artistic ability.
Sure.
So we try to do far more. We give back to Philadelphia City Rowing, which serves the inner city kids in 4 ways. First, they teach them to row. Some of them have never seen the river the first time they come here. First, they have to learn to swim. So we teach them to swim so they can learn to row. Then Philadelphia City Rowing takes over and they teach the kids how to row, but they say studies are all important. We'll tutor you. Keep your grades up or you're not going to continue to row. We won't let you row. So they're tutored, they're encouraged to keep their grades up. Then they teach them about healthy diet. So these kids go home and they tell their family, no more chips. We have to eat in a healthy way. And finally, they teach them entrepreneurial skills. So it's a holistic approach to taking inner city kids and exposing them. And Dad Vail's not taking credit for this, but we've contributed over $40,000, almost $50,000 now, over the years towards Philadelphia City Rowing, a fabulous program. So we try to be far more than a regatta. We're all about giving back, making things a little bit better in the lives of everyone.
Yeah, we learned through our efforts with the Solidarity Committee that instead of promoting opportunities through videos and explaining these opportunities, that we have to make sure the opportunities are available. In Philadelphia City Rowing, they talked this morning at the mayor's press conference, and they talked about, well, we have 90 high school students, and I think there was another category, but 90 that are full-time participants in our program, and they get all the benefits that you talked about. They're preparing them to take the SAT, and when you hear their voices on the video, their sincere, the students that participated, their sincere appreciation for being given this opportunity. What more could you ask? I mean, you're giving people opportunities. So that is a lot of what the Solidarity Committee is about. It's about giving opportunities to the communities around us. It's about bringing in vendors who may have thought that they didn't have an opportunity to be a vendor here, a minority, and the answer is we encourage and promote your participation with us. It's about the internship. It's about also increasing the numbers of minorities that we have in rowing throughout the United States. I think it's according to Lauren Vitas, it's 13%. There's 13% minorities that row. We need to do all that we can to encourage an increase in that participation. And we just had Brian on before you, and that's one initiative that he's working hard with is to make sure that colleges understand the benefits of rowing and that provide this opportunity to its students, particularly minority students. So all these things are important to us. And I don't think they would be as important if we didn't have a president like you and someone that really understands the value of why we have rowing, and it's not to teach skills and win medals. It's about teaching, providing improved self-esteem, about giving people confidence in themselves, about developing relationships with one another, about trusting people. All these qualities that are just a byproduct of the sport of rowing. We're not saying rowing's better than any other sport, but we're saying we know firsthand what rowing has done for each of us. And we want to make sure that that opportunity is out there for everyone. So we thank you for starting the Solidarity Committee. We thank you for always being present at every meeting of the Solidarity Committee. You know, you can say a lot of things, but if you don't do them, if you're not involved in it, then it doesn't mean a whole lot. But you're involved in it. We're all involved in it. And I think you're going to have another year of accomplishments by this committee. I'm just certain that everybody enjoys working with one another, and that we believe we can accomplish anything that we set our minds out to.
Well, I'm sure under your leadership, Bill, we will achieve those things. And you have a gift for expressing exactly what we offer. I like the fact you use the word opportunity, because it's an opportunity to find something that would be absent. There'd be a vacuum in the lives of kids who are not offered what the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta Solidarity Committee offers. If we weren't offering it, there'd be a vacuum.
Yeah.
So thank you for being
well,
so
you know, and I'll go even a step further. We need to thank Jefferson for its support, because the corporate social responsibility is growing throughout the country. And then there's the triad of the environment and the social aspect, but it's also the financial, because if you don't have the financial, you cannot do the other two parts of it, of that social responsibility. So let's just make sure that they know they play a major part in our accomplishments, because without them, we couldn't be doing what we're doing.
Yeah, we have several partners that really support this program, and I guess you should go through those and thank each of us. But as far as Jefferson, and you have Independence, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and PICO, Coca-Cola, and then we have some of the universities and vendors that are also supporting it. So it's a really nice group of sponsors that make all this possible, actually.
No question about it. We could not do what we do on entry fees alone. So thanks, Brad, for remembering everybody we should express our gratitude to. So,
you know, it's been an interesting couple of years, because you know, we were 4 years ago we had 100 and I think it was like 110 programs here. Last year was a return after a year off, and we had only 40 programs last year, and now this year we're up to 75, I believe it is.
Almost doubling it.
Yeah. So, but you know, we're almost doubled, but we're still 2/3 of what we were. So it has been, you know, I'm going to say the blessing of our sponsors that make this possible. You know, we haven't been able to make ends meet just with entry fees, as you say. So without the sponsors, that opportunity that Bill just spoke about, it just vanishes without the corporate participation.
Thank you for providing a reminder. We need to give credit to Thomas Jefferson.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
University and health system for enabling us, and Independent Blue Cross, and PICO, and Coke.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we're going to join back to racing at 1:42 today. We have a total of 89 races today. So we're in about number 58, I believe we are now. So we've got another 41 to go. And they start to move into the second round of heats. So the the cream of the crops is starting to rise, or the cream is starting to rise, and the races are going to get more and more exciting as we go along. And I'm so thrilled to have our two announcers. We'll have them in front of the camera today, but we have Megan Calmo, who is a 4-time Olympian, as the female announcer, and Casey Baker, past U.S. team U.S. team member, and also a men's and women's coach, and a competitor, alum of Florida Tech here in the 70s. So it's a really nice dynamic, and they seem like they're doing a great job, and I hope the streaming audience is really getting a kick out of this, and we're really trying to raise this production to something that really is enjoyable to participate in.
Well, I'd love to say hello to Megan and Casey and thank them before they're back on duty. If they're grabbing a bite to eat, will you excuse me?
Absolutely.
And thank you for having the chance to talk to our live streaming audience. This is terrific.
I know that there are people around the world listening to you. Awesome. Thank you very much, Jim.
Okay.
So we're going to do a little bit of housekeeping here. I'm going to move into another chair, and we will be picking up, as I said, with our races at 1:42. And one of the events that's coming up that's kind of interesting late in the day, it's event number 89, I'll talk about it a little bit, is para rowing. I've been very encouraged with this, and what we're going to have is athletes that have been injured and are now rowing with a portion of their body. Some have lost legs, some are paralyzed, but so you're going to have two different events today. One is called PR3 is what they're going to be, which is they are able to actually use legs, trunk, and arms. So they do have their legs, but they probably will not have a sliding seat. So this is kind of an interesting dynamic, but I always talk about the para rowers that they're champions every morning when they get out of bed. You know, you just can't imagine having lost some ability of your body through injury, whether it's a car accident or a birth defect, or we even have people who are blind that are rowing, and that's an interesting dynamic in itself. The boats that they're in are called sculling boats, where each athlete will have an oar in one hand, will have an oar, and the other hand will have another oar. So it's a little different than you've seen the larger boats come down that have the single large sweep oar. So that's going to be event number 89 late in the day. Tomorrow morning, we're going to start at 8 a.m., and I want to make sure that you wake up early and tune us in again on YouTube. You go through the dadvail.org website, and you'll take yourself straight to the live streaming, and it will connect you in through YouTube, and that will be exciting because the day starts off in the morning with the semifinals. Again, cream rising to the top, and then as we get to the noontime, I think lunch break starts at 10:30 tomorrow morning and goes to about 11:30, and then from that point on, it is the finals. There'll be 10-minute centers between the finals, and those finals will be the best of the best that come to Philadelphia. And there's been discussions about why do we come to Philadelphia? Well, the history of rowing here. I mean, I'm sitting literally 100 feet from a bronze statue of John B. Kelly, a 3-time Olympian from the 1920-24. And I remember in 1973, when I came to this race course as a freshman, having my photo taken next to that trophy. This is probably one of the most historic race courses in the country, if not the world. There are some things that make it unusual. We have a dogleg course, so that the starting line is a bit staggered. The course has a bend in it at the 700-meter mark, and there's an island in the middle of on the side of the race course, but it's in downtown Philadelphia, on the Fairmont Park, the largest park in the United States in a center city. And here we are, perfect conditions. And we were all worried yesterday that it was going to be raining, and yet we're in the middle of a great morning of racing. Started a little bit late, got our feet on the ground. We finished exactly on time for lunch. And now here we are. We're going to go into the later heats, and I can see crews already going up to the starting line and getting ready to go. So give me a little reflection, Bill.
What a perfect day to row. I mean, my preference is not bright, sunny sunshine like we have in Florida, but I like the overcast where you can enjoy the whole day and not be suppressed by a lot of heat. But that's my preference. But I look out there and I see the water, and it just looks like it wants to be rowed to me.
Well, and exactly, you're generating a tremendous amount of heat when your heart rate's in the 180s. 165 is a lot of times your anaerobic base, and you got that for most of it. But, this last 200 meters, you are pushing your heart rate up to a 200. You're generating a lot of heat. To be 70 degrees, overcast, couldn't be better.
It is a perfect day to row. I called my friend who's a meteorologist in Fort Myers, Florida, and I asked him, what should we expect today? And he said 99% chance of not having bad weather. And he talked about tomorrow. Well, cannot guarantee it tomorrow. I said around 4 o'clock. I said 4 o'clock, that's when rain always comes into Dad Vail. It seems like if we could be the farmer's almanac because we're so consistent at 4 o'clock when the varsity eights ready to go down the course is the rain starts coming.
I remember last year the varsity eights were coming down, and there was a white wall of rain right behind them. As the race came down, they stayed out of the rain, and the white wall of rain followed right down the course. They crossed the finish line, and it started to pour.
Yeah, tomorrow there's a 40% chance in the afternoon that it'll rain. But that means there's a 60% chance that it won't rain. So
let's go with that. I like the 60%.
Yeah, and as you're talking about the course and just looking at the bridges behind the finish line bridge, and of course the bridge at the dog leg rather, it is. I just like the turn. I mean. I can tell you every lane and advantage of every lane. Somebody was telling me today. I can tell you the advantage of each one. That's what racing is about. That's sort of the skill. That's why when you're going under the bridge, you really try to power away because the other crew cannot see you.
Right.
So you try to get an advantage. And then, as you go through the arch, you don't want to take a wide sweeping turn. You want to go to it, take a sharp turn, and then, go like a beat out of hell.
And that is something that, as we bring you the production later today, watch for the crews that come through the bridge. The bridge is where the turn is, and the bows that come out of the bridge first are in the lead at that moment. So it's a really telling situation. You really can't tell who's ahead in the first 700 meters until you emerge from the bridge. So I'm going to ask us to wrap up here because we've got to do some housekeeping, get some things going, and I wanted to give everybody a little break. But we're going to be back in just a couple minutes. 1:42, I believe, is our start time. So we'll see everybody about 1:40 and get you warmed up. I look forward to seeing you then.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Enjoy the rest of the races.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in.
Decisions.
The dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid.
as long as you face the fear.
And keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley!
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Okay, remember, you gotta get in and get out. And I mean fast. There's no time to look around. You just gotta grab it and go.
I think I can handle this.
You can't think. You have to know.
Stop.
Go.
Looking for ways to save?
Happy.
You saved a lot of energy, honey.
Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like rebates when you upgrade to eligible Energy Star appliances. We'll even recycle your old ones for free.
I hear energy.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley!
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Okay, remember, you gotta get in and get out. And I mean fast. There's no time to look around. You just gotta grab it and go.
I think I can handle this.
You can't think. You have to know.
Stop.
Go.
Looking for ways to save?
Happy.
You saved a lot of energy, honey.
Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like rebates when you upgrade to eligible Energy Star appliances. We'll even recycle your old ones for free.
I hear energy.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask. Dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley!
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Okay, remember, you gotta get in and get out. And I mean fast. There's no time to look around. You just gotta grab it and go.
I think I can handle this.
You can't think. You have to know.
Ugh, stop.
Go.
Looking for ways to save?
Happy.
You saved a lot of energy, honey.
Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like rebates when you upgrade to eligible Energy Star appliances. We'll even recycle your old ones for free.
I hear energy.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask. Dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley!
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Okay, remember, you gotta get in and get out. And I mean fast. There's no time to look around. You just gotta grab it and go.
I think I can handle this.
You can't think. You have to know.
Ugh, stop.
Go.
Looking for ways to save?
Happy.
You saved a lot of energy, honey.
Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like rebates when you upgrade to eligible Energy Star appliances. We'll even recycle your old ones for free.
I hear energy.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Megan, we're back. Good afternoon
We
racing
are.
coming up here.
Yeah, so we're very excited to be back after lunch. Thank God we got a break to eat because, man, we have a lot of races still yet to get through today, and we needed that nourishment, I think, to get us through.
Oh, I agree with that. So here we are. We're going to be on our on time this time. I think it's 13:42, so we're probably already have races that might be on the course already as soon as we get down there. And our first one we're going to be with today is a women's pair without coxswain heat. This is a 6-boat race. It's all go to the final. All 6 boats go to the final. So what they're doing is they're racing for lanes. Lanes meaning assuming in the final we're sitting the top seeds will be in lane 3 and lane 4, then your next 2, lane 2 and lane 5, and lane 1, lane 6. There are exceptions to that rule. If the winds come differently, they could change that if they chose to, but typically that's what you'll see is the fastest crews centered in the course in lanes 3 and 4.
Yeah, and interesting, on this heat sheet, we do have it labeled as a women's pair without cocks. But of course, as we all know, there is no such thing as a women's coxed pair. At least I hope there's not. I've never heard of it. I've never seen it. I don't ever want to see it. Please, let's not ever try that. But yes, we're going to be having the women's coxless pair. Women's straight pair, or just the women's pair, please, as you prefer. And this is an event that is near and dear to my heart, as I have raced several seasons in the women's pair internationally, including this summer in Tokyo. So a really cool event for me to be able to announce today. I'm so excited to see these athletes come down rowing this very tricky boat.
Yes. I've been in the pair many, many times, actually, with one of our Dad Vail committee people, Bill Jurgens, who was my coach back in college. And Bill's job was to pull me around. But he couldn't after a while. I could keep him straight.
As long as everyone in the pair is okay and on board with their roles, whether it's to be pulled around or to pull someone around, then you know what? You're golden.
Yeah. Once we went straight, we were great. We did really well.
Yeah, going straight in the pair is a good start. So we haven't seen any video yet of our crews that are lining up in this women's pair event, but we will have just 5 boats lining up in this first and only heat. We'll see Rollins in lane 1, Duville in lane 2, Tulane in lane 3, and Lafayette in lane 5, and Georgia Tech B in lane 6. And it does look, according to our sheets, that we had a scratch from our other Georgia Tech entry in this event. So just 1 boat from them in this women's pair.
All right, so does that make our Georgia Tech B boat the A boat?
It does now.
Well, we're looking at the screen here, and the shot from where we're sitting, looking up the course towards the bridge. That is the bridge that is the dog leg, or the turn. As you come through the first 650 meters, you get to the bridge, and then you straighten out all the way down the rest of the course. So as they start the races, especially if the camera, whether it's a drone up there or the camera's from our point of view, you'll see maybe off on the left side of your screen here, boats on the left side, they're heading up towards the course, and they row maybe 500 meters or so past the starting line, where they have a queuing area where they can turn around and do some minor warm-ups. And then they'll be called into the starting blocks as the races begin.
You're on screen.
You're on the camera now.
Yes, we're... Good, so it looks like our first boats are just getting lined up in the starting area, pulling in between the stake boats here. Mm-hmm. Oh, very brave of this woman here in the in the red uniforms here in lane 2. The Duville boat pulling her pair oar almost all the way into the oarlock. That's a bold move and a very brave oarswoman. I have much respect to her.
She obviously has done that before.
Obviously she has.
And succeeded.
Mm-hmm. Or not, and then figured out how to do it this time. But yeah, in the pair, this is, aside from the single, probably the easiest boat to capsize, because it does only have the 2 oars with only the 2 people in it. So you have complete, usually, control over just your side, just your port side or your starboard side. And if anything goes wrong, it can be very tricky to get it right.
Well, we've seen some of the earlier races today. There are boats that caught what we call a crab. Mm-hmm. And if you catch a crab in one of these boats, it's almost a given that you're going to go in, that the boat will roll over.
Yep.
And it's very much of a slow motion thing when you roll over. That once it starts, it gets to this tipping point, and you're going, no, I can't do it, and boom, you're in.
But there's not, like, once it starts, it's almost impossible to reverse it. Yeah. So if you do happen to be in one of those rare situations where you can keep it from going in, that's a good on you moment. So yeah, just seeing these ladies getting organized up here. Again, the pair can just be a little bit trickier because it is just the 2 of you, each with only 1 oar. Different, say, from like having a double where everyone has 2 oars and you have a little bit of control over both sides of the boat for each athlete. The double is a little more stable and a little bit easier for people to make those little adjustments on both sides. But the pair, it's really just up to the 1 starboard rower and the 1 port rower.
So as you notice, these ladies sitting here at the starting blocks, this crew that's right in front of us here, Duville, their blades are square in the water, and that makes the boat even less stable because there's not like a brace out there. When the blades are flat on the water like that, you can hold the boat very steady. But when they're not flat, this thing is very, very touchy.
Yeah, so this event in particular, I think, is probably one of the most challenging events to race at the Dad Vail because of this dogleg feature in the course. So as you can see, these athletes are going to be rowing this boat blind because they are not facing the direction that they're rowing, and they do not have a coxswain on board to help them with the visual element of the steering. And when you are racing full tilt at 2K cadence, turning around to look behind you like you would when you were rowing a pair normally for training or for a head race is not very comfy, let's say, turning around at stroke rate 34, 35, or 36.
Well, one of the beauties about this kind of a course here is they have this albino course cable system on here, and it helps the rowers see the lines of the lane. So if you don't know where you are relative to the shoreline, you can tell where you are relative to your lanes because these buoys go by and you try and keep yourself centered inside those buoys. Otherwise, you're going to hit them with your blade or be flagged by the referee if you're getting out of your line.
Yep, and again, you're gonna, in a women's pair like this, you're gonna want to stay out of those buoys and away from the buoy lines and in the middle of your lane, as close to dead center as you can, because catching one of those buoys that are attached to these cables can mean that your blade's gonna get caught and you and your partner might end up going for a swim.
You might be swimming.
Yep, we can see just some launch wake rolling through here up at the start from some of the officials just needing to get back up to the start to help with the start of this race, and we still have one crew that needs to get locked on.
So speaking of officials, again, as they get ready for this, they typically send down 2 launches following these races for safety, because especially in a race like this, if something does happen, they've got to be trained on how do you manage, how do you get them back going again.
Yep. Yeah, so the referees really have a couple of roles, but you're right. The primary one is to make sure that all of the athletes and the participants are safe. And then, of course, fairness is another major component of their job, making sure that everyone is abiding by the rules of rowing and competing on a fair waterway, playing field.
So some of the rules of rowing here, I don't want to get boring with that, but you got to be within your first 4 years of eligibility of 5 years of college for the most part. I guess there's some minor exceptions about transfer students, but other than that, all these kids are college age, and they're within, from their freshman year to the senior year, with maybe one exception if they're a graduate student, they could still row if they haven't rowed for 4 years.
Yeah, and actually we're seeing a little bit more leeway and flexibility with some of those rules, given that a lot of these athletes are still kind of existing in the COVID era of collegiate athletes, and some of them have missed out on a year or sometimes 2, depending on their different programs, of competition because of the pandemic. So you're seeing, I think, more graduate students who are competing in this level of sport because of that missed year. A lot of schools have been willing to grant them that extra year that they missed.
I think most regattas have done the same thing, where they've granted that extra year of eligibility because of the lack of being able to race during the last year, sometimes 2. So actually, the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, this is the first time for many of these people who would have been here last year, maybe the year before, are here. You know, they're seeing the Philadelphia Schuylkill River race course for the first time, whereas they may have been here 2 or 3 times otherwise, and now it's like, oh, my first time here.
Yeah, and of course, regattas all over the country and other events as well are still kind of figuring out how to exist in this post-COVID landscape and getting back into the swing of things. The Dad Vail, I believe, had a no spectator policy, for example, last year, and this will be open to spectators again this year and kind of back to business more as usual and as we know the Dad Vail. So we're all very grateful for the opportunity to have all these athletes back in racing, and also to have all of the fans and supporters and spectators here to support them as well.
You know, I don't think it didn't take the rowers long to get back in the swing of things. Look at this. We've got lane 2 here that's a little bit off their point.
Oh, boy.
And going right into the buoys on the first stroke.
We're going to have some exciting first strokes here between lanes 1 and 2 because of that point error that is on the bow woman. She should have definitely taken a little bit more of a look to make sure that she was going in the direction she needed to be going. Would have loved to see how that turned out, actually. So unfortunately, it was off camera. But hopefully everyone is safe and got away cleanly and without any collisions there off the start.
So on that start up there, a lot of times they'll do what they call poll the crews, where they'll get, lane 1 Rollins, lane 2 Duville, lane 3 Tulane, and go through each one of them and make sure they're ready. And if they all acknowledge that, then they can start them at any time. I don't know if they're polling the crews up there or not this time, but they probably should be, because it's pretty benign weather conditions right now.
Yeah. I think polling the crews is pretty standard, but sometimes in the heat of the moment and the excitement of racing, you forget to run through your checklist of things, including checking your point, and it looks like that might have been the case here in the Duville boat before they took off.
Well, we've got Rollins in lane 1 and Duville in 2, Tulane in 3, and we're skipping lane 4 unless they filled that, where Georgia Tech, we had to scratch that boat, and lane 5 Lafayette, and lane 6 Georgia Tech B boat. All of these boats will go on to the final, and they'll be racing for lanes, which would be the priority lanes, lanes 3 and 4 typically in the next round.
Yeah, so today, just racing for lanes, what are some of the reasons that you would still want to go out and race as hard as you could, knowing that you're still going to be in the final either way?
Ooh, I'm not so sure you would.
Really? Really? So, I mean, even in a beautiful natural setting like this, where we know that the conditions could be subject to change at any time, and you might be reseeded due to weather or something like that, you wouldn't want to race for like a better lane?
In this case here, I'm not so sure there are such thing as a better lane.
Interesting. Okay.
And to be fair on any race course, that's what you want. You want lanes to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
A natural course like this, you could have little things that you may not be aware of, such as water depth might be different in one spot of the course or another, or current might be something to worry about in one place or another. But from that standpoint, if you have to race again and you can be competitive, I mean, they'll know halfway down the course whether they're going to be competitive, and for the grand final, hopefully you'll know whether you can potentially medal or not. I would say racing for lanes is probably less critical here than other times.
Interesting. Well, I'm gonna let you be the expert on the course conditions here on the Schuylkill, having no experience, having raced down the Schuylkill course myself. But in my past experience, I mean, we were always coached to race at our maximum, basically every opportunity that we got, because our opportunities to race and go down side by side with our competitors were always so limited, was one part of it. But in the event that there were to be something like a crosswind or some other kind of natural feature of the course that might present some fairness issues with the lanes across from 1 to 6, we would always want to put ourselves in a situation where if there were a favored lane, we would want it. If there's not, great.
Yeah.
But
well, that said, a lot of it depends on, the coaches are looking at the weather channels, they're looking at wind predictions, they're looking at rain, they're looking at all kinds of things for the next day. So these pairs coming out under the bridge now, a little bit slower, take them a little more time to get down the course here, but we do have that tailwind, which would give them a little bit of a push and a little bit of current, which gives them a few seconds of less time out there racing.
Yeah, so the women's pair is going to be one of the slower events that you're going to see at the regatta. Maybe only the women's single would be a little bit slower or have a little bit longer race than these guys. And that's just due to the number of rowers and also the surface area for the oars that each rower is in control of. So we'll also see, and we have seen already today, women's doubles. And those boats are going to be significantly faster than these two-person pair boats. Because in those double boats, the athletes are going to have 2 oars each, and that just creates more surface area for each athlete to use against the water. So they're able to make the boat go quite a bit faster, even though there's still only 2 of them.
Well, let's see what we've got here coming up on the right hand of our screen now that we've got our split screen and we're through we are through the bridge. Hard to tell, but it looks like, again, look for the middle of the course. If they were seated this way from previously, where they had their races earlier today, Tulane in the middle of the course, and
it does look like we're still having some steering issues, maybe with the Duville boat, either correcting or continue to correct.
Oh,
but
I see
that is them there in the red jerseys you can see on the right side of your screen. Maybe just kind of moving toward the Tulane lane a little bit.
Actually, either that or it looks like if this is Lafayette, I can't tell from the distance here, if they're moving into the other lanes.
Yeah, they might make it a challenge for us to tell who's supposed to be in which lane. But here we're getting a shot of all of our competitors, all 5 boats on screen. Again, we're going to have Rollins in lane 1 closest to us. on the right side of your screen, with the Deauville athletes there just in front of the officials launch with the red blades and the red jerseys. And then it should be Tulane there with the dark uniforms in the middle of the picture, followed by Lafayette just going under the number 2 there on your screen, and then on the far side are Georgia
Tech just going on the number 3 over there. So the Deauville boat, early on, they were off their course a little bit and looked like they went back the other way. So they may be moving, back and forth down the lane a little bit as they come down. We saw them early up there. It looked like they were coming in behind the Tulane boat. Maybe out of their lane, but you can also see they're a little bit bumpy. The blades are bouncing around a little bit, so that's causing steering issues as well. If the blades don't come out at exactly the same time, it can move the boat one side or the other.
Yeah, and this boat is always going to be a challenge for any rower to steer, no matter kind of what level you're at. As we've mentioned earlier, it's pretty common for these boats to have a tow steering, where you have a cable attached to a shoe. Usually it's in the stroke seat. It can be in the bow seat. And that cable is attached to a small fin or a rudder underneath the boat that you can use to change the direction of your shell. So
they're coming in the island right now in the 400-meter wire, and that is Tulane out in front, rowing very well. I mean, look at them just tapping that boat along. Got open water lead on second place, Deauville. That's Rollins College. Deauville still steering a little bit around their lane, trying to keep in their lane, but they're having a hard time doing that.
Yeah, this Tulane boat looking pretty happy with the stroke rate up nice and high in this women's pair. Sometimes you see athletes with maybe a little bit less experience in the pair being a little bit less willing to take their rate up nice and high, like we can see maybe in the 8s. But these guys are just clipping along.
Well, that's kind of like a matter of confidence in the boat, too, of confidence in your partner that they can handle what you put out there. The stroke oar, trust the person in the bow, trust the person in the stern.
It definitely is about trust. But this Tulane boat is coming down at a 36, which is a nice, aggressive race pace in a women's pair. We love to see that. And Rollins coming in just behind them. Coming across your screen now with those yellow blades.
So those two would be in the middle of the course the next time around if they're racing for lanes in those favored lanes, lanes 3 and 4.
And here comes the athletes from Deauville now. They are, of course, riding with that number 1, or is it number 2 bow marker, but they are in the middle of the course. So again, just dealing with some steering issues, definitely something to take away from this race for the final. And still, even with the steering issues, coming in 3rd in this race. So good effort from them.
Good
and I'm
for
sure
them.
they'll have some things to discuss about just tactics maybe going into the final. But they're just coming across the line now.
Well, hopefully their coaches down here being able to watch them do that race and determine what do they need to do in order to keep that boat a little bit straighter, because that's going to make a huge difference the next round if they're going to get into the medals or not.
Yep. So then we have our Georgia Tech boat just finishing up now, and then rounding out the field is going to be our Lafayette entry. So again, all these boats will be advancing to the women's pair final. This was an exhibition race or a race for lanes just to determine seeding for their final. Results don't necessarily predict the medals. We don't exactly know how everyone approached this race strategically. As Casey and I discussed, we had differing opinions about how to approach it just from the bench. So we could see just about anything happen in the women's pair final.
So back up to the starting line, the men's 3rd varsity heavyweight 8 heat, which is coming under the bridge. Again, these races are 6 minutes apart. It takes these 8s about 6 minutes to get down the course. So in almost every instance, we'll have one race on the course down here by us at the finish line, and another one already beginning or in process up there above the bridge. So the lineup here: St. Joseph's in lane 1, MIT in lane 2, Drexel 3, Temple University in lane 4, Jacksonville University in lane 5. And again, all go to the final in this men's 3rd varsity heavyweight 8 heat.
And what a fun local showdown this is going to be for the crews from St. Joe's, Drexel and Temple, all seeing each other here in their local race course on the Schuylkill.
Well, what do we get for ratings here? What are we expecting in these things? Usually about a good 8 rate is 35, 36 strokes a minute. Let's see what we got here on some of them. Well, that was wrong. I had 41. That's incorrect.
You never know. Men's 8s, if anything, are going to be more likely to be a little bit higher than any of the other boats that we might see at this regatta.
Well, I get them at 38 now. This is already 1,000 meters into it, and I'm seeing this is the Drexel at 38 strokes a minute.
Yep, but it looks like they're getting some competition from St. Joe's, so that might be what is inspiring these young men to keep that rate up near 40.
Again, I'm sure they've raced each other multiple times. They probably know what's possible, and they also see each other out here on the river. And, coaches watch.
Yep, that's right. And if these guys are boating third varsity eights at the Dad Vail, that means that their team is deep and has competition from top to bottom. So these guys are going to be hungry, and they're going to come out here wanting to get the best possible result that they can and just have a great, great race. So it looks like that's what we're seeing here between these top three crews right now, Drexel and St. Joe's, and who do we have on the other side?
Temple.
Temple.
Temple right here with a T on the back of their blades there, red blades, T on the back of it. The Temple Owls.
I mean, we don't want to say that they're going 3 across. That would just be too
No,
Philly.
not 3 across.
Would it be too Philly if all the Philly boats were just cruising down the course here in this men's 3v8?
I would think that would make
3 across?
most of the people are pretty excited if 3 Philly boats were doing that.
Well, hopefully it would also be exciting for the athletes, because it does look like these 3 boats are going to be driving each other all the way through the whole 2K as we're coming into these red buoys. It looks like a really great race between Drexel and Temple. They are bow ball to bow ball, with maybe Drexel just having a seat or 2 over Temple on the far side. St. Joe's also just bringing up the back of this 3-boat
overlapping
field.
too. So the three city crews just doing it.
Yep. But St. Joe's definitely charging after these 2 other Philly crews, all of them looking actually really pretty good for 3V crews. These don't even look like they might be the third varsities. Could have fooled me.
St. Joe's at 39 strokes a minute, like you said, trying to get into the top 2 there, middle of the course.
Yeah, hearing a lot of shouting and enthusiasm from the guys bringing up the last 2 boats in this 3v8. Our crews from MIT and Jacksonville. Okay, so
the drone's heading back up, with the camera swinging back up the starting line, and we need to get on with our next event, which is the men's lightweight 4.
Yeah, so this is going to be our first lightweight event of the day, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So this lightweight 4, these rowers have to weigh in prior to getting out here, and that weight is 160 pounds. No average there. So they can be within 1 pound of that. If they're over that, I don't know if they have another opportunity to weigh in again. Sometimes they do, but I think...
Is it only 1 pound at the Dad Vail?
It's
I
a
know
1 pound.
Some regattas will allow a 2 pound, I think. So it's a very narrow margin either way.
Yep.
For these athletes to get it right when they have to do their weigh-in. But it is just an extra component of competition that these athletes have to contend with in order to be ready to race.
Yes.
But the other side of the lightweight argument, I suppose you could say, is that having this weigh-in component for these guys means that pretty much all of these athletes are going to be almost identically matched across the board in terms of the physical product that they're working with. When
you see them go by, you'll see their shoulders, their heads are almost identically the same height. There's no high, low, like you'll see it in the heavyweight or the open weight categories a lot more, where you have difference in sizes in there, but the lightweights, it's almost identical, and it really comes down to who's tougher, who rows better, who makes the least mistakes.
I agree. I think it really ends up coming down to the technical component of lightweight rowing, given that all these guys are basically dealing with the same deck of cards physically. It's going to be the minutia of the technique that can separate these crews from one another.
So on our race course now, we're already at the 1,000-meter mark. Is Fairfield University in lane 1, LaSalle in 2, Mercyhurst in 3, Iona in 4, Fordham in 5. And let's see what we've got going down here This looks like we're seeing, like you said, even-sized people. The racing looks pretty even.
Yeah, with lightweight racing, man, it can be some of the most nerve-wracking, nail-biting racing out there because, again, these athletes are just so incredibly evenly matched physically that sometimes it just comes down to just tiny, tiny differences in the technique, or in this case, maybe the coxswain steering and just very, very small details.
Oh, yeah. So perfection in any boat we have out here is probably even more pronounced in these lightweights because there's so little differences between the different athletes, height-wise, strength-wise, fitness-wise, all that.
Yeah, so again, all of these boats are just racing for lanes for their final. They are all going to advance to the final, but just looking to sort out kind of who's going to be in those priority lanes for the next round of racing.
We've got Mercyhurst and LaSalle. Look like there are two leaders, but they're followed pretty closely by Iona there in lane 4.
Oh gosh, this is just going to be a classic lightweight matchup between all these boats. It's just so close with 4 boats across. And they are just going to duke it out all the way down the course, taking full advantage of this opportunity to race one another here at the Dad Vail.
So this is when it gets exciting. You see boats like this, all four of the 5 boats here overlapping or close to overlapping the finish, so no one feels comfortable. No one has that comfort open water lead to what we call sit on it or just let it relax a little bit and make sure you don't make mistakes. Here, it's all out. Racing for lanes doesn't make any difference. It's all out. If you win a race, you're winning the race. We got a bucket rig here in our lead boat of Mercyhurst.
And it looks like that bucket is actually just moving them into the lead over Iona, maybe just a seat or 2 as we're coming through the sprint here. It is going to come down to just these last final strokes for these guys because they are almost out of river, but it does look like Mercyhurst over Iona and over Fordham on the far side.
Yeah.
But a really close margin between those 3 boats and spells great things for us as spectators for this final.
So, yeah, LaSalle here on the inside was also in that mix, too. So it was what a good race that was. Again, we expect that from what we're seeing here in the afternoon as we go more towards the semifinals and start narrowing things down.
Yeah. Really great racing from the lightweights, and it's luckily for us, it's not the only lightweight event on the program, so there will be more nail biters to come.
Mm-hmm. Women's varsity heavyweight 8, Division 2. This is a heat. All right, so they are racing to go into the grand final. So we've got 5 boats here with Florida Tech in lane 1, Jefferson in 2, Mercyhurst 3, Barry University in 4, and Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in lane 5.
Whew, that's a mouthful.
I know. I got to make sure they get that last part.
That's good. So it looks like we're getting our camera just lined up here so we can get our first pictures of these crews coming down. And we're capturing them just as they're coming out of the bridge and straightening out after the turn, it looks like.
So the way they stagger that starting line, Megan, is typically you're seeing lane 1 get to the bridge first, right? But as they straighten that out, what happens? That turns wider. It's not as tight. So it's really hard to tell. Again, I like that secret move you make between the abutments that people can't see you. And I like the middle lane under the center of the arch because you can crowd the buoy dividers a little bit there where you can't do it when you're up against the abutments.
Yeah, it definitely adds a strategy component that is just unlike most other 2K race courses that you're going to come across as a collegian. The secret move with the abutment.
So 37 strokes a minute in the middle of the course. Mercyhurst looks like they have a little bit of advantage. Barry University just outside of them. Embry-Riddle on the far side. Mercyhurst got a little bit of an edge on it on the inside of Mercyhurst. Jefferson in lane 2 also right up there. So trailing the field looks like it's to be the outside lane of Embry-Riddle and inside closer to FIT.
Yeah, so maybe that classic kind of chevron pattern emerging here.
Yes.
As we're kind of moving along through the race. But it does look like Mercyhurst out in front with crews flanking them on either side, Barry and Jefferson, doing well to keep up the pace.
Now, Jefferson, we saw a race earlier. They were also quite competitive in their heats earlier on, so expect to see them throw out some strong shots here in the second half of this event. rowing 34 strokes a minute, a nice comfortable level, gives them room to go up if they need to go up, and also approaching the 650 meters to go. They're going to be thinking about where are we, when are we going to sprint. If you sprint too soon, you can run out of gas, so typically they'll wait till 400 meters, 350 meters, but you don't want to be too predictable. You want to make sure the other people don't really know what you're doing.
Well, speaking of that, it looks like the Barry crew might have gone up already. I have them in the high 30s.
Barry, that's in the white boat in the middle of course, Mercyhurst. Barry outside of them.
Well, these two boats that are just flanking that Mercyhurst leading boat.
Jefferson,
maybe just ready to throw a few punches at one another to see who is going to be that second place qualifier for the final and occupy one of those other middle lanes next to race leader Mercyhurst, because it does look quite close between these two boats, Barry and Jefferson, as we're coming down to the line.
.37 strokes a minute here for Mercyhurst in the middle of course. Near to us, currently in a very edge of a second place, is Jefferson, just barely holding on, maybe a quarter boat length lead over Barry University, just outside of them in lane 4.
Yeah, but this looks like it's going to be another great final for us when we see these crews again lining up for their final. Great competition between these first three boats, and then, of course, our other two boats in this race, Florida Tech and Embry-Riddle, taking up positions 4 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
But great race from Mercyhurst, leading this pack, I think, wire to wire.
That's what it looked like. And Mercyhurst also has been in the top seeding of the Division II championships in the past. They've done very, very well in the NCAA Division II. So this next event, and I also want to know, if you want to look at the times, you want to look at the results, if they don't show up on your screen here, you can go to the the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta org or application on your phone. You can probably pick it up also on their website, dadvail.org. Either way, I think it would work for you. So men's open collegiate single final. American University in lane 2 and Stetson University in lane 3. We'll see if we get some names on these gentlemen.
Well, we do need to make sure that we have the correct athletes, because we do have two different scullers with the tag Stetson attached to them. One of them is a Stetson U Sculling Club athlete, and one is a Stetson University athlete. They row separate from one another, and we want to make sure that we get the right gentleman ID'd for this race. But our athlete from American should be Connor Rempe. He'll be in lane 2.
I'm looking at the names in the previous heats. So one of the two Stetsons, we've got Mr. Hill in one of those Stetson boats and Mr. Bowles in one of the others. We just have to identify which one it is. The other collegiate single will be further down the race course, further down the race platform today. That would be more along the lines of 3 o'clock for the rest of them. So this is for our C-level final, American University and Stetson.
Yeah, and of course, taking on a challenge like racing the single at an event like this, a 2-day regatta with multiple entries in your event, it means you're going to have a lot of races, and it is, after all, just you in your single getting your boat down the race course. So it does turn out to be a very physically and emotionally and mentally demanding event of these athletes to come here and race. In this case, it looks like some of these guys are going to be racing 3 times in their single over the course of 2 days, which is no easy feat. I can tell you from experience, it is quite challenging.
Well, the single's an entirely different animal because there's no one around you. You're the coxswain, you're the motivator.
Hopefully, you're not shouting like a coxswain would, but I guess there are people that might do that. But it is a very quiet. I wouldn't say lonely.
Internalized.
It's very internal. Here we're seeing the opposite of that. We have some Cox 4s going off the line here.
Yeah, that's the women's Frost Novice 4 with coxswain final. And that is a 6-boat race. They will, those singles, I think, should be coming on the middle of the course here very shortly. There we are. We've got them on the right-hand view of our camera now.
Good. And again, this is just going to be 2 boats in this men's C final. For the single, it's going to be our sculler from American.
So these would be positions number 13 and 14 out of the entire group, because your other 2 or the other 2 petite finals or grand finals, that'll be your first 12 finishers.
Oh, do we see the other sculler?
I do not see that other sculler.
So I suppose my assessment of it being a lonely race might be more accurate than we could have imagined.
So what is your race strategy? It's not a 6-boat race. It's not a dual race. It's a single race.
It is a single race.
Yes. If it was me out there and I had to do this, you row the best you can. You may as well row as hard as you can, as best you can, as accurate as you can.
Yeah, there's just so few opportunities that we get the chance, like I was saying earlier, as competitors to race down a buoyed race course like this in front of fans, with the whole starting platform and all of the ritual that go along with 2K racing. So whether you're doing it by yourself or with a competitor or with 5 other competitors, it's important to take advantage of those opportunities. And it looks like that's just exactly what we're seeing from this athlete.
So I'm looking at the bow number here. That is an upside down 5. I suppose that is supposed to be a lane 2.
And judging by the colors that he is wearing, I would say that this is our American athlete, Connor Rempe, coming through the last 250 now in his single in this C final of the men's single.
Well, that takes a lot to come down the course by yourself in front of, crowds like this, and just, here I am. I'm doing the best I can. Everyone's cheering for him, and good for them.
Yes, it is great to see. This is just such a difficult event and so different from so many of the other rowing events that we're going to see here today. Really
good shots of him coming across the line here. As our cameras swing back up towards that next event, which is again, the women's freshman novice 4 with Coxon, Franklin and Marshall in lane 1, Gordon University in 2, Milwaukee in 3, Grand Valley 4, College of New Jersey in 5, and Pittsburgh in lane 6.
So I believe this should be our 3rd level final for this event.
I would think, unless, I would think so, because the freshman 4s were heavily subscribed early on.
Yes, they were. So with 6 boats in this race, these athletes are going to be competing for spots 13 through 18 at this year's regatta.
Yes.
And we're just getting an idea of what the margins might be right now as our camera starts to pick up some of these images of these athletes coming down the course. And it looks like we have some boats in the middle lane that might be taking those lead positions at the moment.
Grand Valley and Milwaukee, it looks like. And coming back closer to us on this shoreline, Gordon is one of those. But look all the way over on the far side. It is Pittsburgh that looks like that is New Jersey that looks like they're currently pushing in that potential 4th position. And Franklin Marshall, lane 1, same thing. I mean, we've got some boats that are relatively close together.
Yeah, it does look like we have that, again, that classic chevron pattern occurring across the race course here with our center lanes out in front. But certainly some of these boats that are on the outside lanes still have contact with one another, and anything could happen in these last couple minutes of racing. But coming closer to the camera now, it does look like our lane 4 Grand Valley boat is the boat that we see in the lead here. Again, this is the C final of the women's novice 4.
And then Milwaukee in a solid 2nd here, but it's almost too close to call for those other boats of Gordon and Franklin Marshall and New Jersey.
Beautiful shot. Look at that.
So even though this is a C-level final, to me, maybe you didn't make the B final, maybe you didn't make the A final, but when you win a race like this, a 6-boat race, it's exhilarating, and I don't care what level it's at. And someone, oh, you didn't win the whole event. As a racer, if you win this race, it's like, yes, And also, you're trying to push your boat hard enough to where, again, going back to times, would you have made a difference in the next level up?
Sure.
Did you make a mistake early on, and now you think you should be in the B level final instead of the C level final?
And again, like we were saying earlier in the preliminary rounds of this event, this is such an important opportunity for these young women, many of whom are just getting started in the sport of rowing, to get out here and just get many racing opportunities in. And on a day like today, where they get to race down the 2K course twice in one day, just a couple of hours apart, is just really, really good experience building opportunity for these ladies. But again, looking at this field, it does look like Grand Valley really has a good handle on this race. They have a wide open water margin over the next boats coming from Milwaukee, Gordon, and the College of New Jersey.
And Milwaukee looks like they got a similar wide margin over the trailing crews behind them of Gordon and New Jersey. So these boats are pretty well spread out now as far as first to second, second to third. Third boat crews look like they're fairly close together, but a lot of space between each of these.
Yeah, but these ladies doing a nice job to just execute their race plan and take advantage of this opportunity to get down the course.
So the Grand Valley boat that's out in front, they didn't make it through here before, and now they're probably excited as you can be, because they're winning this race by open water against competitors that they in a similar line of what they are. That's why they're all in this heat, because they are all in a similar line in the earlier eliminations.
Yeah, and athletes like this, like you were saying earlier, they're not going to be thinking right now, is this the A final or is this the B final? When you're in it and you're executing your sprint like we see here in the Grand Valley boat, you just want to win.
Absolutely. And you want to win by as much as possible.
Yes. But looking at our second place boat coming by the commentary field now, and then this race that's shaping up between Gordon and the College of New Jersey. These guys are really going to burn it down here in the last 250 and push each other just to the absolute limit. We might end up with a photo finish here in this
that's possible.
In this C final of the women's Frosh 4 between the Gordon boat and the College of New Jersey, going all the way to the line, bow to ball, these two boats.
Well, you know what? If you had your druthers, you'd want a photo finish in every single race, wouldn't you?
You would. And of course, our last entry in this race, Pitt, coming across the line now to round out places 13 through 18 in the women's freshman 4.
So our drones are on their way back up to the starting line, and we've got a 2-boat event here, the men's freshman novice 4 with Coxon. This would be a 3rd level final as well, it looks like. 2-boat race, Pittsburgh and Carnegie Mellon.
It might even be a 4th level final, Casey.
That's very possible.
It's almost like it would be nice if it was on this heat sheet for us. In any case.
Okay, further down, you've got the freshman novice 4 with semifinals. So these are actually 3rd and 4th level finals.
Yeah. And as we're looking at the images here on screen, it does look like we're having another solo row down the course in this 4th level final for these guys. And as they're coming underneath the drone, it does look like those are the blades of our Pittsburgh. Nope, that's not it.
It's going to be Pittsburgh or Carnegie.
I think it's Pittsburgh. Let's see the bow number.
They're in lane 3, so that's got to be Pittsburgh. And with the boat colors and stuff, I would assume that's what we've got here. Carnegie Mellon doesn't appear to be the one that's out on the course.
Yeah, so it does look like we have just the one boat on the course. We have the official call following them quite closely, which suggests to us that maybe our second competitor in this race is not present.
And, that brings up point is maybe there's an illness. I know when I coached here for many, many years, I'd say at least a quarter of the time someone on my team would be unable to row, and you'd have to make adjustments. So after you finish a heat out here earlier today, maybe someone was on the edge and this took them over the edge and you just can't continue on. So you get a medical excuse to not have to go back out there again.
Yeah, but here we have the gentleman from Pitt just coming down. They're going to be rowing into place,
13?
19. This is the fourth level.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
So a very heavily subscribed event here in the men's freshman Cox 4. And these guys just rowing to their finish here in the fourth level final.
You know, and I hope there are some of their family members or team members there cheering them on, because when you're coming down on your own here, you want to hear someone rooting for you.
Besides your coxswain.
Besides your coxswain.
As much as we love our coxswains, yeah, it is always good to have that external support from your friends and family, your partners, your roommates.
As you get more experience, you tend to tune that out, but you do hear it, especially in the the grandstands or whatever. And you got a contingent there, you can tell they're there.
Yeah. Some of us might be prone to selective hearing when we get into the last 250 of the race.
Yeah. It's called tunnel vision, and if you can see anything outside a straight line in front of your face, you're probably not pulling hard enough.
That's probably true. So we're going to see another round of these freshman 4s coming down now, and it looks like our cameras are picking them up distantly here on the screen. Our next race is going to be our C-level final for these guys. Men's freshman 4 with coxswain. It's going to be Washington College in lane 1, closest to the shore. Merchant Marine in lane 2, Villanova in lane 3, Penn State in lane 4, Buffalo lane 5, and NYU in lane 6.
So I love 6-boat races. It just makes for exciting viewing. It makes it for exciting if you're on the water. There's really nothing can beat it. Now, what could beat it? 7 or 8 boat races.
That's absolutely true. But I can tell you, as in my limited experience as an announcer, once you get over 6 boats, keeping 7 boats straight can be a little, befuddling, I will say.
I'll tell you a story down in Miami way back in the day. There were 28 8s across at the Miami Marine Stadium. And you talk about befuddling. There was no announcing going on.
Oh, that's good. But it does look like we have a pretty clear race leader as these boats are making their way down the track here. It does look like lane 4, our guys from Penn State here, leading the way in our 3rd level final for this men's freshman 4.
Now, that is a lead. I'd say that looks like a lead. That looks like substantial.
It does look substantial. They are doing a really great job here just to assert their dominance in this 3rd level final and just get the best possible result and the most they can out of this race opportunity.
And that's Merchant Marines there in lane 2. That's in 2nd.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to ride with these guys for just a few strokes here in the Merchant Marine boat. Doing a good job just to hold down that 2nd place position in this 3rd level final.
Now, if you're looking at the camera, you see a little bit of light and darkness on the water out there. Those are little puffs of breeze that are showing up on the course. So one of the things that a coxswain does, if they do it right, is if you got anything of consequence, they let you know there might be a little bit of wind coming here, or because the wind can bump you around if you're not ready for it. So look right here, this Washington College here, the Merchant Marine, Washington College sitting right next to that Merchant Marine boat. Excuse me, that is...
It's Villanova
excuse me, that's
at the
Villanova.
top of your picture there.
Mm-hmm.
But Washington College just riding on the bottom of your screen right here. Yeah, and again, bringing up the conditions, I will say that the conditions are still extremely favorable here, even with those little gusts of wind. The water is still just very, very flat and in a state that I would refer to as a friendly tailwind. There is a point where too much tailwind can actually have a negative effect on your speed and your ability to handle the water. But this is still a very nice, friendly tailwind that's just helping these crews along and making their race go by just a little bit more quickly.
That's a great comment, a friendly tailwind. I never thought of it being friendly, but it is. I mean, it's just one of those things where headwinds can be pretty tough a lot of times. You're on your legs, on your back, because you're pushing such a load against, and your oars are going against the wind as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so these guys just getting a nice little push down the course from the tailwind that we mentioned earlier. But it is this Penn State crew that is just really out in front and just opening up a very large margin between themselves and this next boat coming up
Merchant Marine
from Merchant Marine. Yes. And look at this stroke man from the Merchant Marine boat. He is completely and totally all in for this race. You can tell the effort level is just extremely high there. Definitely shooting the legs down to get every inch of power that he can behind that blade. That is the kind of leadership mindset you want to have in a stroke seat of a Cox 4.
That's why he's there.
That is why.
And look at this race here for third here between Washington College and Villanova. Dead even as they're going into the line.
A drag race between these next two boats, the Villanova and the Washington College boats. Absolutely. These guys are, again, just going to push each other all the way to the line every single stroke until it is over to get those last third and fourth positions in this race.
And we've got Buffalo coming in just behind those two that were duking it out for that fourth position here. Buffalo over there in lane 5, crossing the line, hitting another 2 strokes.
Yep, and then on the far side of the river, we'll see the crew occupying the 6th place position in this race. That's our crew from NYU. But still on your screen here is the Buffalo crew just finishing up now.
And actually watching NYU, they're rowing relatively well. They just may not have the stroke rating or the power associated with some of the leaders here, but they're actually fairly clean for what they're doing.
Yeah, and again, this is a freshman or a novice event. So some of these athletes are still very new to the sport, still learning about what it takes in terms of skill and fitness and finesse in order to be kind of competitive at the top levels.
I know some of these athletes, I'm sure it's across the board here, that only get out here during spring break. That could be March and April, or for some of these that just learning what an oar is about.
Okay, so another great racing with some exciting dueling between some of our freshman 4s. But it looks like we're moving on back to some sculling here, and we're going to see some women's doubles coming down next. We're going to have a 3-boat race here. We can see all 3 crews on the screen. They are well past the bridge and moving their way down the course. In lane 2, we have American, lane 3, Dominican, and lane 4, Buffalo. So American is going to be the boat that's on the right of your screen right now. Dominican will be the boat in the center of your picture, and Buffalo on the left. I think it's a little early for us to call the margin here.
We are getting a little bit of I don't know if you can see in the picture, but we're getting a little bit of haze up above the other side of the bridge. So we've getting a little bit of shower activity, just a misting up there, cooling everybody down as they get ready in the starting line.
Unfortunately, it does mean when we have those rain conditions come onto the course that we do lose the ability to use our drone and get those amazing images of this racing that we've been able to bring you so far. So we'll take a short break from any of our drone coverage while our pilots make sure that it's safe to fly the drones and keep the cameras dry. And in the meantime, we will talk to you about these women's sculling athletes that are coming down in these doubles.
So middle of the course is Dominican that is looking to hold off Buffalo on the outside. And trailing them American University in the near lane in lane 2.
Yeah, again, so we're seeing these small boats with just 2 athletes in them, and it's such a special thing to be sharing that bond and that trust with just one other athlete to move your boat down the course. Such cool events, the women's double and the women's pair we saw earlier, where it is just you and your partner figuring it out together. No coxswain, no coach, just the 2 of you kind of figuring it out to get the boat to go.
So we were watching that one women's double on the screen just a second ago, and where you could see the shafts of the blades at different angles. That means the blades are either going a little bit too deep or a little bit too shallow, and they're trying to find the way to keep those oar shafts exactly in line with each other. And you can see it here as well, that they go a little bit, you see a little bit of air gap in between them. That's has a lot to do with how hard you hit it at the front end, whether the boat is rigged correctly. There's all kinds of little things that cause that to happen, besides experience.
Yeah, and sculling in general can be just a very tricky skill to learn as an athlete. especially if you're younger or newer to the sport, just coming up with the dexterity to control and relax at the same time 2 different oars, one in each hand, while maintaining balance, rhythm, maybe calling the race if you're sitting in bow and shouting out commands, or strategy to your stroke woman. There's a lot of moving parts in a boat like this without a coxswain there to help you. So
this is, if they're in their lanes, this is Dominican out in front, followed by Buffalo and American University in lane 1 closer to us. But the lane numbers will tell us it's actually the other way around. The lane 3 is Buffalo, which is now moved over. I guess we've crossed lanes. Is that...
it did look like there could have been some steering issues at some point, and now we have our lane 3 boat maybe taking a few off strokes, maybe unclear about what might be happening there.
That is lane 4 Buffalo. So
maybe a miscommunication.
Yeah, I think Dominican has had several of those off strokes. They apparently have enough to get themselves back going again, but if they're missing a blade depth or get stuck a little bit, but they're still going to hold on for this win, it looks like. Oh, gosh, it's so close. Get to the line here, ladies.
Yeah, Dominican is just holding on to that lead, just holding off this charge from Buffalo. Buffalo, the athletes in the orange there on the far side of the course. And coming past the commentary booth now is going to be the double from American rowing in these bucket hats.
Well, good job by those ladies getting it down that course.
Okay, and looking back up the course, we do have another set of scullers coming down the course. This is going to be our men's double final. This is going to be our C final for the men's doubles.
Yeah, I would think so. So we had those heats earlier on. So yes, we've got semifinals, the collegiate semifinals for the men's later on. So this would be the C level final.
So we have a 4-boat race here in this C final for the men's double. It's going to be Dominican in lane 2, Grand Valley State in lane 3, Carnegie Mellon in lane 4, and SUNY Geneseo in lane 5. I'm sorry, I always stumble over that one. I got to get better at it. I apologize. Anyways, 4-boat race here. And in this C-level final, we'll be racing for places 13, 14, 15, and 16.
But, you know, as a small college national championships, you can go home and, you know, I'm top 20 in the country in small college.
Absolutely. So it's looking like it's still an okay race here with a lot of overlap between these 3 boats as they come by this camera. It might be that Grand Valley State double that is out in front.
I would say as they're going that 1,000-meter mark, they are very close to each other. The only one trailing that group is your State University of New York, Geneseo. So you could see what would be a little bit odd is these 3 boats come down here all overlapping, which is what you want to see. You want to see that kind of a race every time we go out here.
I know I do.
I'd love to be in a race like that all the time. And this looks like it could be one of them. Who your leader, I don't know if you can see it on the screen here, who those of you watching, looks to be Carnegie Mellon, but the race between Dominican and Grand Valley is very, very tight right now.
So Casey is calling Carnegie Mellon, which is going to be the crew that's on the left of your screen right now in the striped jerseys as your race leaders at the moment.
But, you know, we're calling this as they come through the bridge and the first 1,000 meters, it's closer. And as you get further down the course, things tend to spread out a little bit. So as we see these, what appear to be good overlapping or very tight racing early on, as you tire, and as we saw some of the other races, a mistake here, mistake there, things change. And the second, oh gosh.
Wow.
Yeah, that was
certainly foretold that one. We saw just a little call that one maybe not a full crab, maybe with just like a digger in the Grand Valley State boat there. Blade just got a little bit stuck, but thankfully not all the way stuck.
And that could have been a buoy. You know, it could have been just a misplaced blade.
But you know, sometimes when you're in a close race, even though you don't ever want to catch a buoy or a crab, having a little incident like that, that's not a boat stopper and it's not a crisis. It'll give you that little jolt of adrenaline, and it'll actually help you more than it hurts you.
So looking at the Carnegie Mellon boat over there in the striped jerseys, they're actually rowing pretty cleanly and don't seem to be rowing 35 and a half, 36 strokes a minute. So they're doing a good job over there. But are they, you know, commanding here?
Yeah, and actually, just as I was saying that maybe this Grand Valley State boat was going to get a jolt, it does look like they actually have kind of sharpened up after that little incident there.
I think it's time to stand up. We got 3 boats here that are all in contention.
Yeah, excellent racing. So we do have Carnegie Mellon in the striped unis on the far side, and they are being chased hard by this yellow boat, the Empire Grand Valley State, who have had that little incident but have been revitalized by it and now are surging through the last 250 of the race course.
Oh, gosh, and there's another one.
Hasn't stopped them yet. Hasn't stopped them yet.
No, it hasn't.
They're going to bounce right back from that, and they are absolutely still in it. Bossy just took another look over there just to check and make sure that they are still on pace, and they are.
And you talk about adrenaline hit when something like that happens. Oh, my.
Yeah, so these guys are absolutely going to take it all the way to the line. This Carnegie Mellon boat still pushing, and Grand Valley, even though they've had a few little mishaps here and there, are just going to take it all the way to the end of this 2K. They are not going to let that stop them. So, man, we might have just had another photo finish in this race. And these guys, oh boy, Grand Valley State just maybe glad that's over. But I think generally it's happiness coming from that boat.
I think so too.
Good to see that from those guys.
So we're going to go back to the next event. This is the Men's Collegiate Junior Varsity 4, also a C level or D level final. I'm not sure which one, but just a 2-boat race. It's a dual race between Pittsburgh and Minnesota. And what's the strategy on this race? Basically, it's get out in front and then play defense the rest of the way down. Because once you get in front of them, you can change your movements, hopefully, if you're challenged by the trailing crew. The trailing crew has the job to basically force you to make errors and crack you. And if you can make them have an error, then you can get past them.
Yeah, so we're looking at the Minnesota crew right now with those distinctive gold and maroon colors. And I haven't yet seen our pit
from Minnesota
yet. So I'm wondering if maybe we have found ourselves with another single boat race coming down the course.
Exactly right. Yep.
Wow, what a feature today. We've had several row-throughs for these lower-level finals for these athletes, but very, very good for them to just come out here and still take care of business and put down just a really solid effort, even though they're coming down the race by themselves.
You come to a regatta like this, you want to be able to, if you don't have what you want in the first race, you want to be able to get out there and do it again. And it's tough if you only have a one-and-done type of situation.
Yeah, it is. But here we are, and coming down the course, just doing the best that we can in this gopher boat. Of course, the men's team at Minnesota is a club program, the sibling program there for the Gophers. For the women, of course, is a D1 NCAA program, part of the Big Ten. We'll be taking part of the Big Ten championships later this weekend. But the men's team is here at the Dad Vail with several entries in the men's sweep events. And another pretty big trip for a crew from Minnesota to make the trip out to Philadelphia for the weekend.
Yes.
So. And on the split screen, we can see our next race has left the starting blocks and has entered the course. It looks like that is going to be the C-level final for our women's varsity 4, D2 and 3.
I see that as being canceled.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, I did not see that. I'm so sorry.
So this would go to event number 66, the women's heavyweight varsity 4 with Cox Open sea level final, and this has a 6-boat race in it. Carnegie Mellon, Penn State, Pittsburgh, Case Western, and State University of New York, Geneseo. But in front of us now, rowing down the course, as they should at race pace, is the crew from Minnesota.
And we can hear the coxswain all the way from here, which is very impressive and pretty inspiring, given that these guys are just out there doing this race by themselves. Their coxswain is absolutely, totally all in for them and coxing them down the course like they are racing for their lives.
It'd be no different than there were 6 boats out there. He's pushing them to everything they got. That's great. I love it. He's not going to let them off the hook at all.
He is not. Great effort from those guys and from their coxswain in this lonely solo race that they got to have for this afternoon's racing here at the Dad Vail.
So on our schedule, we have had a women's heavyweight varsity 4 D2, D3 final. It says it's canceled. That should give us a couple of minutes before we get into the next event. But they would have started early. If they got them on the stake boats, they would have started them a little bit early if everyone's in agreement. And it looks like that is what they have done. We see our chase launches coming up to the bridge on the other side from our far view camera here at the finish line. So that event is, I think I mentioned before, is Carnegie Mellon in lane 1, Penn State in lane 2, Pittsburgh in 3, Case Western in 4, and State University of New York, Geneseo in 5. So again, women's varsity heavyweight 4 with coxswain open on the water right now for the sea level final.
Yeah, and hopefully we can get our drone back up and going again sometime soon so we can start bringing you those really amazing and dynamic pictures of the racing as it's happening. But here's a little bit closer shot of some of the action here from this sea level final in the women's 4s.
So you're seeing Case Western and State University of New York next to each other. Case Western coming to the bridge first. In the right side of your screen now, Pittsburgh just coming into view in that white boat and the yellow blades. And if that camera stays at a similar kind of angle, we might be able to see the other two, which is Penn State and Carnegie Mellon, which would appear on the right side of your screen. But the water, again, calming right down again. I mean, you get a little bit of puff of breeze, and now it goes almost dead flat again. Beautiful, beautiful water here for racing at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta on the Schuylkill.
And you might have just seen the official waving the flag and communicating with one of these crews, just offering a little bit of support and steering correction for whatever might be happening. Nothing too egregious that we can tell from here, but maybe just a small adjustment just to prevent anything too major from proceeding at that point.
So what do we have there? We've got Pittsburgh just ahead of lane 4, Case Western. As you go almost perpendicular to the course, you can see the spacing there was between Pittsburgh and Case Western, about a boat length, about astern on there. And Pittsburgh rowing what appears to be a comfortable 33, 34 strokes a minute. And if they are leading, I think they should be pretty happy if they're doing that at that kind of a rating.
Yeah, we still really haven't seen much about where Penn State and Carnegie Mellon kind of fall into this group. We might be getting them on screen just as I say that.
So we're missing, it looks like we're missing a boat in lane possibly 2. The gap in there between what we have in the inside lane and also the outer lanes.
It does look like there's a gap there. So it's going to take us just a moment to figure out these margins and figure out who we might be missing.
Mm-hmm. So the way it appears, Pittsburgh out in front and Case Western potentially in that second place position. But if that's the case, then I would look back over to the nearer side of the course, over here to Carnegie Mellon. But that said,
Penn State scratched.
So we just got official word that Penn State did scratch this event, so we're correct in finding out that lane 2 is not out there on the water.
Yep, so we're down to just 4 boats in this race. And it does look like our 2 center lanes are the boats that have established themselves as the leaders in this event. It is going to be that boat from Pittsburgh and the boat from Case Western that are leading this C final as we come into the last 500 meters.
Drizzling again. It's coming.
So relatively spread out. Your Pittsburgh crew looks like they've got open water by a couple of boat lengths on your 2 trailing crews, which is Carnegie Mellon and Case Western. A little bit of sprinkling rain out here. Nothing to change anything as far as the boats are concerned.
Oh yes, the rain has started to come down in earnest now.
I like the way that this inside crew here, Carnegie Mellon's trying to get caught up with that crew of the Case Western boat on the outside. But it's clearly Pittsburgh that's controlling this race. Looks like start to finish, or at least from the bridge to this point. Got Carnegie Mellon here at 31.5 strokes a minute, halfway down the island. And Pittsburgh with a boat length of open water over Case Western. Case Western with definitely more than that over Carnegie Mellon. I thought Carnegie Mellon was catching up to him, but that's not the case. So pretty well spread out, almost evenly spaced from first to second, second to third, and third on back to 4th place position. Suni Geneseo.
Yeah, good effort from all of these ladies to kind of combat the conditions. It's never a nice surprise to suddenly start getting wet when you're in the middle of a 2K, but it is an outdoor sport, so it is something that these women, of course, are absolutely equipped to deal with, even in the middle of their hardest work that they're going to do today.
So when it rains like this, your hands get wet, and you're on your oar handles. The oar handles are made out of usually rubber, of some type of rubber, but they can get slippery. You can lose your grip. So you might see where we've seen some bobbles of the blades out there where someone loses their grip.
Yeah, luckily with a sweep oar, you have both hands on one handle. So if you lose one hand, at least you have the other one on there. And what you're talking about might be more of a challenge for the race that we're coming up to next, which is these gentlemen who are going to be coming down in these singles. A wet sculling grip is a little nerve-wracking, I have to say.
So Clarkson in lane 1, Mr. Jackson, and Mr. Foltz from Virginia Tech in lane 2, Mr. Malbouf from Detroit Boat Club in 3, Mr. Bowles from Stetson in 4, Mr. Rogers from Oklahoma City in 5, and Mr. Hill from Stetson Rowing Club, the club associated with Stetson, in lane 6.
And again, we're hoping that the rain has held off as much as possible for these guys in the sculling boats, because when those grips do get wet, it can be a very precarious situation, especially when you are trying to go really high and really hard in these little boats, because little mishaps in the single can be big problems.
Yeah. The other things that can create problems is, especially when you're training or even here in a race like this, is boat wakes. It's tough in any boat, 8 or otherwise, if you have boat wakes coming either from pleasure boats that might be on the body of water you're rowing, or in a race course from errant rebound from anything out there. But certainly wakes is one of the things you have to worry about, other than just wind itself.
Yeah, especially in the smaller your boat is, the more sensitive it's going to be to any little disturbances in the water like a boat wake. So the singles are, in particular, are not going to be too happy if they're getting waked out there. But a really cool opportunity for us to showcase some of these athletes who have taken on this challenge of racing the single at the collegiate level here. It's not an opportunity that a lot of athletes will have at the college level to race the single at a big event like the Dad Vail. So very, very cool to see these guys out here and doing it. Traditionally at the college level, you're going to see 4s and 8s. Nothing like what we're seeing here with just one athlete in a boat, racing just one athlete in a boat. So this is very, very cool to see. I was able to speak with the athlete from the Detroit Boat Club crew, Stephen Malbuff, this weekend before his racing. He's actually missing his graduation in order to be here to race at the Dad Vail. So just so excited that he could come here and race. He's a senior. Studying architecture in Detroit. His school doesn't actually have a rowing program, so he races out of the Detroit Boat Club and is representing them here at the Dad Vail.
Very good. You know, a lot of these programs have just finished their finals or graduation, and they have to make a choice sometimes. We were fortunate with some of our Florida Institute of Technology rowers who graduated that the president would come up here and graduate them at Boathouse Row, which was pretty awesome.
How nice.
President of the university, excuse me.
Oh, okay. Well, that's still pretty good.
That is pretty nice.
Yeah, so some good racing that we're seeing here between these guys. And, you know, being out there in the single is just such a unique way to experience rowing because of all the events. It is just so quiet. The boats are so small and make such small disruptions to the water. There's no coxswains. There's no one to talk to in your boat, so there is a rare sculler who will talk to themselves, but usually they don't.
So the gentleman you just mentioned from Detroit Boat Club, right? He's the one that's taken this race away.
Yeah, so Stephen actually was the bronze medalist at the Dad Vail last year. So I think he will be here looking to improve on his result from last year.
Well, that said, the rest of these crews, other than maybe the two outside lanes from the Stetson Club and also Clark's on the inside lane, look pretty level across there. Just your crew, your gentleman, Stephen from Detroit Boat Club, has mega links of open water. When I say mega links, he's like 10 links of open water.
Well, you'll see that we don't know for sure exactly what everyone's training situation is and how they ended up in the single here at the Dad Vail. Maybe it was a choice. Maybe it was where they got selected based on their team process. But in Stephen's case, it is probably the only boat that he gets to train in. So if he's in the single year-round full-time, it could be that he just has more miles under his belt in this particular event than some of his competitors.
He's rowing a good 30.5 strokes a minute. Nice rating for a single. But coming up for what would be second position in this semifinal, it is even. I mean, there's 4 boats across that look like they could be in contention for anything in here.
Well, that's some very exciting singles racing if we can get that many boats in contact with one another. Just because this boat is so sensitive and is so demanding technically from the athletes who choose to row it. It can often lead to larger margins given how small that the boat is.
And he's moving that single very well. He's rowing 34 strokes a minute. Look at that boat just scooting out each stroke. The boat's not jumping backwards, what we call checking the boat. He's just picking it very nicely off the front end and moving that boat right through.
So this is actually the athlete from Virginia Tech that we're seeing go by us right now.
Oh, that's lane 2.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Tom Foltz. I only recognized him because of his red hair. I noticed from his profile when I looked him up this weekend. So but an excellent performance from him, Tom Foltz from Virginia Tech.
And our apologies out there for calling that incorrectly here, but quite a race going on here for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, so Clarkson on the far side looking like he's going to take up that second position, followed by the athlete from the Detroit Boat Club that we were talking about earlier.
And like you had said earlier, these small boats can accelerate very, very quickly, and that's what you're seeing happen in these sprints here, is trying to jump through somebody who may be not quite ready for it, not quite ready for the sprint. Maybe they're not a good sprinter. They spent too much early on. But tell you what, it looks like Oklahoma City took that one. I don't know. It was too close to call, all within a boat length of each other, so I'm not going to call that one.
Yeah, apologies for any confusion for those of you who are tuning in for the live stream. We know you count on us to give you accurate information. Unfortunately, with the rain, we do have to put our rain cover down, and it does make it harder for us to see from the commentary booth exactly what's happening on the water. So apologies for that mistake during that singles race. We do want to get it right for you guys. but the rain is making it hard. So sorry about that.
Well, it makes it hard for them too. So, all right. So our next semifinal is Marietta. Mr. Puntarelli in lane 1, Grand Valley. Mr. Stone in 2. Mr. Harrison from Georgia Tech in 3. Mr. Mannion from Rhode Island in 4. Mr. McNulty from Dominican in lane 5, and Mr. Wang from Carnegie Mellon in lane 6. This is a semifinal going in qualifying for the final later on. Apparently the sculler from Dominican has scratched, so we will have an open lane there in lane 5.
And if you're an athlete in this semifinal, that is some good news because it does make your qualification one boat easier.
Yes.
And again, I just want to emphasize how difficult it can be racing the single multiple times in one day. I mean, in one weekend, but let alone twice in one day. That is a big physical ask of these athletes, given how long these races can be in the single and how demanding it can be.
You alluded to something earlier today where your first race of the day tends to get your, I want to call it, get your bugs out. But I've noticed in my racing, probably you have too, if you race more than one time a day, it actually gets either better or smoother, maybe even faster. That's why a lot of people go out and run a practice prior to racing early in the day, so you get rid of that those jitters.
Yeah, well, having done a lot of conditioning and preparation in these singles, these athletes are for sure going to be prepared to do multiple rounds of racing, whether it's today or tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
But the mental toughness that you need to row a boat like the single is just a whole different level from when you're in a crew boat, because it really is just you. There's nowhere to hide. So we're looking at lane 4 right now.
Sculler from Rhode Island.
Yeah, looking pretty comfortable there.
Yeah, blades are getting cleared. A little bit of tap of the blades off the water. That's one thing in a single is it's great to have the blades off the water all the time because you don't have any resistance. But when you're racing, they do bump a little bit. I know a lot of people that I coach are like, oh, I can't get my blades off. I said, don't worry. They will tap on occasion.
Yes, even the best scullers in the world will occasionally let their blades touch the water.
Yeah, you got to know where that water is.
Just checking.
It's under you, but you got to know where it is.
So we had a shot there of our sculler from Georgia Tech, also looking like he was doing a nice job to just stay relaxed, and maybe also just saying a prayer that we might not get any more rain during his race. Here's our lane 1 sculler from Marietta.
I'm seeing 4 boats, unless one's right in front of one of the launches here. I don't see my 5th boat here.
It's really hard to see when all the athletes are this small on our screen, but I think you're right. We might only have just 4 athletes racing at the moment. So this is a picture again of our Rhode Island sculler over on the further side of the course, just making his way down there.
So yeah, definitely a 4-boat race. Unless the other one decided to pull off early on back to the other end, we don't have that 4th boat out here. So who do we have? Marietta, we saw them, lane 1. Grand Valley looks to be the other one in lane 2. Georgia Tech in 3. And Rhode Island in 4. So it looks like we're missing, besides the Dominican sculler, Carnegie Mellon out there in lane 6, which would appear to be lane 6, but we can't tell.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the loss of our drone because of the weather, it does make it a little bit more challenging for us to rely on these fixed cameras from a distance, trying to capture the stories of these races as they unfold. So.
And these scullers are pretty spread out too. I mean, there's a fairly decent margin between each one of them. So as they're racing down here for this semifinal with 3 to go on to the grand final, it's a matter of just staying ahead of the person who happens to be the last place behind you. And if you've got open water for that, then it's just a survival thing. Just control it, stay within your bounds, and stay away from the buoys.
Yeah, but again, we're going to have some of that psychology come into play, because when you're out there by yourself, it really is going to be up to you to decide whether or not you want to push for that first place qualification position in these semis, or if maybe it's okay, like maybe you don't need to push that hard, and maybe it's okay if you take second. That's probably all right too.
Well, in a single, you know, if you take the pressure off, that boat slows down very quickly. So you're right. You don't want to just play too many games out there. You want to keep that boat moving as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, so here's our Georgia Tech sculler now just coming by in the lead. And he is going to take the win and the first qualification position in this second semifinal of the men's single. Doing well to stay ahead of the sculler from the Rhode Island Sculling Club over on the further side of the course, and the red boat coming down now. Here's our Georgia Tech sculler just finishing up. Last few strokes for him. Followed by the Rhode Island sculler. And it does look like our third qualifier will be that sculler from Grand Valley State.
In that last race, we did have one sculler who did not start. That was from Carnegie Mellon. So if we were calling that on the far side of the course, that was only because we could not see his number at the time, and turns out he was not able to make the start. So as we finish up this sculling race here for the grand final, which comes up tomorrow in the men's collegiate single, we're going to move on to the women's freshman novice 4 with Coxswain semifinals. We have 2 semifinals again, and all these semifinals should be 6-boat races. There might be something that's a little bit different later on, but they should be filled up across the course. So lane 1, Georgetown; lane 2, Iona; lane 3, Tampa; lane 4, Rollins; lane 5, Princeton; and lane 6, Georgia Tech. Now, these crews should be seeded from the heats earlier, so you should expect to see potentially your faster seeded crews in lanes 3 and 4, and then spread out from there in your typical dovetail chevron type pattern.
That having been said, this event coming up is, of course, going to be a women's freshman novice 4. And as we've been saying throughout the regatta already, these athletes are going to be younger, a little bit less experienced, and potentially a little bit less consistent than people who have been doing this for a little bit longer. So sometimes just because they're going to be in the middle lane doesn't mean that they're going to be able to replicate what they did in the morning, or it might be that you'll have a really steep learning curve in one of the boats on the outside lane, and they took some lessons away from their earlier races, and they're going to really overperform where they are on the race course right now.
Well, that's absolutely true. And again, if you someone who started late in the season and maybe had a good result early on today, maybe they don't have the physical stamina to maintain a second race in the same day.
Absolutely.
So you can see all kinds of things happen here in this kind of an event for a freshman novice 4.
Yeah, fitness is a huge component. That's an excellent point. So we're looking at the crews right now coming down from Georgetown on the left of your picture. Sorry, I apologize. Wrong way. Georgia Tech on the left of your picture, Princeton in the middle there of these 3 boats, and then Rollins with the yellow blades there, currently on the right side of your picture. And this is actually a great shot. You can see the bend in the buoy lines if you're looking up the course behind the officials. You can really see kind of the shape of that dogleg and how dramatic it actually is while these athletes are coming down the course. Just to give you an idea as a spectator just how much they really have to do this turn in order to get down the race course.
So I was talking to one of the other coaches at the break we had here, and he was discussing his strategy for getting through that bridge, and he said, you're just standing on it to get through there. You're trying to make that turn as few strokes as possible and basically get lined up, because you'll see a lot of these crews overshoot the turn, and they make the turn wide and they lose so much there. So it's a matter of getting that boat around and getting it pointed immediately.
Yeah, that's a really interesting way to think about it. It almost makes this 2K contain sort of a head racing component, because, of course, head racing, where you're starting time trial and going single file, the turns and the shapes of your turns are so important for your outcome.
Well, that was a great camera shot there of lane 4, Rollins College, and outside of them, Princeton and Georgia Tech. It looked like they were even, but again, the drone may not be dead straight across the course from them, so it's hard to tell. But excellent. You know, when you get boats across like that, those kind of shots are the ones you want to see on a screen like this. And if you're watching this, if these ladies are watching this later on for YouTube or whatever, that's the best thing they want to see is, wow, we're pulling. Look at that. We're right with them.
Yeah, so these athletes are going to get a little bit more rain as they're coming down the course. You can see it actually causing some ripples there on the course closer to us as the rain starts to come down in the second 1,000 of this race. But it looks like we do have some good competition.
Oh, yeah.
Giving a shout there in the stroke seat of this Georgetown boat. Just urging her crew on and getting them to see if they can work back a few more seats on the field. And some pretty significant steering happening here in the Princeton boat. They might have just been reminded by the marshal there that they need to get back on track.
I think the coxswain needs to be reminded there.
Yes, that's what I meant by that. Sorry, but we're all one team here. We don't single out any athletes, so everyone working together to get back on track there in the Princeton boat. With these varying camera angles that we've been having, it has been hard for me to pick out who might be the leader in this race. We're looking right now
Georgia
at
Tech there.
the Georgia Tech boat.
Rowing hard, but a lot of bouncing around in the blades and stuff. We'll see if they're as competitive as they appear to be. And they're rolling with a lot of effort there.
Yeah, it looks like this crew from Rollins with the yellow blades appears to be in front. Without everyone on screen, it is very, very challenging to tell.
That is Rollins out in front. We're now seeing them come to the island here, but it's a challenge. Look over here at Iona in lane 2. Iona's right with them as well. Iona in second place position, but in third, it looks fairly level across for your Tampa, your Princeton, your Georgia Tech. And even Georgetown on the near side here isn't that far off the mark.
That's right. And again, this is a semifinal in this event, so we're looking for the top 3 to go into the medal final tomorrow. The next 3 finishers will be going into the petite final or the B final. So very, very tough competition to make the cut for this grand final, and it is Rollins currently leading the charge here in this women's freshman 4.
And Iona's right on them. I mean, Iona's right on Rollins. So it's going to be a fight right down to the thing. Again, they're going to be, as they make it in the final, this will be for the middle lanes tomorrow. But the race for third, again, this is to get 3 people in here. We've got Princeton and Georgia Tech on the far side of the course, and still trying to catch them in the middle of the course here. Tampa, a little bit too far behind, I think, at the tip of the island to make it to the finish line in the top 3. But 4 boats basically close to overlapping. And these races are getting closer and closer in these semifinals.
Yeah, nice job in the Iona boat closest to us with the yellow blades. They are looking like they're putting together a very organized, tidy sprint here that's taking them right through that Georgia Tech boat. Georgia Tech going to have to see if they can get those blades a little bit more under control just to make sure that they keep Princeton behind them. But Iona doing a really nice job just to move up on that Rollins boat.
Yeah.
But it is going to be the Rollins boat that takes the win here in this first semifinal of the women's freshman 4, followed by Iona and Georgia Tech. The 2 outside lanes. There you go. Lane 1 and lane 6 take those second and third qualifying positions for tomorrow's grand final.
So just like we were talking about before, what you may see in the heats where you got your faster crews supposedly seated in the middle, it doesn't always happen that way in freshman rowing.
Or in any rowing. I mean,
that's true.
Given the number of races that a lot of these crews are going to be going through today, there could always be strategy at play in terms of how hard you want to go in any of your races, or if any of these athletes are doubling up, they might be racing even more times than just what we're seeing here in this one event.
So women's frost novice 4, second semifinal here with St. Thomas in 1, Lafayette in 2, Princeton 3, Wisconsin 4, Penn State in 5, and Colorado in lane 6. They're all sitting on the stake boats. Everyone's lined up. I see a few people tapping the blades around to try and get the boats lined up. Everyone's sitting in the ready position. So what happens with the starter? How do they know when to go? They have a flag behind them. As soon as that flag starts to move, they can go. But there's also an audible signal, typically by the starter will go, attention, ready, row. and give them a warning. But it's not the audible signal. It's always the movement of the flag that you go off of. So you have to be watching.
Yeah, so just one tiny little trivia tidbit. If you look down these boats off their bow, you see they all have a number affixed to them. That's what we call a bow number to help identify the boats. And all of them are different shapes, colors, and sizes. That's because all of these crews have to provide their own bow numbers at the regatta. It's a BYO situation.
There's another thing. This is a women's freshman novice 4 with a coxswain, but the coxswains can be male in here. This is one of the things that has been allowed because you want to have as many people get out here on the water as possible, and sometimes you don't have the small people that you need. So men in women's boats, in this case in the coxswain position, women in men's boats, vice versa.
Yeah, a new rule change that was implemented actually not that long ago, just within the last Olympic quad. And we did actually see at the elite level a number of coxswains coxing for different gendered crews, including some medalist crews. So really, really cool to see that, and glad that it is happening at the collegiate level. So again, with this semifinal, we're going to be looking for the top 3 finishers to advance to the medal final tomorrow. And the next 3 finishers, or the bottom 3 finishers in this semifinal, will go on to the B final for tomorrow, places 7 through 12. So we do have some heavy hitters in this event. We have crews facing off from Princeton and Wisconsin. Both of these programs have large populations to draw athletes from. It could be that we're looking at lightweight athletes coming from these programs.
I would think if your Division I programs are going to be vying to get into the NCAAs, then you would be taking your first, your second 8, and your 4s to another regatta that has D1 programs in it. So my expectation is this could be lightweights, very likely, but it also could be other levels of depths of crews, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, but the nice thing about having a big program and a big boathouse that has space to accommodate so many athletes is that Wisconsin and Princeton come from programs that have either 3 or 4 full teams of athletes training there, open weight men and women, and either both lightweight men and women or maybe just lightweight women at Wisconsin. But having that many athletes who are all striving towards a common goal and a shared purpose to win titles and medals and trophies for their team, it can be extremely uplifting and very motivating to have that kind of deep team culture running all inside one boathouse.
And exactly right, deep team culture, and that comes not just from women's programs in collegiate rowing, but also men's, because they can feed off of each other. Sometimes you'll see them stay more separate than others, but other times they encourage each other and urge each other along, which is always good to see.
Yeah, that was always a really special part of my training at Washington, and I look forward to doing pieces against our men's teams and really feeling like we were all one team on those days. So.
Yeah.
But here's a nice shot of our crews just coming through the bridge now. In these 4s, we're looking at the crews from Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Colorado, Penn State, and Wisconsin. Sorry. So Colorado going to be on the left of your picture there. Penn State in the middle with the white uniforms, and then Wisconsin, of course, with those very distinctive red uniforms and solid red blades on the right of your picture.
So you can tell from the way they come through the bridge there, Wisconsin has that lead on those 3 outer crews. We don't see the inner ones yet. Wait a minute, that is our inside cruise. We got it wrong.
Oh, goodness, did we do this backwards again?
Yeah, we did it again.
Oh, they tricked us. No, I don't think so. I think these guys are warming up on the far side of our picture there.
You're right.
So these are the correct crews this time. Go us.
Go us.
Oh, geez. Apologize to everyone. We have a lot of races to cover today, so we're just doing our best to keep it all straight. But again, these 3 crews looking fairly level, but I would maybe give the advantage to the Wisconsin crew at this point. And if our suspicions are correct and we're looking at lightweight rowing happening here, or lightweight athletes, I should say, if they're entered in this event, they don't necessarily have to be at weight, but maybe having spent a lot of the season at weight and identifying as lightweight rowers. Any other features of lightweight rowing that you might be able to identify in this picture here?
You had mentioned they don't necessarily have to be lightweights here. Maybe they were lightweights all the way during the season, but if they're not here, they don't have to weigh in. They might have added an extra pound of energy along the way or 2, and they're probably very happy about that.
They probably are. I mean, the thing that's striking to me looking at this picture is that if these women are indeed former or semi-lightweights at this point in the season is that they are definitely overstroking these other two boats. And in conditions like this where you have just a very nice, gentle tailwind, those are what we call ideal lightweight conditions because these smaller athletes are going to...
The coxswain has hand up, and that is supposedly trying to tell...
Yeah,
we have...
We're seeing another steering error. This coxswain maybe didn't do enough to get his crew lined up where they needed to be here in this West Point boat.
Yeah, they went right out of their lane immediately into lane one, but they going right back into it again. So they just didn't have the point correct when they took off out of the blocks.
Yeah, and unfortunately that is just all on the coxswain. Oh, goodness.
Oh, goodness is right.
Look at this. It seems like Casey and I did miss the start of the event that we were just talking about, and they are actually finishing their race right now, and it is a great race, actually.
So let's get back to it again.
Oh, boy.
Megan, I swear. Drexel, lane 5 over there on the far side. This is one we didn't even see this coming because we have these plastic things in front of us. And
that's why I was like, that didn't look like a West Point boat.
No.
So yes, Drexel, you are correct. In this first semifinal is leading the way here over
George
in lane
Washington.
5. Yes, that is correct. And then we're going to have a nice fight here between this West Point boat.
Case Western and West Point again. Yeah. Good grief.
Oh, my goodness. Apologies for missing the action on this race. We saw no shots from this race until they got to us here at the commentary booth. So that is your first semifinal going by us just now. It is going to be Drexel and George Washington, and it looks like Case Western will just get the edge over the West Point boat for that third qualification spot.
All right, so Megan, we'll get this next one right.
Well, we did see them go off, so we know that they're on the course.
That's true.
Here they come.
So we're still finishing up the race here on this first round of the men's freshman novice 4, which we didn't see coming. So a quick rundown on who should be on the course now that we just ran through before. It is lane 1, Lafayette, lane 2, Milwaukee, lane 3, LaSalle, lane 4, Fairfield, lane 5, Catholic University, and lane 6, Georgia Tech. So let's see if we can get this one in the books.
Yeah, that was our production error on our part. Again, sorry about that, but we're glad that we got the end of that race for you and we were able to get your qualifiers for you.
So in your camera screen there on the left-hand side, you're seeing Georgia Tech and Catholic University. Catholic University coming through the bridge there. Fairfield also coming through the bridge. Georgia Tech is now getting through the bridge. So those are your 3 on the outside part of the course. The inside part of the course with Lafayette, Milwaukee, and LaSalle. We'd like to see how that LaSalle crew is doing in lane 3. But good turn.
Sorry.
That is fair. There we are.
Here's the LaSalle guys coming along. The coxswain just wearing that bucket hat just to keep the rain out of his eyes, should there be any. But everyone looking nice and relaxed in that LaSalle boat. It does look like they are going to be our race leaders.
So far side and the other side of them was the Catholic University. It looked like they were in the 4 boats that we could see at the time. Again, I have not seen Milwaukee or Lafayette just yet. Let me see if we can get a view of them down the course. Again, these are freshman novice 4s, so what we typically want to see in the middle of course isn't always what happens out there.
Yeah, so we're just getting a picture of that Lafayette crew there, then the white boat with the white blades at the red tips.
And this is only 3 to go on the final, too. So it is a race for the medals for tomorrow. When they get in that final tomorrow, you can have the bragging rights.
Yeah, there we go. Here's our shot of our Lafayette crew that we've been missing. Looks like they are just not quite up with the LaSalle boat right now. And here's our Milwaukee boat. In the middle of the race course, there's Fairfield and the red boat. And Catholic. So again, it does look like LaSalle are your race leaders.
Mm-hmm.
And
Lafayette just a little bit ahead of Milwaukee, and then spread out in that typical chevron pattern. Outside in lane 4, Fairfield, then Catholic, and then Georgia Tech out there on the far side.
Yeah, so it looks like it is going to be another exciting race for these second and third qualifying positions behind LaSalle. LaSalle looking extremely confident and really looking like the boat is moving pretty sweetly for them here. So anticipating that they will be occupying that first qualifying position in the LaSalle boat. But positions 2 and 3 should still be up for grabs at this point.
Good solid 34 strokes a minute for LaSalle. Probably right where they wanted to be. Out in the lead, a solid race pace, not too high, not too low, and just tap it along.
Yeah, so good race here in the midfield between Fairfield.
Looks like it's going to go LaSalle, Fairfield, and Catholic, but you can't see Lafayette on the inside. Lafayette had that edge over Milwaukee on the near lanes. Georgia Tech just had a big bobble over there on their far side. So coming up on the inside here, it is that Lafayette crew that could be in contention for, and I would say they're in contention for those top 3 spots.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty hot finish here between the Lafayette boat and the Catholic boat on the far side. Again, these crews being spread apart by so many lanes, it could be hard to keep an eye on where your competitors are, but this is a crucial qualifying spot for these guys. So the coxswains really need to be on their game here.
Lafayette with that edge over that crew in the far side. Catholic over there on the far side. Lafayette with just a little bit, maybe a deck link. I see the coxswain looking over.
That looks pretty even to me. I think it's going to come down to the wire between these two.
Oh, it probably will, but I'm looking at that coxswain look over every stroke. How are we doing? He's probably trying to call. We've got a seat, but that's not enough. You got to have a little more.
Oh, man. Yeah, this is just going to be such a disappointment for whoever is on the wrong side of this. It looks like it might come down even to a photo finish between Lafayette and Catholic for that third qualifying position for the grand final of this men's freshman 4.
So what do you think they're doing? What do you think they're doing as they cross that line? Did we get it? I don't know. You don't know.
That is absolutely what they are doing, and the coxswains themselves may not even know.
No.
Yeah, so we're going to have to wait for the official results for that one. Of course, you can find the results and follow along. The results should be posted almost immediately on their Dad Vail app. Control that Lafayette was on the right side of that very close finish that we just saw in this men's freshman 4.
So Lafayette was 3rd, Catholic was 4th.
So it is Catholic who is going to be missing out on the grand final and moving on to the B final. But good racing from these guys in these freshman boats.
So we're having more double sculls coming up here. This is the women's double scull semifinals, 2 of them with 6 boat races in each one. This is Case Western in lane 1, Gordon in lane 2, Boston University in 3, Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 4, New York University in 5, and Tampa in lane 6.
Yeah, so we saw some really great racing from these doubles earlier today. And again, a pretty heavily subscribed event, so there are going to be a lot of opportunities for these crews to go down the course, racing a heat and a semi in the same day before their finals tomorrow. And on your picture right now, I think we have the crew from Boston University.
4 boats in the screen. Yep.
They're going to be the crew on your right with the red uniforms and the red and white blades. To their left is going to be the crew from MIT.
And a clear advantage for those 2 crews as far as the qualifying positions. The other boats are open water back of those 2. So again, it's going to come down to who's going to make it in there in that 3rd position. And they got half a race to go, or a little bit less than half.
Yeah, so these 2 Boston rivals just leading the way here next to each other in these middle lanes in this semifinal of the women's double sculls.
It looks like a good fight going on there between Gordon and Case Western in the lanes closer to us. In lanes 1 and 2, Gordon maybe with an edge over Case Western, and not much, but go to the outside, the 2 outside lanes, New York University and Tampa have trailed behind. So we're coming with the leader here, Boston University, with an open water lead over MIT. And then you've got this duel between Case Western and Gordon in lanes 1 and 2. But Gordon right now has a little bit of an edge over Case Western.
Yeah, so again, with the semifinal being another preliminary round of racing and to advance these crews, and having already raced once today, this is sort of the bigger and more important round of racing for these guys. It's going to be important for these athletes to get out and establish a position early so they can make decisions about how much energy they're going to need to expend in the second half of the race course.
So I wonder if Case Western knows where Gordon is. I mean, Gordon looks like they might have maybe a length on him, but Case Western, again, you can change the speed of these boats real quickly, and if the boat that's in front, if it's Gordon that's in front, doesn't see it, you can get past and don't even realize it or until it's too late.
Yeah, luckily for these two crews, between these next couple of boats in the midfield, this Gordon boat as well as the Case Western boat closest to us in lane 1.
And I just saw Case Western have a little bit of bobbly oars. They seem to recover, but they're rowing at what I consider to be just a little bit frantic, but you kind of have to be. They've got to get ahead of this other boat from Gordon here, and they're a length down with 20 strokes to go.
Yeah, unfortunately, they might have left it a little bit too late here. It does look like what they're doing is not going to be able to get them through a boat length here in these last couple of strokes. It does look like Gordon has done enough to get themselves into that third and final qualifying position for the grand final tomorrow. But good racing and good effort from both of these boats. Gordon doing a good job to get themselves into the final for tomorrow. Case Western still chasing all the way to the line.
And you followed up with New York University coming in 5th here in Tampa over there in lane 6 in the 6th place position in this women's double semifinal. And we go to the next one to take up the... Okay. Bob was in my 4.
Okay, so our next semifinal of women's doubles is on the course and making their way to us. We have another 6-boat race here with 3 to qualify. Lane 1 will be Drexel, lane 2, Wisconsin, lane 3, Princeton, lane 4, MIT, lane 5, Pitt, and lane 6, Gordon.
So you notice we have multiple entries in both of these semifinals. MIT has 2 boats in there. Gordon has 2 boats in there. And we see that throughout some of these smaller boats where maybe a bigger boat was broken down and you're putting these boats out there for competitive reasons, and they're making it into these, hopefully making it in these finals.
Yeah, I can tell you as a longtime competitor, there is something really special about getting out and racing athletes from other teams, but also being able to race against your teammates while racing against other teams is just a whole other level of fun. And for me, it was always really special to get to do that. So glad that these athletes are getting that opportunity, or might get that opportunity if they make this final tomorrow.
Well, you've got Princeton, MIT right in the middle of the course, and they're the ones that they're fighting it out for those first and second. Again, we're seeing these semifinals. What's going to happen for that third position? But it appears to be Wisconsin. So your potential Wisconsin lightweights, again, making a run for the final here. But open water between the 2 leaders, Princeton, MIT, to Wisconsin. And from Wisconsin on back to the other 3 crews trailing. Looks like open water lead there as well.
Yeah, it does look like these 3 lead boats have done a good job to get themselves out in front of the pack early on and not leave anything up to chance in this semifinal, making sure that they establish their position and get that qualifying spot out of the way and taken care of early in the race so that they can just focus on maybe having a little toe-to-toe with someone else about whether it's going to be 1, 2, or 3, but certainly in that qualifying spot, that is the most important job for these athletes. And we're looking at the Princeton, the MIT, and the Wisconsin boats having put themselves in that position already.
So lead boat right now rowing 29 strokes a minute. That is the Princeton crew in lane 3. So they're comfortable where they are. They know they're going to make it into that final, and they're rowing well. So all they're doing is rowing hard at a sustainable rating that's not going to tax them too much. Wisconsin definitely going for that's MIT going for the sprint out there, running their rating up there. I don't know if MIT's wanting to try and just practice that sprint.
Well, it looks a little bit like something like that, and maybe also like looking over and saying, I don't know if I like rowing next to somebody else who's shut down.
40 strokes a minute.
We'll see if these guys want to come out to play today. So it does look like Princeton is going to respond to that challenge from MIT, and they're going to take the rate up a few beats just to maintain that lead.
Yeah.
But good on the MIT athletes for posing that challenge to these Princeton athletes and getting a little bit more out of them at the end of this race.
Yeah, so they went. Princeton went up to a 31:32, where they were watching that MIT boat row jumping up to 40 strokes a minute, and they were starting to run into jeopardy as a potential losing that first place position, and they had to run their rating back up as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Wisconsin athletes coming by us just now. These ladies are well on their way to take that third qualifying spot. Doing a nice job rowing away from these other boats in the midfield here. Being followed now by the crew from Drexel. And the two boats on the far side, Pitt and Gordon. It does look like between those two, it is the Pitt crew that has the advantage over Gordon now. But these three boats still on the course are all advancing to tomorrow's B final.
Pittsburgh was struggling a little bit right here coming to the island. Maybe they're getting distracted. And I thought, with that other crew on the outside, Gordon be able to take them down. Close.
Maybe we'll have yet another photo finish here in these semifinals for these women's doubles.
So we're sticking with the sculling for another 2 rounds here. This will be the men's semifinals for the collegiate double. And already on the race course, coming through the bridge, is Case Western in lane 1, Grand Valley in 2, Gordon in 3, St. Thomas in 4, Penn State in 5, and Franklin and Marshall in lane 6. This will be it for the sculling today, other than our inclusive races at the end of the day, the PR men's inclusion double. We'll be looking forward to that at the end of the day here.
Here's a nice shot of the crew from St. Thomas racing in a beautiful purple color. Very flattering, I must say. And then we are looking at the athletes from, well, the picture just cut out for us.
There we go.
I think that might have been the Gordon boat that we were looking at there for just a few strokes. But it does look like these athletes from St. Thomas have gotten out to a nice lead, at least on the far side of the course.
And also in lane 2, it is the Grand Valley crew. So it looks like St. Thomas and Grand Valley are the 2 leaders here. In lane 5, also Penn State is one of the ones that could be in contention here for the top 3. I got one crew back there looking down the course, not on the monitor itself. We got one crew that's a little bit off course, and it looks like it's lane 3, Gordon, that might be going off course, heading towards lane 2. So not sure what they're doing, but they're definitely aiming towards the shoreline here at an angle, and they are not being flagged. They're not interfering with anyone, but they're definitely not staying in their lane anymore.
Yeah, a little bit of a chaotic story coming together here for this first semifinal of the men's double. But it does still look like the camera director is focusing on that crew from St. Thomas for the moment.
So yeah, Grand Valley here in lane 2. Excuse me, that is Gordon in lane 3. Again, I got one boat that's well back there. That is Gordon in the lead here in lane 3. Again, I was distracted by that crew that was coming out of their lane, and it was probably Grand Valley coming out of their lane. I wasn't sure who it was. But it is the Gordon crew in lane 3 that is leading this pack. And the camera's been running on St. Thomas most of the time over there on the far side. And Penn State.
Yeah, it does look like we might be having a little bit of a choose-your-own-lane kind of situation happening with a few of these boats in this event, making it a little bit harder for us to tell who it might be from a distance. But as they come closer, it does look like it is this St. Thomas crew on the far side. We can see in the purple uniforms being chased by this Gordon crew with the bright blue boat and bright blue uniforms. And as they are coming by the commentary booth, it is the crew from St. Thomas leading Gordon now by probably at least a boat length, maybe some open water here between these two crews.
Yeah, we're fairly spread out. So you go back out to Penn State there in lane 5. Looks like they're going to be the easy qualifier for that third spot in this men's double.
I think this is actually Franklin and Marshall that we're seeing. Penn State, I think, is further back. We can see that they're identified with some big S's
Oh, you're right,
on their crew.
right. They actually...
Yeah, again, some steering, I think, maybe happening in some of these boats that's making it a little bit trickier for us. But I do think it is going to be the St. Thomas crew taking that first spot, Gordon taking the second spot, and then Franklin and Marshall well into that third qualifying spot. Next boat across the line will be the Grand Valley State boat taking that fourth position, followed by the two boats from Penn State and Case Western.
You know, that's one of the things when you have these blind boats or don't have a coxswain, they can be out of lane and we won't know it. They can be different lanes further down the course and they're moving back and forth and you're really having to do some kind of your best guesswork.
Yep.
And so we have to apologize if we're getting some incorrections in here, but this is a 1.25 mile course. It takes a lot to get it right on the money every time.
Yep, and these doubles can be tricky too. With the steering, a lot of times the doubles do not have a tow the way that we have been talking about the pairs having a tow, the other two-person boat at this regatta. Sculling boats traditionally are no tow, and you do only steering since both athletes have the ability to control pressure with their blades on either side of the boat. So sometimes getting the nuances of that steering can be a challenge. But we have all of our boats across the line.
Yeah, and we're going back to the next event, which is the second semifinal of men's collegiate double, and that is Stockton State in lane 1, Pittsburgh in 2, Georgia Tech 3, Oklahoma City 4, Drexel in 5, and the College of New Jersey in lane 6. Top 3, go on. Let's see what we got here. Looking for the chevron again. This is a varsity event, the collegiate double semifinal. So we would hope and think that the middle of course, Georgia Tech and Oklahoma City might be the lead of the chevron. We're getting a flag out here by our referee. I think he's just making sure that they're staying under their lanes, going under the bridge. You don't want to be outside of your lane. Again, cutting a corner can give you an advantage, so you can get flagged for that.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing on the screen is, well, we're getting flagged again. Maybe a little bit of an overcorrection there, but that's okay. We are learning and responding here as we go. I'm wondering if we're looking at maybe the Drexel and the Oklahoma City crews here, and maybe missing the College of New Jersey crew. Because usually by now with this camera shot, we should have 3 crews in picture, and that does look like a Drexel uniform for me from a distance. So I think we are looking at the Drexel boat on the left-hand side of your picture with the yellow uniforms, and then the boat from Oklahoma City in the blue and white there. And we're still missing our crews from Georgia Tech, Pitt, and Stockton, who are going to be occupying the lanes closest to us in the commentary booth. We do not have eyeballs on them yet. Okay, so here's a picture, and it does look like we do only have those 5 boats out on the course. It looks like we are missing that College of New Jersey crew.
And even that said, your Oklahoma City and Drexel seem to be some of the leaders in coming back to that Georgia Tech boat. And I'm not sure if it's a Pittsburgh. This is your Oklahoma City boat that has that edge on the field. Probably rowing out of the training center out there in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I think that's right. Out of the Devon Boathouse, a beautiful facility.
Oh man, if you've ever seen a boathouse, that is one of the more spectacular ones out there. There's several now. There's been a lot of effort getting boathouses up to snuff in the recent years, and that one is one that is definitely worth being investigating.
Yeah, so here we had a shot of the pit crew in those blue uniforms there from lane 2. And here's a lovely shot of us down at the finish line. Hello, everyone.
Did you see her wave?
Yeah, and here we go. This is a shot of our Stockton crew here with the S's on their jerseys. Maybe just a little bit off the pace. You can see the Oklahoma crew there on the right, leading the pit crew and also leading the Stockton crew here. But the bowman probably just taking a look there for a distance marker just so he can get an idea where he is in his race plan so he knows what to communicate to his stroke man in terms of strategy and things that they discussed before the race. A lot of times we call those things at pretty traditional places in the race course, whether it's at the 1K or maybe at the 1250. That was always my favorite place to try and make a move on people. But these crews are going to be quickly approaching the last 500 meters of this race now.
And you'll see a lot, you'll see moves, especially in a course like this we mentioned before, well, they'll make moves going into the bridge and out of the bridge, try and make a move there. They may make another one with the 900-meter mark. There's steps on this side here that always mark 650 to go, and it's one of the few markers you could pick up as you're going by in your peripheral vision to know that, all right, 650 meters to go. We got 20 more strokes for the quarter mile, and then that's it. You're sprinting the rest of the way.
Yeah, so look at this nice view of these lead crews here, that Oklahoma City crew, very dominant, just out in front and relaxing now. We can see their stroke rate has come down, and the blades are just sort of gently folding out of the water as they're coming past the island here, leading this pit crew, or the crew from Pittsburgh, I should say. We're not doing NASCAR or F1 today, guys. But the guys in the blue uniform representing Pittsburgh here, being led by Oklahoma City. On the far side of this shot in the yellow uniforms, you can see Drexel just coming by at the island in lane 6. I think that is going to be your 1, 2, 3 in that order.
I believe you might be right on that, but coming up on the inside, is that Stockton State boat rowing a little, rowing hard. They're rowing a little bit sloppy, if you will. I hate to use that term, but it is. But they're putting the efforts into it further down the course. You could see it in their faces. They're putting a lot of strength and power into it. It's just a matter of quite that accuracy.
Yeah, you can see this Oklahoma boat now has really just lengthened out and are just letting the boat run.
And this is what they did in the previous round here, where they did the same kind of thing, where they had that little bit of relaxation right at the finish.
Yeah, just a nice flex here from these guys, just showing off that margin that they earned for themselves early on in the race. And coming across the line now, Oklahoma City, your race leaders line to line here, leading this crew from Pittsburgh. And then on the far side, our crew from Drexel will take that third and final qualifying spot in this semifinal. But you are right. The energy and the effort level and the hype coming from this Stockton boat is unmatched on the race course right now. These guys are absolutely going for it and are going to push this all the way to the line. They are here for it. So good effort from the Stockton guys.
Yep.
Pushing it all the way well past the 2K line. They are on their way through the bridge, and they are still going. So good job to those guys. Hats off, if you will.
There might have been one time where I saw someone actually race through the bridge, like through the bridge.
Just, you want to make sure that the race is over. You don't want to leave it to chance. But looking back up the race course here, we have our next race coming down and approaching the bridge. It's going to be our men's collegiate JV4. This is going to be a semifinal race. So again, qualification spots up for grabs for these guys. It's going to be top 3 into the A final for tomorrow.
So Milwaukee in lane 1, Bowdoin in 2, Stetson 3, Temple in 4, Villanova in 5, and Drexel in lane 6. Again, 6-boat racing. Let's look down the middle of the course to see if that's Stetson and Temple and Bowdoin in that's giving the challenges for those first 3 spots.
Yeah, I think we're looking at right now just the crews from Drexel and Villanova and Temple. Oh, this is actually a different shot than what we've had. We just had Drexel go off your screen, and we have Temple in the middle of your screen right now.
And that's Stetson.
And we have Stetson, yes, on the right side of your screen. And again, if you can make out the buoys just behind these athletes, it really gives you a sense of how sharp this turn is and what an effort it is for these athletes to get this course right.
So Stetson looks like they're doing a very nice job there. They come around lane 3. They had to go around the abutment down there and pushing Temple right to the limits there. Look on the far side of the course. That is Villanova, but Drexel out in front of them. So as we scan to the left, you'll see Drexel's stern come into view, I'm pretty sure, here, just in a little bit. There it is. So yeah, Drexel out in, might be out in front if we're looking directly across the course, don't know. But Stetson, Drexel, Temple, all in that fight.
And of course, there's the bow ball of lane 2, just as you finished saying
Bowden.
that.
Again, it's so difficult unless you've got a straight line across the course, because your angles always make it look like one boat's moving really, really fast where the other ones are going slow, but it's, when they come across you, it shows the difference here. So what do you have? You have Bowden, you have Stetson, you have Temple, you have on the far side of the course Drexel. 3 to go on.
Yeah, again, only 3 qualifiers from this race out of these 4 race leaders that will make it into the grand final for tomorrow and a chance to race for medals. So it's really all on, and it's do or die right now for these guys as they're coming across the halfway point of this race. These athletes are really going to have to decide whether or not they want to have a shot to go down the course in the A final tomorrow. But of course, the third 500 is always one of the most difficult places in the race for a lot of rowers, because it is where your fitness and your conditioning do come into play more than just about any other point on the race course.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, by that time, you've basically, your stored energies are long gone, and you're thinking, man, this is we're only at the 1,000. Oh, gosh.
Yes, but knowing what you've done over the course of winter training and spring break training, that's where you can really call back on all of those hard workouts and those long hours that you've put in together as a team. And that's where we always drew strength as a crew in many of the boats that I raced in, knowing that we could dig really deep in that third 500 of a race and beat just about anybody.
So the Bowden crew now has, through the body of the race here, just like you said in the third 500, the Bowden crew has now pushed through, it looks like, Stetson and Temple. Now
yeah, the Bowden crew doing a really nice job just staying very consistent and very patient in their race rhythm in order to execute the plan just the way they want to do it. I'd really like to see another shot of that Bowden crew.
Yeah, 34.5 strokes a minute for Bowden. And again, just that body of the race. I mean, that's where you would have grind down those people in front of you. If you can make the people in front of you make a mistake or make them think that they're coming up on us, it takes your mind out of the boat, and it can really throw a monkey wrench into your plans. If you're winning, you see someone starting to move up on you, unless you have tremendous confidence and you can counter that, they can take you down just by causing you to wonder about what's going on. How come they're overtaking us?
Yeah, so really nice racing that's shaping up here between these lead 3 crews. It does look like Drexel has probably dropped off the back and is not going to be able to get back up on terms. But absolutely the race between Temple and Bowden for that second and third position, who's going to come out on top between those two, is all on. Bowden definitely chasing.
And Stetson out in front. Look at the stroke man of Stetson, how he's throwing his body into it.
Yeah, he is not going to let anyone take these guys out.
And he's going
in
up even
semi.
now. He's going, all right, we're going to go all the way here.
Yeah, he's made up his mind that he's not going to let anyone catch them in these last few strokes. But it is going to be Stetson, Bowden, and Temple. Great racing between these 3 fours for those top 3 qualifying spots. They're going to be edging out Drexel and Milwaukee. And Villanova for those other 3 spots. These 3 crews are going to advance to tomorrow's B final.
Well, that was a great race there between those 3 crews, Stetson, Bowden, and Temple. Possible lead changes that were going on back down the other end of the course or down the middle of the course. Let's see if we get something similar here for the next round of this men's collegiate junior varsity 4. And Loyola closest to us. Got a little rain coming in down at the other end again. Washington College in 2. Loyola was lane 1. LaSalle in 3, Bowden in 4, Fairfield in 5, and Georgia Tech in lane 6.
Yeah, so we've seen some really great racing from some of these programs already today. Based on what we've just seen over the course of the last several races, I would say that we should expect some really good racing from the middle crews in the middle lane. LaSalle, Bowdoin, Washington College, and Fairfield should make this a very fun and interesting race for us spectators. Oh, yeah. This looks like a nice shot of one of our inclusion doubles. Looks like a CRI uni there on these guys. Maybe these guys just out for a spin to get warmed up for their race later today.
Yeah, getting ready for their 5:04 race. So it's now about an hour ahead of time. So they're making their way up the start line.
Whew, that's a long warm up.
Yeah.
Hats off. But you can see really a lot of crews on the outside of the race course there, just making their way up. These are, in fact, the only crews that we can see right now, are just the crews who are warming up. So please enjoy this beautiful view.
So one of the things about warming up on this line, you don't have a lot of room to do anything of consequence. Usually warming up, you're doing 10, 20, sometimes 30 strokes at a whack to get your heart rate up, get your capillaries opened up. And when you have to paddle in a line like that, it's like, oh my gosh, the warm-up we've done all year long, we can't do.
Yeah.
So even when you get up in the start line, above the start line, there's a lot of crews that are lined up and you have no real room to do much.
Yeah. Again, that's where it's so important that the coxswains come into these races, these big regattas where there's a lot of crowding and a lot of activity, and come in just super confident and ready to take on that leadership role. And so if things aren't going perfectly in your warm-up, you can still line up knowing that your coxswain has a handle on what's going on, and he or she is going to get you down the course and get you ready to go and have your best race. We are looking on the split screen here at the starting platforms for this next race. Our next semifinal of the men's JV4s. It does look like we have an empty lane. We don't love to see that.
That looks like Fairfield in the empty lane. Let's see if are they on time here. We're at 6:00. We're past start time, so it looks like Fairfield is not going to be the one that shows up for this semifinal.
All right. Well, we hope everything is okay with them.
Yeah, that's a little odd for a boat not to show in a semi. But there again, it could have been. You can have anything. You can have illness, injury, whatever.
I mean, in the times of COVID, it can literally be at any moment.
Yeah.
So. But again, we're in a semifinal. We're looking for the top 3 crews. So if you're one of these other 5 crews remaining on the start line, it just made your qualification job a little bit easier.
I was never disappointed too much if someone didn't show on the line. Like one less.
Yes, I think when it comes down to the final, everyone having worked so hard to advance to the final and earn those positions in that final, you do want to have everyone show up and race against the best of the best to see
Absolutely.
where you are.
Yeah.
But if it just so happens that some of the best don't show up the day before, well, there you go.
Yeah. So maybe they are waiting for that other boat to Fairfield because they are a little bit behind the start time. And
we don't have any races active on the course, which has been a rare thing for us today.
Yeah.
I would say. So in the meantime, while we're waiting for this race to get started, if you guys need to catch up on any of the times, the results, any of our photo finishes, of which we've had many today, feel free to log on to your Dad Vail app. You can use that to follow along, check any of the results or any pertinent updates for the regatta, or you can always log on to dadvail.org for all of the links that you need to know everything you need to know about the regatta.
Well, they should be, I don't know when they're going to set up the finals for later on, once these semifinals are processed through and everything's official, that they'll starting to be making the draws for what happened to the finals. They may do that all at one time. They may do it a little bit at a time as the day goes through. But if you're logging on to any of those sites, you should be able to keep up with that as they put them on the websites. So in the meantime, while we're sitting here, one of the things that they always like us to do is there's a lot of safety issues that go on at a regatta like this, and we have the Fairmount Park Police. We have a lot of EMT people here just in case. We have Dad Vail officials that monitor all those kind of things and set up all this. As you would guess, there's a lot of work that goes into putting on one of these events. Volunteers come from the local community. All right, we were waiting for the Fairfield boat, and good that they did. They were maybe they might have been stuck up behind some of the other boats and could not get to the line in time. So let's see what they do.
Yeah, I'm glad to see all the boats here present for this semifinal.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that would be pretty unusual for a semifinalist not to be there.
Good, so we'll just be waiting for the officials to start these crews, and there they go. Again, it's always so fun to see the oars just bend and snap on those first one or two strokes when the boats are going from a dead stop up to full speed. Really cool just to see the application of power and really see kind of the equipment function the way that it's supposed to.
So you want to see those oars bend at the third 500 also.
You do also. It's not always as easy to see as when the boats are not moving. But really good job from these athletes to get the bend on the oar that we're looking for. In a way that we can see it from here in the commentary booth.
One of the goals in the old days when we had wooden oars was try to break your oar. And if you broke your oar, you got to keep it.
That is a rule that still survives today. I just want you to know that.
It is, but trying to break a carbon oar is usually not going to happen.
I've seen it happen.
Ah, very good.
I've seen it, not by me. I cannot claim that. The only time I've broken any oars was by running into a bridge. But let's not bring that up today. We don't need to talk about that. Let's talk about these wonderful athletes that are coming down the course right now toward a bridge, and hopefully they won't do that.
Yeah, let's move on.
Again, so we're going to be looking at these three men's fours that are approaching the bridge here. It's going to be Georgia Tech on the left of your picture, Fairfield in the middle of these three crews on screen, and Bowdoin on the right with the checkerboard blades coming toward the bridge abutment now. And again, anticipating just what we've seen so far today, that we're going to see some really, really good racing from the crews occupying these middle lanes. These crews from LaSalle, Bowdoin, Washington College, and Fairfield.
Mm-hmm. Even looking at this distance here, you can see it looks like Georgia Tech has not had the best start that they would have anticipated here. And again, you see the buoy line, how the buoy line curves around. So the line coming from the starting platforms to the bridge is not a dead straight line. It's curving. And a lot of times that's anchoring that's having to do with the course. So if everyone's having to follow the same curve, it's fine.
Yes. And the Bowdoin crew just making me bite my nails a little bit there. It just made me feel like they were cutting that a little close, even though I'm sure they were just fine. But on camera, it did look a little harrowing there. But here we have some more crews coming into the picture. This should be our LaSalle crew.
So good fight, as you mentioned. The crews in the middle here, Bowdoin and Fairfield, doing a heck of a good fight there. We'll see where LaSalle and Washington College show up here. Washington College had a good race earlier on today with this four. And as soon as we get a better shot of the near lanes, we'll see how they're doing as well. And also Loyola on the inside, we'll see how they're doing. But we'll expect the middle four at the moment.
So far, I've been really impressed today with the performances from these LaSalle crews. They've all looked really, really strong, really confident and comfortable in most of their races, doing a really good job to set themselves apart from a lot of their competitors. What we're looking at right now is a shot of this LaSalle crew alongside the Bowdoin crew. I'm not going to call a margin right now because we have been fooled by this picture in the past, but we can anticipate that these two crews are having a nice race against one another at this stage in the race.
Now, looking down the course, without using the screen at the moment, it does look like our 3, 4, and 5 crews are the ones that are leading that pack. Georgia Tech probably the one that's trailing the pack, and on the inside lane here, Loyola a little bit behind that group of leaders, that group of 4 leaders, but definitely ahead of Georgia Tech. So right in the middle of the course, 3, 4, and 5 are your three that are likely to go on if they can hold on to this middle of the course and also the sprint at the end.
Yeah, here's a picture of that Loyola crew just in the green uniforms there, maybe bringing up one of the rear positions of the field, but a good shot of them from lane 1. Next to them, it's going to be the crew from Washington College that we're going to see here on the edge of our picture, rowing with the crimson uniforms. In the middle of the course, you can see with the white shirts and the white boat and the white blades, that is your crew from LaSalle. We're expecting them to put on a good show for us in this event, in this semifinal. Anticipating that they're going to want to take one of those top 3 qualifying spots to advance to the grand final in this event tomorrow.
Well, LaSalle actually, for this Jefferson Dad Vail, for many, many years, they had so many of their former rowers that were putting on this event. I don't know how many are involved now, but LaSalle was one of the primary people that kept this regatta going back in the 70s, 80s, and in that era.
Yeah, it's such a wonderful thing to have such a strong tie to the community and a continued involvement from your alumni. It shows you how much this regatta means to the community and to that program.
Well, there's a pretty good shot of what you're seeing in the middle of the course there. Those 2 leaders in the center, LaSalle, Bowdoin, Fairfield on just the outside of them, and closer into us, you'll see the Washington College boat.
And this is going to be a different event.
That's the start.
The start of a women's 4.
Yes.
So go, ladies. We'll see you in a few minutes. But it looks like they did get off the line there. Nice shot of those ladies coming off the start.
Now, coming right in front of us here as they approach the commentator's booth here. It's in the middle of the course. It is LaSalle and Bowdoin that are taking the first 2 spots down. The third, I'm not going to say yet because that's going to be a tight race between that Fairfield and Washington College.
Yeah, it does look like it is going to be neck and neck here between LaSalle and Bowdoin. I do think Bowdoin has held off this LaSalle crew until this point, and it might be that LaSalle is now just executing a sprint charge that is going to take them through this Bowdoin boat in the last 250.
39 strokes a minute for LaSalle.
Very classy move from the LaSalle guys here in the 4 closest to us with the white blades. And it does look like on the far side in the red boat, well, we're off that red boat at the moment. We're going to watch this finish here between Bowdoin and LaSalle, and it does look like LaSalle is still out in front.
Yep. And Fairfield's going to take that 3rd position. They're just coming into your screen right now on the right-hand side. That's Fairfield University. And they are trailed by Washington College here in lane 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, Washington College just missing out on qualifying for the A final tomorrow, taking up that unfortunate 4th place position that is always a tough pill to swallow as an athlete.
And Loyola University pulling hard as they come to the finish here in lane 1. And they are coming in 5th in this semifinal. They'll move on to the petite final tomorrow.
And of course, our last crew on the course for this race is going to be our Georgia Tech crew over on the far side. Just finishing up their race now. As we turn the camera back up the race course to pick up this race, our first semifinal of the women's varsity Cox 4 divisions 2 and 3. And we're going to be looking at crews from Bryn Mawr on the left of your picture, Franklin and Marshall in the middle of these 3 crews at the moment, Embry-Riddle on the right of your picture. And in lane 3 off screen at the moment is going to be Lafayette. Lane 2 off screen is Barry. And lane 1 off screen will be Washington College.
So Embry-Riddle you can see coming through the bridge. Look at the shadow of the bridge there as they just start to come into the shadow of the bridge. And the other crews are still several strokes away from that. Embry-Riddle now getting through the bridge first out of those outer crews, and also the lane 4, so one of the favored lane participants here today. We'll see where Lafayette is going to come in here as they come in. They should be coming in the picture on the right-hand side in just a little bit.
Yeah, we saw some extremely strong racing from the Lafayette women earlier today, so we would expect that they are going to be up here with this lead crew from Embry-Riddle. Unfortunately, we do not have them on picture at the moment just to be able to figure out what that margin might be, but we're expecting it will be close.
I would expect so.
Oh, here we go. We have our drone back on the water, ladies and, well, in the air, I should say, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, guess what? We have Barry University in lane 2. It looks like they're outpacing Lafayette. Lafayette now well back of the Embry-Riddle boat. Embry-Riddle boat doing a wonderful job there out in front, lane 4. So Barry surprising the Lafayette crew a bit.
Yeah, this Lafayette crew actually not in contention. Well, in contention, but not in a qualifying spot at the moment. Yeah, so Barry well into that second qualifying position behind Embry-Riddle, and it is going to be up to Lafayette to decide what they're going to do here in that fourth place position.
Well, that's a lot of distance to make up there for Lafayette if they're going to try and get in there.
Yeah, so these beautiful pictures again coming in from the drone now that the rain has subsided for a few minutes for us.
That is lane 3, Lafayette there on the inside. Farther out from that, basically pacing them down the course, the drone right over the top of them, looking down on them. Looks like to be Franklin Marshall.
Yeah, so a nice tight boat race here. Not at the front of the field. These two crews are occupying I believe the 3rd and 4th positions right now. Your race leaders are still going to be Embry-Riddle in lane 4, being chased by Barry University in lane 2.
Yeah, that's pretty clear now looking down the course that Embry-Riddle is dominating this group at the moment. Barry University has, for the most part, taken down the Lafayette crew. We thought Lafayette might be up there, but as you see in these semifinals, things are changing. This is a varsity heavyweight 4 with Coxswain for Division 2, Division 3. Some of these programs, like Embry-Riddle and Barry, are Division 2 programs, and they do have some scholarship opportunities, whereas your Division 3s do not.
Yes, that is the defining difference between those two divisions of NCAA competition, is the availability of scholarship opportunities for these athletes.
Well, there's a good shot of your what appear to be your 3 leading crews, with Embry-Riddle well out in front, open water out in front of Barry University, and Barry University with open water over next door neighbor Lafayette in lane 3. And let's see if we can pick up anything else beyond that. But it looks like that's what it's going to be all the way to the end of the course. We're looking down the course clearly that way. But over there in lane 5, Franklin and Marshall might be the only one that's even close enough to do anything with 600 meters to go. But I think not. It's too far. They're too far back for that.
Yeah, these are some substantial margins that these crews have set up for themselves. Embry-Riddle doing a great job just to make it extremely clear that they are the race leaders and that they are going to be occupying one of those preferred middle lanes for the grand final tomorrow. Of course, Barry University taking up that second qualifying position, so looking for one of the lesser middle lanes, but not the outside lane. So still a good place to be and definitely in the action for the
Barry
final.
at 36 strokes a minute took Embry-Riddle about 31.5. So Embry-Riddle rowing in control with these long, powerful strokes. Barry University a little bit shorter, a little bit higher, but holding on to that second qualifying position.
Yeah, and then bringing up the next two positions, it does look like a little bit, maybe a little too close for comfort for this Lafayette crew as they're battling it out with the Franklin and Marshall crew on the far side. Of course, that third position is going to be so important, and it's just so crucial for these crews as they're coming up to the line in order to have an opportunity to race in the grand final tomorrow. So Lafayette is going to be really putting it all out there to make sure they keep their bow ball in front.
Overlapping with Franklin and Marshall out there, so that is definitely something they are not comfortable with. Lafayette got to be putting everything they have into every single stroke in order to hold Franklin and Marshall down.
Yeah, this is absolutely a high-pressure finish for both of these crews. So much on the line. The opportunity to race to be a Dad Vail champion tomorrow. They are going to push each other all the way down, and we're not going to be able to call it from here, so we're going to have to probably check in on the official results after this race. But it did look like probably Lafayette was able to hold on to that lead looking at these pictures from the drone now.
So that opportunity to be a Jefferson Dad Vail champion tomorrow, that's what it's all about. The opportunity.
It is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Embry-Riddle, Barry, Lafayette, they still don't have the finals for the Washington College, Franklin and Marshall timings in there. But they'll be up shortly. So make sure you check on that Dad Vail Regatta app, or go on to the dadvail.org website, and you should be able to get it. All right, so we're gearing up for the next round of this semifinal of Division 2 and 3 Women's Varsity Heavyweight 4. And that is Catholic University in lane 1. Barry, wait a minute, excuse me, Catholic, just did that.
Wait a minute.
Catholic University in lane 1, Milwaukee in 2, Jefferson in 3, Florida Tech in 4, Merchant Marine in 5, and Cabrini in lane 6. And they are approaching the bridge.
Yes, and again, with this shot, we'll be looking at our crews from lanes 6, 5, and 4. So on the left of your picture, you're seeing the crew from Cabrini just coming through the turn there. And the crew in the middle of these three is going to be Merchant Marine. And then next to them on the right of your picture is going to be Florida Tech. So tough to call from this distance and this angle, but it's looking to me like Florida Tech probably has the advantage between these three crews.
Looks like that at this point. On this side of the bridge, we'll see what happens on the other side of the abutment. So Florida Tech starting their turn right now. Yeah, they're starting at a little bit of an angle. These other crews are also starting theirs maybe a little bit early. You can see that shadow of the bridge coming up there.
And from here, you can really kind of tune in to the nuances of the blade work here, just comparing those three
great
crews.
shot there. There you go. Look at the Florida Tech boat coming through there in lane 4. Well out in front of lane 3, actually multiple lengths of open water, it looks like, as they shoot through that bridge.
Yeah, that's a handy lead, isn't it?
That is a lead you would like to have, especially at that point. If you can hang on to it, because they're only halfway through.
Yeah, but otherwise a really great race with 3 or 4 boats across, all in contact, certainly, between Jefferson, Merchant Marine, and, oh boy, let's get it all right here.
Wow, that's Milwaukee there.
Milwaukee, and then on the far side, Cabrini's still in this race.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, wow, wow.
So what we don't see is Catholic yet.
I thought maybe I saw them off the back of the picture as we got that wonderful shot of the crews coming through the bridge. So it might be just these 4 crews that we're going to focus on for now.
Well, look at this. I mean, you got some good overlap there going between Jefferson and
Merchant Marine.
And Milwaukee and Merchant Marine.
Yeah, so Merchant Marine in the blue boat there, Jefferson closer to us in the black
Now
boat.
you pick up the stern of the FIT boat that's, what, 2-3 boat lengths open water out on the field.
Yeah, that's a nice handy lead to have in this 4s race. Good view of the race happening behind you. And to be honest, looking at it with these 3 or 4 boats kind of all still in contention, that's a mess that you don't want to be a part of in a semifinal. So Florida Tech doing a good job to get themselves out of that situation and just enjoy the view while these other crews just duke it out and throw some punches here. Nice shot of the Milwaukee boat.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That Milwaukee and the Jefferson boats there, just toe to toe.
Yeah, it almost looks like as we're saying that the Milwaukee boat is just edging out ahead now of this Jefferson boat. Maybe giving themselves just maybe a deck or so over the Jefferson boat. We'll see if the drone maybe can pan out a little bit and show us the other crews that are in this 3 or 4 boat field.
Yeah, I'm watching the coxswain of that Jefferson boat, and I could just see her. I mean, it's hard to tell, but she was just turning her head. She wants to know where they are, letting her crew know where they are. Again, it's 3 to go on. I don't see the crews behind them challenging just yet. And yeah, you're right. There you are on the outside of the course there. That is Cabrini that isn't out of that picture. And if I was Jefferson, I'd be looking at them, or Merchant Marine out there on the far side.
Yeah, anything can happen in a semifinal race. There's so much at stake for all of these crews. People really have to dig in and race it like a final if you want to make it to the grand final. So you can't ever rule anyone out really at any stage in the race. But these 3 lead boats have done a really good job to do the best they can to set themselves apart, to solidify those positions for themselves.
Well, we've got, what, 6 or 7 boat lengths of open water there with FIT over the field, so nice row by them. Powerful row.
Merchant Marine still, I think, occupying that 4th position here on the right side of your picture in the blue boat. Looking like, they might just be out of reach at this point. They might have waited just a little bit too long and put a little bit too much distance between themselves and Jefferson to get back in this.
Yeah.
But still quite a bit of race course left. We've seen a lot of interesting things happen already today, so we can't rule it out yet. And it is, like I said, a semifinal. So.
And we have seen some sprinting go on from the wire down here with 400 meters to go. If you're going to be that close in contention, although in this case here, I don't think it's going to be enough to do. You might see that that Merchant Marine crew try to do something, but they're just a little bit too far back to make that gap.
Yeah, so nice shot here of the race happening for the positions 2 and 3 between Jefferson on the bottom of your picture and Milwaukee at the top of your picture in the red. These two crews are going to want to put everything they can into these last few minutes of effort in order to get the best possible lane that they can earn for tomorrow's final.
So it's been Jefferson over Milwaukee all the way down the course, but so close. I mean, every stroke, every effort, every inch that you're trying to gain there, you're trying to gain an inch per stroke. You don't gain a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet per stroke. It's inches at a time. And how do you do that? How do you get those inches back?
Yeah, and as these crews are coming by now, it looks like a boat length for Jefferson over Milwaukee, but still with overlap on Merchant Marine on the far side. Do not rule these guys out. They only have a few seats they would have to make up if they want to get back in it, but really good sprint happening from the Milwaukee boat that might just hold them off. Jefferson also loading a really good sprint charge here in these last few strokes to keep themselves in that second position over Milwaukee and Merchant Marine.
Well, good for them. That was some good racing there.
Yeah, good fun racing. So your qualifiers are going to be Florida Tech, Jefferson, and Milwaukee School of Engineering, with Merchant Marine just missing out in that 4th place position, as well as Cabrini and Catholic.
Catholic now coming up to the line about 8 strokes away.
Yeah, here's a shot of that Catholic crew just bringing up that 6th place position in the semifinal. Ooh, and here we are. Look where we are in this race. They're almost here.
Oh, my gosh. So quickly through this is a women's heavyweight forward Coxon Open semifinal. This is Iona in lane 1, Princeton 2, Lafayette 3, Bowdoin in 4, Colorado 5, and West Point in lane 6. And a quick rundown here, again, middle of the course. It looks to be your lanes 3 and 4, the Boston University and Wisconsin, the Badgers.
Oh, no, this is going to be Bowdoin, sorry, in lane...
Oh, wait a minute, I got the wrong one.
Yeah,
I'm down
that's okay.
one lane.
Bowdoin in lane 4 and probably Lafayette here in lane 3 closest to us. It's easy to do. These heat sheets are very narrow, you guys. You don't know how hard they are to read. But anyways, looking at this race, Bowdoin, again, doing a really nice job. Good performances from them, top to bottom with their team today. Looking very strong in this women's varsity 4 as they approach the commentary booth. Nice race with them and Lafayette.
Lafayette is right there with them. I mean, this is big overlap. I mean, when I say big overlap, I mean it's one boat on top of the other. There's not much gap there, if any at all. It is Lafayette, though, that looks like they're taking Bowdoin for a little bit. I mean, these two are going to go through, but who's going to be our 3rd place position?
Yeah, look at this sprint coming from the Tiger boat here and the Princeton boat closer to us.
In Colorado over there.
Oh, these Princeton girls really, really want this. They are going really dropping the hammer here in this last 500 to try and get up on Colorado and earn that 3rd qualification spot.
40 strokes a minute.
And again, we have these 2 races going on.
This
oh, my goodness.
The leaders are just dead even. Look at the camera in here. These 2 leaders are bow to bow.
Yeah, so it's going to be really tight, too close to call between Bowdoin and Lafayette for positions 1 and 2 in this semifinal, and Princeton mounting just a very courageous sprint here, but they are not going to be able to catch the Buffs on the far side. It is going to be Colorado taking that 3rd spot with probably maybe a photo finish between Lafayette and Bowdoin for spots 1 and 2.
That was very good sprint and racing for those 2 crews, Lafayette and Bowdoin, going down to that final line there. And we have Iona coming through to the line here in just about 5 more strokes on the inside lane, and on the far side, of course, West Point.
We're getting news from race control that it was Lafayette that took the margin of victory over Bowdoin in that very close finish. Great effort from both of those crews. How much?
1 second.
Came down to 1 second, which actually maybe is not as close as we thought it might be, but it's still a very good race. Good hard sprinting in this semifinal to earn those spots. So
a 4 going through, it takes probably about 3 seconds for a 4 to do a boat length. So it's about a 1/3 of a boat length right in there.
All right, so looking up the course, we have our next race well underway here.
That is the second semifinal, the women's open heavyweight 4 with Coxon and Merrimack in lane 1, Boston University in 2, another Boston University boat in lane 3, Wisconsin in 4, Manhattan in 5, and UConn, University of Connecticut in lane 6.
So this is actually the matchup that we were hoping to see
yes,
and talked
it
about
is.
earlier. Fortunately, we were able to see it here in the semifinal, at least once in this regatta, is these two Boston University boats facing off, and they are even, as you put it earlier, next-door neighbors, so they're going to be racing side by side as well.
Yes.
So what a treat for us to get to see them face off here at the Dad Vail.
So you think they looked over at each other at the starting line going,
I think it's very possible. Or
Yeah.
maybe they even smiled and threw a little wave to
Probably,
their teammates and
yeah.
friends. But again, looking at this curved part of the course, we're going to be looking at the crews in lanes 6, 5, and 4. So we have UConn over there on the left side of your picture. Manhattan now just being kind of overtaken there by the Wisconsin crew with the red blades, and then our first Boston University crew entering the picture on your right. And I would expect that we're going to see some very good racing from both of these Boston University crews, as well as from this Wisconsin crew. Very tight racing, I would imagine, from all three of these boats. I make them the favorites for this semi.
Well, if our camera angles were the same as we've seen before, that Boston University boat came into view earlier than we have seen previously. So
much earlier.
My guess is this thing comes more level with them, you might see that BU crew have that edge over the Wiscos.
I'm going to get out my monocular here and see if I can discern anything from this distance. The answer is no, I can't. Good try, but we're going to take a look here at this Wisconsin crew. The camera just panned away from them as soon as I said that, but that's fine. We're going to take a look at this field as they're kind of coming through the middle of the course. Yep, here's the Badgers here just doing their work. No other crews in sight. Oh, there we go. There's someone. That's our first Boston University crew trailing the Badgers maybe by a bit here. It's hard to tell from this angle what the margin might be, but it looks like it could be almost a boat length.
Yeah, from the view looking down the course here without having that good shot from the drone is BU looks to have that edge over Wisco. And back in lane 2 here, it could be the BU crew second boat that might be in that third position. So if they're going to move on, you might have that double Boston University crew in the grand final.
Yep, and just as you said that, now they've launched the drone again, and they're off to get us some pictures so we can figure out what the margins might be. And it does look like it is that Wisconsin crew leading both of these Boston University crews, but certainly not without a challenge on the far side from lane 6, UConn.
Yeah, correct.
And these officials really wanting to be up in the race, maybe closer to these crews than I would like to see personally as a spectator, given what we know about wakes from these launches. But they are just doing their best to make sure that they can see everything that's happening with these important qualifying positions.
So pretty evenly spaced out here. The Wisco crew in lane 4 with a boat length of open water, maybe slightly less than that over Boston University. If we can look back to the other BU crew, it's probably a similar amount. And who we're looking at, UConn on the outside, we thought had a chance to run at the second Boston University crew and maybe gain access to that final.
Yeah, it does look like the second Boston University crew is a significant margin back off of the first Boston University crew.
But
yeah, and maybe Connecticut is probably not in a position right now where they're going to be able to challenge that Boston University boat for that third qualification spot.
Yeah, this looks like it's almost a given here, and I hate to say that with 400 meters to go, but the spacing between those crews is significant enough to where it'd be highly unlikely for someone to overtake one of the other boats.
Yeah, so again, it has been Wisconsin for the duration of this race out in front, leading the way of this second semifinal, the women's varsity 4. Being followed by these two crews from Boston University.
Wisco at 36 strokes a minute as they come halfway through the island here. This is about 250 meters to go.
Yeah,
and
Boston.
Also 36 strokes a minute for the BU crew that's in second.
A little close to the buoy line there, Coxon. You're making me a little nervous, being a starboard myself. I don't want to see those buoys so close to those blades, especially when there's so much at stake here.
Yeah, speaking of that, that coxswain has to guess how far out those blades are going. She may not even know she's in the buoys.
Sounds like she knows now.
Yeah, now she does.
She's done a little correction there, hopefully just enough to get them back where they need to be without slowing the boat down too much. And luckily, they have done a really good job to establish that second place qualifying position in that boat. So
looks like 2 BU crews going to move on into that grand final. First in second and third position here in this semifinal. And they're going to be followed by Yukon over there on the far side of the course. And then Manhattan. So Yukon, Manhattan, and Merrimack will go on to the petite final tomorrow.
Yep, Manhattan just finishing up their race now. And the Merrimack crew just making their way past the commentary booth in front of us. But as we look up to the screen again, we have our first semifinal of the men's varsity fours coming down. I'm going to take a stab and say this might be Vermont that we're looking at. Yeah, luckily I'm correct. But no one else on the picture at the moment. I can read you the lanes, though, as we're going here. Lane 1 will be Fordham. Lane 2, Milwaukee. Lane 3, Pitt. Lane 4, Vermont. And Lane 5, Colorado. So, and I'm sorry, this is a repechage, not a semifinal.
Yeah, so we've already had people move on to the semifinals tomorrow morning. And this repechage is the second chance. So your top 2 out of each of these will go on to the semifinals tomorrow to fill out the second semifinal, and the remainers go into the petite finals, or finals 4 and 5, the C and D finals. So a lot of crews in here, and we'll see what we happen here. This repechage, you're going to see people make amends to what they may have made mistakes early on, or on the other hand, they may just.
Yeah, this is an interesting progression. 3 repechages is an unusual number.
Mm-hmm, it is.
But anyways, good opportunity for these athletes to get out and race again, see some of their competitors that they might not have seen this morning. And we're looking at the Milwaukee crew here on the bottom of your screen, alongside, I believe, the Pitt crew. Yeah, the 2 man of the Milwaukee boat just taking a look out, and also maybe wiping his nose is what it looks like. And that's a real Hamish Bond move there from the 2 seed, taking his hand off the oar at race pace. Good on you, sir. But we're seeing the margin here on the screen between these 2 boats and the Vermont boat there at the top of your screen. Vermont doing a really nice job just to make pretty easy work of this rep here in the men's varsity heavyweight 4.
Actually, that Vermont boat, if we could get a high shot of that, you'd probably see that Vermont boat. It looks like they may even be out in front by a length or 2 over your Milwaukee and your Pittsburgh boat.
I'd say it's more than a length at this point if you look at the shot here. They're just way up in the corner of the
there
screen
they are.
there.
Yep, didn't see them.
Nice shot of them there, but nice race shaping up here between this Pittsburgh crew and the Milwaukee crew for those second and third place positions in this repechage.
Oh, and that looks very close. That's going to be an overlap for sure coming down the line.
And again, it's going to be so important to get one of those top 2 positions, because in this repechage it is only going to be 2 of these boats advancing to the semifinal. So really a lot of racing happening for these guys in this very heavily subscribed event. But look at this contest that's shaping up here between these guys, really putting it all on the line in this repechage in order to advance to the semi. It's going to be a showdown that will last us all the way down the 2K between Pittsburgh and Milwaukee.
Milwaukee
here.
at 36.5 strokes a minute with an edge over that Pittsburgh crew. Let's see if Pittsburgh can answer them. I think Milwaukee brought their rating up, hopefully not too early. Let's see what Pitt does here. But what a close race. Here goes Pitt now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be stroke for stroke all the way down here.
Pitt now at 36.
Like Pitt has responded to this Milwaukee move. That Milwaukee 2-seat looking out again.
Deck length lead by Pitt over Milwaukee. See if Milwaukee can hang on to anything, if they can pull out
the wheels are just coming off a little
few
bit
inches.
In the Milwaukee boat, just maybe not getting quite the grip they're going to need to keep the speed up, and I think they've just let Pitt take a little bit too much.
That Pitt boat just was locking on nicely the last 10, 15 strokes there.
Oh, but what a good effort, and that is not the outcome that you want if you're in the Milwaukee boat, but it is what you came here to do, which is race with the heart of a lion. So thank you guys for that wonderful, wonderful display of athleticism and sportsmanship.
And 2 to go on there, too. So that pit boat just hanging in there.
Yeah. Tough to be on the wrong side of that one for the Milwaukee boat. We saw how hard they raced and how much they really, really wanted to advance, but it was just a little bit too short today.
You know, but when you have a race like that and you're putting everything out there, the other crews put everything out there, it's an honor to race against someone that has as much dedication as what you have.
Yes.
And, you know, you congratulate people like that. You love having a race like that. That's the kind you remember.
Those are always my favorite races, even if I ended up on the wrong side. So here's another wonderful shot from our drone.
And this is the next repechage, and I'm going to run through the lineups here. St. Mary's in lane 1, Loyola in 2, Catholic in 3, Mercyhurst in 4, Merchant Marines in 5. But look what we got here. You've got Loyola, multiple boat links out in front of the field.
Yep, that is a very good place to be in this repechage. These guys doing a good job.
Yep.
We just lost sight of the margins on the other boats here. Oh, look at that.
What do we have?
There's another boat. Apparently they're not in the lead, but unless we see any more boats from this drone pan, it does look like Loyola is still in a qualifying position, so still okay, even though it's not the top spot.
So is that Mercyhurst that's out in front? Or is it Merchant Marines? Oh, it's definitely Mercyhurst. Merchant Marines is well back of that group. So Mercyhurst leading that Loyola boat. Again, the drone shots, and we only see 1 or 2 boats, and you don't notice the ones on the other side of the course. You have to make corrections out here.
So thank you for bearing with us. We are doing what we can with what we can see in front of us. So, yeah, these 2 boats well out in front.
So there's not much chance of these 2 boats not making it on to the semifinal. There's only 2 to go on. But it is that Mercyhurst boat and Loyola out in front by a number of boat links in front of the remaining part of the field, St. Mary's, Catholic, and Merchant Marines. So what this is going to mean is it looks like the semifinals tomorrow are going to be much like a grand final, because you've got these leaders who are out in front by substantial margins. It's going to be quite a race to watch tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, this men's 4 is going to be the most heavily subscribed event at the Dad Vail this year, so it's just going to mean so much racing for these crews. If you're racing the repechage, you're racing 4 times over the course of 2 days, including your semifinal and your final on the same day, which is pretty nasty.
Yeah, so I can hear the coxswain on the far side of the course. That is the Mercyhurst coxswain. You can hear him really urging his crew on, and they're rowing very well. I mean, their heads are moving exactly together. The shoulders are moving together. They're just doing a wonderful job out there in the front.
Yeah, having that lead and rowing out in front does allow you that little bit of relaxation that really makes your rowing look pretty good, don't you think?
I think it makes it look easy. It's so easy.
Yeah, of course. So again, your Mercyhurst crew taking that number 1 spot in this repechage, and Loyola taking that 2nd spot. We do have 3 more boats in this race, bringing up the back of the pack. It is Catholic currently getting the better of these other 2 boats in this field. But still some overlap between positions 4 and 5, Merchant Marine and St. Mary's, as we come down to the end of the track here.
So those boats will go on to the C and D. Might just be the C final tomorrow. And we have one more of these coming up in just a second. That's the final event of the men's varsity heavyweight 4, and it's a 4-boat race with 2 to go on: Marietta, Case Western, Grand Valley, and the College of New Jersey. As this boat finishes up, goes under the Columbia Avenue Bridge here. Or maybe it's not the Columbia. I forget which bridge this is.
It is. You're right. So here's our first shot of our next race that's coming down. It looks like we just have our Grand Valley crew in the picture at the moment, occupying lane 4. And again, there are going to be just 4 boats in this last repechage, and 2 of them will advance into the semifinals tomorrow. So currently just Grand Valley State on your screen. The next boat coming into the picture should be our Case Western crew there.
2 boats. So we're looking for our 4th boat out here. This should be, we're looking for the boat from New Jersey, the College of New Jersey, and may not have been here for this event, but I can ID 3 of the boats out of that 4-boat race. Still, just 2 go on, so you've got to make sure you're in there. Marietta, Case Western, Grand Valley. Grand Valley looks like they are doing a really good job, but Marietta's right with them as well.
Yeah, so if we are missing that College of New Jersey crew, that does make this a 3-boat race, which means only 1 boat will get dropped and not progress. It really changes some of the psychology here and makes it kind of a death drag race, if you will. The race not to be last in this 3-boat race in order to continue through the progression at this regatta.
Looking down the course, it's not something you could identify. A lot of times you can identify this looking down there who's in lead, but I see 3 boats that are very close to each other, and they're halfway through, a little bit past the 1,000-meter mark. Figure 750, 800 meters to go.
Yeah, we got just a quick shot of the Marietta crew there, but we couldn't really get much. Oh, there's a shot of our drone on camera there. There he goes up to hopefully get us some better pictures of the margin here. But I think you're right, Casey. It does look like these boats are pretty evenly matched. And it might get pretty gnarly as we come into the second 1,000 of this race and we have to decide who is going to get dropped from this event.
I mean, usually we can tell by now, even looking down the course, but, you know, it's still pretty tight. Case Western may have an edge over Grand Valley, but I don't even know if I could call it that. And you still have Marietta right there as well. I mean, we got 3 boats, you know, that are attacking each other.
Yeah, so looking from the pictures here, I would say that it is Grand Valley out in front with Marietta in that second position, but with Case Western not out of it yet and still with a lot of overlap on Marietta, and possibly Marietta still holding on to some overlap with race leaders Grand Valley State.
So as they come to the tip of the island, you see the island in the background, first boat going under the wire there, Grand Valley. And a good sprint here could change the relationship, as long as the other crew doesn't acknowledge that.
Sounds complicated.
Oh, it does.
But I do think that Grand Valley has put themselves in a pretty good position here to have a nice competitive finish to this race. It does look like they're still out in front and should be in a good position to hold off a late charge from Marietta on the side closest to us with the checkerboard blades. Right now it is Case Western that's getting left out of this tussle between these 2 boats.
So Marietta trying not to be denied here. Marietta trying to run that gap down as we go to the finish line, rowing 40 strokes a minute.
Ooh, spicy.
Grand Valley a little bit lower than that, probably rowing 37 or so, but with that comfortable 1 boat length lead with a little bit more of open water.
Yeah, and it looks like Case Western just did not have what it took in the sprint to keep up with these 2 lead boats for one of those qualifying positions. They were in it through the middle of the race.
Yeah, still a good race for them, but you're right. I think they just didn't have enough gas left at the end here.
Yeah, this last 500 is just where things weren't quite up to the speed that they needed to be to advance this boat. So heartbreak for them. Unfortunately, they will not be moving on to the semifinals in this event. But good contest for these 3 boats. Sorry to our friends from the College of New Jersey that they weren't able to participate in this repechage. That's a second scratch from them that we've seen this afternoon. So hoping that everything is okay with them and their program. Sending you guys hugs. But on the screen now, we have another race underway. Looks like we have a repechage of our men's varsity 8s coming down. This is going to be a 4-boat race. Currently, we are looking at the boat from West Point occupying lane 4. Also in this race, lane 2 will have Minnesota, lane 3 Rutgers, and lane 5 Villanova. So here we are. We have all 4 of our crews in picture now. And it does look like our boat in lane 4, West Point, is currently leading the field.
Rutgers following right behind them, and in 3rd position right now looks to be lane 1 Minnesota.
And again, this is going to be what we termed in the last race, sort of a death drag race here. Out of these 4 boats, we have 3 of them advancing to the semis, and the last boat in this race will be eliminated from the regatta. So really a lot on the line as these boats are making their way through the middle of their race. As the guys are coming up to the drone, it looks like Rutgers might be putting on a push through the middle here to possibly overtake race leaders West Point.
That's a close race. Look at those 2 boats as they come with the drone behind them. And you're right, I think Rutgers is starting to overtake West Point.
Yeah, nice move from the Scarlet Knights here in the middle of the race course as they're coming up to the last 500. That's a good time to find some momentum and change the course of the race there. Coming through that 500, as we were mentioning earlier, is such an important part of the race where a lot of decisions get made, and you can really employ your toughness and your fitness as a crew and a program to make some changes in the trajectory of a race.
And look at that Rutgers crew. They've just gradually opened up a little bit more as they go into the wire here as we come to the top of the island. Rutgers came through. And you can imagine being in the boat for West Point where you're seeing oh man, we lost a seat. Oh, there goes another seat. And you're like, come on, come on, come on. How do you do this? But the crew in lead is just like, we're moving. And you get energized for that.
Yeah, you can see the energy just coming up and up in that Rutgers boat as they know that they are making progress and gaining momentum on this West Point boat. Does look like they are going to hold on and continue to move well into that first qualification spot in this repechage.
And Minnesota there in the 3rd position will move on to that semifinal tomorrow.
Yeah.
Trailed by Villanova in the 4th position here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Villanova not up with the pace of the pack, and it does look like they are going to be the boat on the wrong side of this, facing elimination at the conclusion of this race.
So look at that. Rutgers looks like they pulled about a boat length from when they started moving ahead of the island to where they are now as they cross this with 100 meters to go.
Ooh, looking really classy and sassy in that Rutgers boat. Really just smooth and nice and smooth in these really tough high strokes coming through that West Point boat now as they come up to the line. Really liking how that looks from here.
Yeah.
Of course, Minnesota now coming up behind their 2 race leaders to occupy that 3rd advancement position in this rep. Taking out Villanova in the process. Villanova not moving on in the varsity 8 for the men. Oh my gosh, can you believe it? We're up to our last race of the day.
Last race, yes.
Last race of the day. How did we do that?
So this is our PR1, PR2, PR3 ID final. This is a inclusive race. This is our para rowing events. And we have 3 entries in here. Community rowing in lane 2, in lane 3 and 4, 2 Gordon entries. So inclusion means you have 1 able-bodied rower and 1 that has is a para rower, be it leg or be it vision. It could be any number of things there for the para rower. But the inclusion, you're using your entire body, your full stroke of your arms, your legs, and your back. Sometimes it's sight. It's a variety of things that could be part of that inclusion.
Yeah, it could be a physical disability, it could be a visual impairment, or it could be a mental impairment for some of these para athletes. And one thing that's important to remember as we're talking about para athletes and discussing para sports is that the para prefix that we attach to these para athletes really means equal. It doesn't mean paralyzed, which is a common mistake that people make when they're talking about para rowing. It comes from the Greek for equal. So para rowers like to be identified as equally as capable as their able-bodied counterparts, and just as worthy of our attention, love, support, and respect as spectators for this wonderful sport. So here they come down the course now. We're looking at the CRI entry here for this inclusion event. Just coming past the Temple Boathouse now.
CRI out of Boston, and have a very, very active para rowing program up there, and have for a number of years. They've been one of the leaders in para rowing for gosh, at least a decade that I know of.
Yeah, so we're looking at these athletes here. Caleb Bresley in the stroke seat, and Grant Vernick. Sorry, Grant, if I got your last name wrong. Rowing in that CRI double. Grant actually coming from Gordon College, which is where these other 2 entries are coming from. So racing against probably athletes that he either trained with or knows very well, coming from his alma mater there. Yeah, again, just a
That's
really
CRI
lovely
there.
shot of our CRI boat there just coming down the course. In the other entries that are off screen at the moment, we can see John Dowdy, currently affiliated with Gordon College. He's a junior there and is training alongside their varsity program. And his bowman is Caleb Wells of the Gordon Rowing Association. And in the other Gordon boat, we have Aiden Perez in the stroke seat, also from Gordon College. Aiden's from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and he is going to be graduating as a senior this year from
very
Gordon.
good.
And his bowman is Aiden Lother, who is a freshman at Gordon. So Aiden,
Yeah.
racing together. I'm sure that's
In a
never
double.
confusing for their coaches. But it makes it easy because if you ever need to cue an athlete, get your catches in Aiden, it probably is just much more efficient that way. So
You might have to say 1 and 2, but Aiden, everyone perks up.
that's right. So again, we're looking at our CRI entry here and our current race leaders, Caleb Bresley and Grant Vernick, in that CRI entry as they're coming underneath the wires at the tip of the island.
So good for them. I was just watching the bowman of the CRI turn around and look down the course to make sure he knew where they were. If you're unfamiliar with the course, if you haven't had a chance to row in the course or practice on the course, this might be your first time down there. So like, okay, where are we? He's going under the wires. He crossed under the wires there, but he was making sure that he knew where he was. And they're doing a great job of that. So in this kind of a situation, your bowman's probably your visual person where he can see if you have a blind person in the stern. Either way, I guess it would work either direction, but you usually have your blind person in the stern so your visual person can follow and feel better what's going on.
Well, you might have just seen me making a face on the screen here. I forgot that I was on camera while I was taking stroke rate here for the CRI double because I was wondering about the stroke rate. And Caleb just putting down a punishing pace here, just coming down the course at a 38 or 39 and maybe even building, as you can hear his bowman shouting encouragement and just letting him know where he is on the race course. So it's giving me chills right now. It's so nice to hear his very, very vocal support of his bowman, Grant, just doing a great job to encourage him down the course. And man, they are just sprinting for their lives right now to take the win in this PR3 inclusion double. Wow. Great margin of victory for them and just wonderful, wonderful teamwork between those two. But here comes the Gordon College entry on the far side of the course in lane 4. These guys, John Dowdy and Caleb
also
Wells.
Also 41 strokes a minute, so both these guys throwing every shot they have out there.
Yeah, really, really impressive effort from these guys. I don't think I could get a double up to a 38 or a 40 right now, so really, really impressive to see them. Of course, our second Gordon boat just coming up to the line now, doing a great job getting down the course. Really, really excited to have para events included at this year's Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. I think it's a really awesome opportunity for more athletes to participate in collegiate rowing and just have the opportunity to enjoy our sport and experience the joy of rowing. So really, really wonderful to see that event supported here at the Dad Vail.
And just to have that opportunity, any of these programs, these schools out there where you can allow them access to the water. Access to the water is one of the biggest things in para rowing. And how do you get down to the water safely and get out of the water safely? So inclusive rowing, great way to go out with someone who may have an issue where, if you can get them out of the water, get them exercising, something different in what they do. And what's it take? It takes an invitation to someone. Come on with me. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. So just, again, so stoked to see these guys out here competing. And we'll see them again tomorrow in our second round of para events, the PR3 men's singles. So we'll see these guys racing mano-a-mano tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's the conclusion of our racing today for the 83rd running of the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And I hope
we could probably wave to the camera.
Yeah, everyone have a good day. We're going to take a little break here, probably till tomorrow. And,
yeah, I think there's a party. So we're going to go to the party.
Yay.
And 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we're on live. Yeah.
That's right.
8 a.m.
Did you get that? Yeah, we're on again tomorrow at 8 for another full day of awesome, awesome racing. We'll see you back tomorrow. Thanks
All
for
right.
being here.
Yep. Thanks for tuning in.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley! Get down!
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Okay, remember, you gotta get in and get out. And I mean fast. There's no time to look around. You just gotta grab it and go.
I think I can handle this.
You can't think. You have to know.
Stop.
Go.
Looking for ways to save?
Happy.
You saved a lot of energy, honey.
Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like rebates when you upgrade to eligible Energy Star appliances. We'll even recycle your old ones for free.
I hear energy.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.